See if we can have some fun today. In the new Tides of Torment Sea Lord Aislinn campaign. Should be interesting. Just finish it, deciding how to skill them up. Okay, that's interesting stuff. That's for the Maryland. And then this is basically all for dragons. Nothing really that I need. Archers, okay, so we are going to want that. I wonder, does the Skycutter count as a chariot? That's a good question. It does count as a chariot unit. So you're gonna want this then? Mm-hmm. Mentor, Syrian. Oh wow. Might as well go full defensive. Yeah. And we'll do Sea Lord Aislinn buffs. What does he buff? He buffs. Okay, he does buff. Oh. So that also buffs Skycutters? Fuck. Let me think about this. Maybe instead of buffing his health, I can buff their reload time by 8%. That could be interesting. Well then, Archers, then Sea Guards, Shadow Warriors, and Shadow. But again, he doesn't give that to... You want basically this. Oceanids. Jesus Christ. Oh. Coughed up a hair. That ain't good. Alright, let's see. No, he does give some good bonuses. What is it, 20% missile strength? To 20% missile strength. Missile strength 10. And then he has Protectors of the Sea, which gives him 20 for range high health and stuff like that. So that's 30%. Maybe I should go Bowmaster. So he gives the Skycutters more ammo, which could be good. Skycutters, they could use more ammo, sure. Mostly the reload time that I care about. You know what, I think I'd rather just make him tanky. It's only 8% damage anyways. Alright, so we got a rather tanky engine. Alright, let's go ahead.
Problems to solve. Take arms! Ah.
Oh fuck, it's gonna make me... Jesus Christ. Okay, I'll do maintain blockade.
By Mathland's grace.
So this new mage can't, he can't get research, which sucks. But What are you gonna do?
Leader of Assyrian's navy.
Alright.
What news?
We'll fight. Let's see if I can't fix my YouTube thumbnail.
Well, hello there, people. It's been a little while since I've made a video, and I was scrolling on YouTube, and this tosspot here came up as a suggested video. I don't know if we can get it here or not on these. It was actually a sponsored suggested video. I guess because I do reactions to PUA dating roaches. Yeah, but the algorithm, I guess, picked me to show this crap to. I've never heard of this guy before today. This dickhead here is called David Thorpe. David Thorpe Dating. He is. I've watched just a little bit of one of the videos. I'm going to react to probably a minute of it, for the only purpose of getting the sound levels right between my voice and the media that's playing, so it doesn't shock your ears when it stop it and I start talking and all that shit. But I'm going to predict same shit, different smell with this bloke. He calls himself a dating coach, but from what I've seen of him and looked at a few of his video titles, it's more so than not PUA and pick-up lines and cold approaching and all that bullshit we all know doesn't work, and it's extremely dangerous in today's day and age for a guy to do that stuff. So even Chad Way, if he approaches the wrong woman, cold approaching and all that bullshit we all know, they can get in just as much trouble with the law. So I thought I'd just react to at least this one in this video, because this was the one that was recommended and sponsored to me. This one's titled I Cold Approach Girls in Sydney, Australia, and this happened. So this guy, from what I've seen from looking at his video titles, he likes to go to Sydney a lot and do some PUA, so if you ever see him up the street, I'll ask you to give him a smack in the chops for me. If he comes to Melbourne, I'll do the same. But let me just a quick look at his page. I've just brought this up. Follow David Thorpe as he teaches you how to approach women, as if that can be taught, and how to text women, doesn't matter unless you're hot, how to date and attract your dream girlfriend, absolute crock of shit, that can't happen. Once again, they try to suck guys in with this scam crap, that if you learn, that if you're skillful enough in certain areas, that you can attract any woman you like, as if it's a skill, like learning another language or something. It's like once you learn that other language, you can speak in it whenever you want. Having repetitive success, and you get confidence due to having successful outcomes. That's like a feeling of self-assurance that you're going to have a positive outcome based off success. So if you ain't had any success, you ain't going to get confidence. You can't fake it. Women can see through fake confidence like you can see through a crystal clear glass windshield. It doesn't work. Confidence, the old just be confident trope is absolutely bullshit. Absolutely bullshit. I'll continue on. David is a dating coach in Sydney, Australia, dating roach. He now lives his dream life with his dream woman, and this wasn't achieved by some secret system. Oh, no, of course not. It came from being honest with himself and being honest with women. Okay. You hear that little 5'1", overweight, in his 60s, bald, ugly guy? Do you hear that? Just be honest with yourself, and you just go up and tell women what you really think, and you'll have Stacey's lining up. And thus his motto, dating through honesty, was born. Okay. That's that's fucking ironic, isn't it? He talks about honesty, but these assholes are the most dishonest, untrusting people. Just look at this fuckhead's face for a second here. I'm going to get rid of this. Look at him here, where the mouse is circling. This guy here does not have a trustworthy face. Let me go back down here. If you want to take action and control of your dating life and stop leaving things down to chance, well, things aren't down to chance, things are down to whether or not the woman finds you attractive enough for her to give you the choosing signals to allow you to approach her. And you've come to the right place because you can learn how to become better in your dating life and achieve success with women and ultimately meet your dream woman. Oh, it sounds good in theory. And look, I first admit I've fallen for this shit before from these guys. When I was down, when I was at my lowest, turned to the internet to work out what the fuck's wrong. All this shit that I was promised as a kid. You grow up, you have your first love at 15, 16. You'd meet a woman, in your early 20s and get married and all that stuff. I turned to the internet because I wondered, how come that isn't happening? It's not just me. How come all these other guys at the local pub and that aren't happening? And what's with all this womanist stuff? How come women hate men? All that stuff. So I went to the internet, and then through years of trial and error, like most guys in the BP, let me try that again. Like most guys in the BP space, we've come to work out this is all bullshit. It's a scam, and these guys know it, and that sickens me. This tosser here's also got 3 things you can do. He's got a cold approach mastery course. The only way you've got a possibility of mastering cold approach is if you're a Chad. Chad light maybe, but like if you're even a 5 or a 6, do not cold approach. Do 33 ways to approach girls. Them 33 ways better be all about being good looking. Otherwise, you're a foolish scammer. Subscribe for a week now. Fuck all this bullshit. So he's an Australian bloke. I heard him talk before. He's a Pommy. He's got a Pommy accent. He joined in 2022. He's got nearly got 9k subscribers. So he's a bit of an up and comer. Let's hopefully he doesn't up and come too much because this scam's got to be nipped in the bud. I would love it if these guys were illegal. Like if this stuff was like deemed illegal. Look, it's harmful for women. It's harmful for men trying this shit. Anyone that goes around the street doing this stuff and teaching it. Also the teachers. You can't really blame the poor students that are just trying to increase their chances with the ladies. But all the PUA fanboys and all these dickheads here that just harass women on the street and teach this shit that is bullshit. And most of these PUA fanboys that love all this stuff are just stuck in the delusion that it's going to work for them. If it hasn't worked for you, it ain't going to fucking work. This shit doesn't work. If you don't pass the basic looks test, it is game over. And just like a video game, there is no secret code. If you've got a legit video game, which life is legit, you only get one chances. There's no saving, there's no restarting or anything. There's no cheat code. All you've got is your looks. You can looks max, and as long as you can hold a decent conversation, which most people can. And if you can't, well then there's resources, there's courses and books on how to relate to people and talk to people. But definitely stay away from this PUA bullshit, because it gets you absolutely fucking nowhere. And these scammers are just sitting back, kicking back in their mansions, laughing at you, counting their money. So if all this shit was to become illegal, I would be fucking happy, mate. I'd love for nothing more to hear about PUA hosts boot camp, with 30 students and the cops just storm in and arrest the bloody the PUA teacher. That'd be magic. Anyway, there's just a little bit about this dickhead. As per usual with me, I like to make up little nicknames for these idiots. I'm struggling with this guy, David Thorpe. I can't really rhyme anything with it that sounds catchy. Let's call him David Blank, because that's all these students are going to be doing. So before I get on to that video that caught me eye, just have a little scroll down to see. This is the one I wanted to do afterwards if the other one was quick. And if it's no good, I'll move to this one. Day 1, cold approaching documentary in Sydney, Australia. So no doubt we're going to go see him approach all the women that he's paid to be there. I'll show you how cringy this shit is too. It's just it's not real. I'd done this stuff. I had a group of guys too that went out. We used to go up and try to cold approach women. And to say the 5 of us guys that were doing it back in the day were all around about the 4 to 6 range. There was no chads, but there was no real ugly guys, and we got no fucking results. The only thing we'd ever get is maybe 1 or 2 successes a year, and that was only because the woman found us to be physically attractive. That is all you have in this world to attract a woman is your looks. Thankfully, if you're in the normie range, there are things you can do to improve your looks and improve your chances. Where the real fucking asshole Machiavellian fucking prick thing that these guys do is try to convince sub-5 men that if they buy their systems and buy their teachings and learn it all, that they can attract any woman they want.
We rule the skies.
Alright. Yeah, so I've got some playlists here. Some of these titles, I think he's getting some views on this. Hopefully they're all... hopefully, I mean, this guy's paying to get his stuff pushed on YouTube, I'd say. But hopefully all of these comments, or at least 90% of them are just mocking him. Like the perfect reply when she asks how old are you? Bullshit. You gotta stop making excuses when approaching girls. Well, they're not excuses, it's reality. It's objective reality. If you've approached 50 or 100 women, it's not really going to what I'm talking. He's going about they look busy, they're not my type people. What I'm talking about is, it's a real excuse, it's a valid, it's not an excuse, it's a reason. If you've been rejected by 100 women and you've got a 100% strikeout rate, it's it's a good idea not to continue to put yourself through that humiliation ritual and go through the trauma of it. Yeah, well, you cold approach here, cold approach documentary. So there's a few different documentaries. So he's like, I think he's taking various people out. Yeah, client coaching. So what these sly bastards would probably do too is for their clients, they get these women. It's not too hard to hire a model, some random chick on Instagram or a prostitute, anything like that, stripper. Just to say, look, I'll give you, if these clients are paying thousands, they could say, pay a girl $500 to be here at this time, this place. And then the PUA says, okay, buddy, see that chick over there, the brunette in the jeans or whatever, I want you to go up and approach her and say this, and this exactly. And then the girl's paid there to be completely receptive, flirt with him, and then to even give him her number without asking. Who knows? It's all bullshit. I know it's bullshit because I've been there in the trenches and done that, and so is most of my audience. If you're new here, I hope you come to the realisation that this is all bullshit as well. We got interviews. We're a small channel, it's getting quite a few views, but hopefully most of the guys that are listening that will click on these videos don't believe it. The interview some guy, how's this title? Do good looking guys get all the girls? Yes they do! Just trying to people who think looks don't matter. That's one of the main 2 backbones that the PUA industry operates from. 1, looks don't matter, 2, money doesn't matter. When we all know that they're the 2 most important things in attracting a woman. So let's go to this thing here. It goes for about 23 minutes. I don't know if I'll watch it all, but I'll watch a little bit and I'll pause and interject, and if this ends up being a bit boring and shit, I will move to a different video of this. But yeah, David Thorpe dating. Another scam artist. See what he has to say.
I think you're very nice. You're just coming up with something. I'm like, oh my goodness. I'm on my way to the pub where you're looking good. Oh, Laos. I've never met a Laos person in my life. Cold approaching in Sydney.
Let's just take a look at the mud on this thing. The head like a fucking Rob's dog. 4 out of 10 overall rating. This guy isn't going to get very many women at all in his life, never mind from cold approaching or warm approaching. So, don't know how tall he is, we'll have a bit of a look at him. He's probably about average height, 5'9", 5'10".
In winter, in 2024, is it possible? Can you do it? Of course.
Of course you can if she finds you good.
So you can. I'm David Thorpe, dating coach here in Sydney.
Just looking at his height there. No, he's definitely not got height working for him. He's definitely not that magical 6 foot over number unless these two women are tall, which is out of 5'8", 5'9". So average looks, he's somewhere in the Nornie range, 4 to 5 out of 10. No, I can already tell you now he's going to have piss poor luck, cold approaching.
In Australia, and in this video I'll be showing you how to approach and what it's like in 2024 in Sydney in winter with some approaches that I've just been filming and you're about to see. And yeah, the inspiration behind this video actually is because several clients of mine at the start of their journey with me, and also inquiries that I get from Australia.
Several of the suckers, not clients, suckers. Let's get the terminology right, they are not clients.
And mainly saying things like, oh, it's winter, you can't really approach, it's too cold, it's too wet, women aren't interested, it's just best to leave it till summer.
Look, he's going to get reasons here why you can't. It doesn't matter. If you're good looking, you can approach in the middle of a fucking snowstorm. If a woman gives you the green light to go and approach her, it doesn't matter what the weather is. That brings you back to that point. Do not approach a woman unless she gives you choosing signals to do so. You're not getting choosing signals if you've locked eyes, if you've even made, even if you've made a little bit of small talk, okay, how you going? If you're getting dirty looks and one-word answers and her eyes are darting all around the room, just walk away. It's over. You haven't passed the looks test, so nothing you can say. Unlike what these fuckwits here will tell you to make it happen. There's nothing that you can say that will change your mind. It doesn't work that way.
So I wanted to do this video just to show you what is possible, and if you put yourself out there, then you might surprise yourself. And yeah, the interactions you're about to see.
If you put yourself out there and you're not an attractive man, what's going to happen to you is you're going to get harassment charges against you.
Like really nice, some great women, some phone numbers, some blowouts and rejections, of course, because that is what this is. And hopefully, yeah, you get some inspiration from this video. And
that's another thing these wankers say. Oh, it's just a numbers game. It's just a numbers game. Well, them numbers are probably more like 1 in 10 fucking thousand for the average guy. And if you're sub 5, you're going to get nothing. You get nothing, mate. Even like, I wouldn't even say if you're a Chad, don't cold approach. If you're a Chad, just walk into a room, walk into a public area, and just lock eyes with women. Even if you're not a Chad, if you're going out there trying to meet women, as I said just then, go into buildings, go into fucking cafes, pubs, whatever, restaurants, public spaces, lock eyes with women, smile, and if you get any choosing signals back, bang, go ahead. And if you don't, forget about it. That woman's gone. She's not interested in you. That goes for a fucking sub 5 average and Chad. It doesn't matter. If you're not getting choosing signals, I don't give a shit how good looking you are. It ain't happening.
Realise that actually you can approach in 2024 and you don't need online dating apps or social circles, or you have to become a salsa professional and take 6 months dancing for no reason to talk to women, which is completely stupid. And yeah, just wanted to show you that there is another way and it still can be done. And so yeah, like,
look at the bitch tits on this bloke, for fuck's sakes, mate. How can you wear a shirt like that with bloody bitch tits like that? Fuck me. No, I'm normally not like this with people, but these arseholes here deserve to be picked apart. That's going to be his nickname, bitch tits. What's his name? What's his proper name again? David Thorpe, David bitch tits. That's his name. I said I'm normally not a petty person like this, and I don't like to attack people for things, but this guy here gloves the rock with these dickheads.
Let's get straight into those approaches.
Trust in our craft and see your masterpiece come
to life. I don't have premium.
Aftershock
Stay
PC.
with me.
Excuse me, sorry, can I be a bit cheeky? I'm on my way to the pub to meet my friends.
What did you say?
Excuse me, sorry, can I be a bit cheeky? I'm on my way.
Excuse me, sorry, can I be a bit cheeky? A bit cheeky? I don't know. It doesn't matter what he says because it doesn't matter what you say. There you go.
To the pub to meet my friend. But I think you look very nice. You were just coming out and I'm like, oh my goodness, it's the black coat, the blonde hair. I'm like, I should say something. So I was hesitating for a bit, and I thought actually, I should pay the compliment. So,
Thank you.
hello, I'm David.
Lovely meeting
You sound very Australian.
Are you English?
I am.
Yeah.
Is it that obvious?
Very.
Yeah, there's too many of us here, I think. You guys need to tighten up on these.
Look how cringy and awkward this approach is. I'm yet to work out whether this chick's a paid bloody employee of his, but it's just cringe. It's just not natural to just walk up to a random person in a big city. You know, if you walk up to someone random in a little bit of a smaller circle, warm approach like a sporting club or a music group, or then it's okay to introduce yourself. But you don't walk up to strangers and introduce yourself to them. With a vendetta, like with a vendetta, with a fucking what's the word for it? With the intention of trying to get laid. If you don't get the green light, it ain't happening.
I think it was way too easy probably 20 years ago, actually.
How long are you here for?
Oh, well, I've been here 6 years now.
Oh, wow.
So much so.
And you still got the accent?
Well, yeah, because I think once you get over 21, your brain changes.
Because I used to live in England.
I dare say that this woman is a paid employee. She's giving him a lot of eye contact. She's not giving him choosing signals. She's just being a pleasant person. Either she's just being a pleasant person or she's paid.
One turn, that's not bad.
She is pretty hot and he ain't that good looking. I'm probably more leaning towards she's paid.
Okay.
Yeah, but like when I was a kid though.
Oh, okay. But your accent's Australian, so you used to come back.
Yeah, no, well, I was born here, so.
Ah, you're born here, and then whereabouts in England did you live?
Wimbledon?
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
A very rich suburb. So your family must have been doing pretty good.
Oh, well, we just moved over there for my dad's work.
Ah, okay. Did he do like the 2-3 year Australian visa thing?
I was like 5.
Ah, okay. Yeah, no, loads of Australians like doing the 2-3 year visa thing for London. So I lived in the Australian town called Clapham. Next near Wimbledon. Okay, yeah. And I don't know, it put me off Australians actually.
Get out of the way, dickheads.
Even in London, like,
melee defense.
How can she not know that there's a camera standing 2 meters away filming her? This is a paid actress here.
but
So
yeah.
surely we can't be off if we're exactly the same.
I don't know. I just thought the women were particularly bad about it. Like they get drunk and start fights and stuff like this. And then when I came here on holiday, just outside the country, the women just not like that at all. Like dress nice, very friendly.
He's got to be one of the most boring people you've ever heard fucking talk in your life as well. But don't forget, guys, when you buy his course and learn all these pickup lines, if it doesn't work, it's your fault. You know, that's one of their staples too. You know, it's not the material, it's not the pickup lines that don't work, it's the way you delivered it. It's the way you stood, it was the mood, you know. It was the way you ate your wheat bix this morning. Absolute fucking crock of shit. It's your fault. That's one thing they always come back with is that it's your fault.
I thought, well, like I don't get it. Like they seem to play away from home.
Her eyes are darting away quite a bit. Whether she's paid or not, she doesn't really want to be there and do this. The camera is definitely noticeable because this lady here too, with the white handbag, you see the mouse scrolling around, she's looking directly at the camera. And this girl here is like pretending the camera doesn't exist. This is a paid employee.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know. And then if I'm here, everyone's nice. So, you know, how's your day?
No, it's good. It's good at work.
Okay. Are you a lawyer if you're not in place?
No, property manager.
Oh, a bit like constructor or?
No commercial property, like retail.
Ah, okay. I see. What look after what the tenants' requests and stuff. What do you like about it?
I just got into it, so I did it, and I still do it.
Okay, so you just started your.
Yeah, I've been working for 6 months.
Okay. Oh, cool. Yeah, no, it's good. I like it. I mean, yeah, it's. I don't know.
Oh, his pickup lines are just magic. Talking absolute. I mean, but really, what he's saying is something like if a woman found you attractive, you could literally go up and say this stuff. But he's just having a bit of a normal conversation, which is really out of place with someone. You don't just walk up to a stranger walking down the street in a city of millions of people and just start talking like this. It's so weird. It's so fucking weird. It ain't funny.
If you're into your corporate career, I definitely recommend London.
I don't know about the change over there. It seems a bit.
Okay, so yes, two
special right now.
Yes,
different
right.
ones.
Friday,
Oh, cares about fuck you
I don't
ass.
think I'd go.
Yeah, we had one in my
Egypt
village actually.
today,
Thankfully I wasn't there, but
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know what's going on. You kids have a lot of choice since Brexit. That was the reason why I came over.
It's pretty good.
Yes, well, look, I've got to go to the pub, so I'm going to be late for my friends.
Here we go. He's given the old time constraint, the old PUA time constraint. That's one of the things he's probably going to try to sell you. It's as old as fucking mystery himself. So he's got to go, and now he's going to get the number like it's nothing, and he's going to come back and tell you how smooth it was.
Yeah, you
But
better go.
I better go. Another time. Let's go for a drink next week or something.
Yeah, okay.
Do you have?
I have a boyfriend.
I do.
though.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, he's a lucky man.
It was lovely to talk
I'll
to
see you
you.
around. Okay, so first approach of the night.
Yeah, the first paid approach that she was probably told to reject him to. Who knows? There is a minute chance it was. Then again, no. The way women are these days, they don't give a man the time of fucking day unless they're attracted to them. That would have just been someone he knew, or just a paid actress, just to get him a bit of conversation and then go.
Defender of truth.
Women don't even want to look at a bloke unless they like his
You
looks
may
these days.
gaze upon my glory.
What that was a clever, a very, very, very
Time
clever,
for action.
paid in. Look at the face of this prick. Don't just want to smack him in the head. Bloody, he just looks like a smarmy, conniving little smart prick. Oh, bitch, ditzy. Yeah, that was a very conniving little paid experience he had there. Just to show that he's human and he gets rejected too. But rejection's nothing to be worried about because look how friendly she was when she rejected him.
Yeah, I was a little bit apprehensive, but yeah, it was good. It was good actually. Good start, kind of like a frontish side stop. And then yeah, so I made like a good situation.
That was your problem, mate. You done the front side stop. You didn't do the ad stop. Where's the ad stop? So now he's going to go into, oh look, it's the first warm up of the day. I wasn't quite, what's that shit they used to? I wasn't in state. I didn't have state. I said some of the pickup stuff wrong. So he's going to blame himself there. Fucking make these pricks up.
Opener, in my opinion, in terms of just stating like what's going on with me right now. I'm on my way to the pub for a drink, but I saw you had to come over, and I was like hesitating, which I was a little bit, but I did go in. So the more truthful and the more detail you can add right at the front end, it just makes it so natural and organic and real, and that's really, really important.
What makes it natural and organic and real is if she likes your looks. I'm sorry, Mr. PUA bloke, but
Get some wind.
if any new people that don't know this are listening, none of this shit matters. You got to pass the basic looks test. That's why you never approach someone. You never approach a woman that hasn't given you some, to use their language, indicators of interest. If you're not getting little lip bites, she's staring at you and smiling, and if you're not getting any kind of interest, there is absolutely no point to approaching. The only thing that can happen occasionally is you're going to get lucky. The woman hasn't saw you, doesn't know you from a bar of soap, but you've approached her, she's in the mood to be approached, and she finds you attractive. Then you might get some success doing this, but make no mistake, it was all down to her finding you attractive, not what you were saying to her. Not the stupid lines and fucking techniques and psychology, the pseudo-psychology, should say, these idiots try to teach her.
In the Navy, my
And then yeah, she stayed and stuck, made a statement about she's from Australia, and then we get that topic, Australia, but then also about accents. She picks out that in English, and then yeah, I'm just staying on topic, and then off we go down the topic of London and Australians, and then when that runs out of road, and I'm staying on topic for a couple of minutes, then switching onto her work and property management, which I had really no idea, it was pretty boring, so I'm just trying to generate a few things. I'm just thinking just then, I've seen like guys in pubs and shit like that. I've seen chads walk up and just make out with women and then lead them away by their hand to a dark corner without saying a fucking word. Looks are what matters. It doesn't matter what you say, gentlemen. You don't have to have this opening, you don't have to do the front sideways approach from 45 degrees or it's not going to work. All this intricate shit that they tell you, it doesn't matter. All it is the more they can say they do, the more shit they can sell you. Occasionally, this guy's going to get lucky. He's in that normie range. Lucky enough, he's got a full head of hair. There's nothing outstanding about him. He's just probably bang on normie, depending on how he looks on the day. 4 to 5. In that normie range, nothing too fancy about him. He ain't going to get much interest, I'll tell you that. And then yeah, just in my head, I ran out of road. I think just because it was my first one, and just trying to get going. So I decided to call it. Now that is criticism on me to make it.
This bastard here needs a fucking bra, mate. Get your gynecomastia sorted in. Unbelievable. There's no way this guy has the gall to say he's a fucking pickup guy. Look at the bloke.
Better, I would have stayed in. I would have contributed more into the interaction, but I decided to close it off, which is about the minimum amount of time. I don't know how long that was, maybe.
No, a woman decides when the interaction ends, not you. You have no control. You have no control in the outcome, you know. The woman chooses. The man presents himself in the best light possible, and the female chooses. That's how it works. You have no control in this.
3 minutes, something like that. So I did cut it early and I went for the number. Good eye contact, good body language, like being quite close, so I thought that was good. Then yeah, of course, the boyfriend objection came out, and with me, I'm not trying to get around that. I respect that. So it's like, okay, cool, fine. Wish you well, and that was it. So look, a good start, and yeah, we'll just keep on going and see what we can see. Hello, I'm David. From the Philippines.
Not
I'm Laos,
bad.
actually.
You're from Laos. I've never met.
Laos is just underneath the Philippines, I believe, so she's basically Filipina. Okay, this could be a real interaction, given that he's JBW and he's a normie. He might do okay here. I'll tell you whether I think this is a paid or not person.
A Laos person
No,
in my life.
Oh, okay, like me that.
Yeah.
It's person you met.
Yeah, from Laos.
I know where it is.
Yeah, it's near Vietnam and Cambodia.
Thank God this is in public domain. I can't get busted for this one.
And I imagine the food is very similar, actually.
It's Thailand as well.
Okay, your accent, I've never heard anything like this. It sounds a bit, I
I
don't
know
know.
it's Molly mixed, I don't know.
There's a little bit of Australian in there, maybe. I don't know how long have you lived there?
6 months, 7
Okay,
months.
that's too soon.
Just fresh off the boat, so we're saying.
Fresh off the boat. Oh my god.
So you live here?
Yes, yeah, I've been here 6 years.
6 years.
Yes, but I'm not from here. No. Where am I from?
Kiwi?
Sorry?
Kiwi?
Where, sorry?
New Zealand?
New Zealand? Oh no. Other side of the world. Well, my love.
Disembark anywhere, ignore cliffs.
Whether she's paid or not, I'm likely to lean towards no.
Other
She's not paid
impossible
employee of
terrain.
his. Just she's giving him a little bit more attention, giving him a bit more positive body language, strong eye contact. She's not giving him overt choosing signals, but this might have just been someone. As I said, he's a JBW normie, and he's using JBW to his advantage. So it's basically the same as like a Chad Light approaching a fortified out of 10 girl. He's going to. This might be legit, but either way, I used to be able to go and get numbers in that as well. 99 out of 100 of them will fail. They're flake. It's probably one of if he is cold approaching, it's probably one of the more safer cold approaches. Because if she's fresh off the boat, don't forget this woman here is also
trying to get around that. I respect that. So it's like, okay, cool, fine. Wish you well, and that was it. So.
He does that, bitch, too. He does that.
But she'd be here thinking, oh, yeah, he's a normie sucker that might marry me, look after some of the kids I've had, and look after my family. She's probably thinking of the old beta bucks here. There's definitely not that primal attraction. You don't get that primal, full-on attraction unless you're a good-looking bloke.
Yep.
Play.
It's a small country, and we have a king.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes. There's so many of us here.
Yes, I
It's terrible. Terrible. Too many English here. Yes. I read it.
She might be paid, actually. Her English is extraordinarily well, and she speaks with an Australian accent, and she's fresh off the boat. Something's not adding up here.
Archers.
I'm in Australia too, like these two are. There's a lot of them kind, Vietnamese, Laotian, Filipino, Thailand. And if anything, any of them girls that I've ever met, they can normally speak English quite well, but all of them that I've met have an American accent. Because there's a lot of American TV over there. And that's how they learn to speak English, by watching the TV over there. So, for a woman from that Southeast Asia area to have an Australian accent, she could be a paid model. I'm starting to lean towards paid model. Let me know what you think. Let's play a game. Let me know what you think in the comments for each of the ladies he's approached. Paid model, or he just got lucky, or whatever. Let me know.
Stick actually that. At lunchtime in the city, Monday to Friday, 1 in 4 people is from the UK.
Oh, really? Yes, I have a lot of girls that don't like
It's too much, though. They should tighten up the immigration.
happy, I was in happy, thank you.
Oh, well, yeah, but I mean, in London, where I used
Like just funny as a bloody fire in an orphanage as well. Hey.
to live, we had so many Australians.
That's just in here.
Yeah, kind of cool, like an exchange program.
It's good call.
So, what are you doing here in Australia?
I'm here for studying.
Oh, what are you studying?
It's
Management.
She's alright.
pretty.
Oh, look at that girl there in white, holding a black coat. Fucking, she's alright. She noticed the guy there with the camera too just a second ago. Watch, I'll bring it back. She gave him a little look like, oh yeah, you're filming.
What are you studying?
It's management.
Management.
Have a look at her.
Pretty.
See just then.
Sorry.
She's stunning.
And so, what type of management? Would that be corporate or engineering?
Yeah,
But in general, I would say it's like in general.
Most
In general. And
important.
so, what's your leadership style? What do you feel makes a good manager?
This is the kind of conversation you have with a chick or anyone. When you've just been introduced to someone at a get-together or something, it's so fake and cringe. It's so cringe, this shit. It's not gonna work.
Oh, wow, there's a lot to say. I would say, like, yeah. I do agree. So tell me later.
Yeah.
Yeah, this chick's Aussie accent is far too good for her to be just off the boat. As I said, even the ones that have been here for 10, 15 years still talk with that American accent, this American twang to their accent. The odd new word they've picked up can be in an Aussie accent, but no, I'm not buying this. First two of these have been paid. As I said, that first blonde woman was a very, very sly, deceitful thing on his behalf by getting her just to politely reject him so he can show his students, oh, yeah, rejection's just part of the game, the first 10,000 is just a warm-up. And look, when they reject you, all they say is they have a boyfriend and smile and say goodbye. No, they don't give you one-word answers or dirty looks or make you feel like you just crawled out of a sewer. No, that's all in your head. I'm going to skip ahead because he talks to this Sheila for fucking ages. And trust me, you're not missing any material here you can use. It's all just shit he's talking.
Another time, let's grab a coffee.
Yeah, sure.
Do you have WhatsApp?
Here we go.
Backpackers, people like that. Backpackers, people like that. Cool. Well, I've got to go. I think you've got to head over. Another time, let's grab a coffee.
Yeah, sure.
Do you have WhatsApp? Oh, okay, nice to meet you. What's my name?
Sorry.
Patrick. Oh god, that makes me Irish.
His name's Bitch Tits. Maybe you could come home with me and suck on my bitch tits later on, Fucking scammer.
Yes.
You're going to really have to help spell that.
Once again, if you look at their introduction, she is not giving him the eye, she isn't giving choosing signals, there's no overt sexual attraction there. I'd say paid model given the Aussie accent, but if I'm wrong, it's going to be a number flake because this guy's not good looking enough to garner genuine attraction off the woman. Alright, he gets a number and we'll let's skip ahead to his breakdown. Here we go, the breakdown.
The fight ensues.
Gotta press play.
Well,
Oh, it's stronger since
Nice,
it's
right.
bad, so it's actually...
Okay, so a lovely interaction with a lady from Laos. I've never met a person from Laos, so that's quite fun, quite nice. So yeah, just breaking that down. So front stop again. Yeah, I just saw her.
Ah, you're on front stop this time. Okay, remember that, lads. If you do a back stop, you're going to lose it. It doesn't matter if you chat. If you do a back stop or a side stop, no, you're going to do a front stop. Okay. Luck
Oh
next
man, really good job, Shannon.
And about 5-6 meters, I'm thinking, yeah,
You'll have a bit of last minute, Libby.
Oh my god!
let's go and approach her. I want to talk to her. She seems nice. And so yeah, that's helping me out a lot because I'm not waiting for her to walk past. I'm not thinking about it or hesitating. Just go in and start because
What you're doing is harassing people that haven't given you the signal to approach them. You're harassing women that haven't given you the green light to approach them. That's all you're doing, and hoping, that's not what he's doing. He is actually approaching paid employees of his. But what the PUA listening to this that wants to try this stuff is doing is approaching women that haven't given them the green light to do so, that haven't given them these signals to do so. And that's going to land you in some real hot water sooner or later.
the faster you start, the better, and just the more spontaneous it is. So it's a good start. Then obviously got to the topic of Laos. That's the topic. She's given me that, made that statement. Laos is the topic. I don't know anything about Laos. I found that really fascinating. So we talked a bit about that. And then really the conversation was all about her staying on topics.
Once again, all this stuff is just absolute... it's a waste of fucking time, mate. If a girl likes you, you don't need to stand there and talk for 15 minutes. It doesn't need to happen. Let me tell you another story about something I done. As I said, this is back when I was in the young, early 20s, when I was probably about 5 to 6 out of 10 at my best. I was bald back then, so of course 90% of women didn't like me. But for the women that didn't mind bald blokes, I was probably about a 6, given your height and your build and all that shit. It was the end of the night. I was half cut. There was a woman that I'd seen around before, worked at a pub, at a different pub than we were at. She was just having good fun, pissed, dancing on the dance floor. I walked right up to her and said, "Hey, do you want to make out?" And she looked at me up and down, kind of like licked her lips and like grabbed my head and pulled me in for a kiss. Now I did try to take her home that night. Didn't happen. Tried to get her phone number. Didn't happen. But she was happy enough just to give me a kiss. Like I was attractive enough just to have a make out with her. That's all she wanted was a bit of fun. She probably had an eye. I think she actually left with someone else. But that's all it kind of takes. Like if a woman likes something about you, just kind of go in and be direct. Take the old wheat waffles approach. If you are going to cold approach, if you're going to make a dumb decision to do it, just walk right up to a woman and say, "Oh, hi, how you going? My name's so and so. Do you like the look of me? I like the look of you. Do you know, it's kind of a bit clinical to say that. Just walk up to them and say, "Hey, look, do you like the look of me? Do you want me to stay? Do you want me to go? I find you attractive and I wanted to talk to you." It's the only real pick-up line you ever need. And if they say no, you fuck off. All you can do is present yourself, and they say yes or no. Play, come on!
And just exploring them and not subject hopping. And so, yeah, we explored about the studies and management studies as well as Laos as well. So, again, this is how strangers forget talking to a stranger, is by just staying on topic and talking.
No. Strange women do know they're talking to a strange man. And if you go back to, say, mystery method teachings, all this guy here is doing is comfort building. So even according to other PUAs, they would say, "Oh, he skipped the attraction building and went straight for comfort. That's why it's never going to work." So they all hate each other, these PUAs, because they know there's big money to be made in this scam. And they want to be making all the money. They don't want all the other people making the money. But this guy here is just holding a conversation with his paid employees. That's all he's doing. There's nothing here about picking up chicks at all. He's really nothing special at all, this bloke.
The criticism of my performance in that interaction was I was probably doing too much talking. I was carrying it probably a bit too much. But she seemed...
Whether you do most of the talking or none of the talking, it doesn't matter if they find you attractive. As I said to that previous example, with a few times that I've had some success, I'll walk straight up to a chick and ask if she wanted to make out back. There was no talking any way into her pants. There was no negging or fucking push-pull or any other bullshit that they teach. And the other time that I've always talked about where I was pretty much 22, 23 in your peak bald though, when I was at this university night where this hot, young, gorgeous blonde bird walked up to me and asked to kiss me. That's how it works. If a woman is attracted to you, they will do a lot of the work. And it's not just anecdotal. Like, it is anecdotal. It's not just a theory. It's experience. I've experienced this as a guy, Yep. That's one thing about being a guy in that normie range is I have experienced this stuff as well. The majority of what I've experienced is sub-5 treatment. But I can also attest that, like when a girl does like you, all this dating coach stuff and PUA stuff doesn't come into the equation one iota whatsoever.
Invested, she seems to like the interaction, seemed happy to stay, and so I did hit her with quite an open topic, an open question around, her style of management. She becomes a manager in corporate wealth in her studies, but that's obviously quite a big topic, and maybe she just didn't want to answer it because we're on the street and it might take her 5 seconds.
If a woman meets a man she's attracted to, let me tell you, there's not much talking going on. These guys are trying to make out, that's how you talk, if you can hold them for 10 minutes, hold their interest. I just remember too, like, when I was first learning all this shit years ago in the early 2000s, we'd have some people in our acquaintance, like larger acquaintance friend group, that were like good-looking, Chad-like guys, not Chad-like, like Chadish, guys who are successful, just natural, successful, good-looking guys with women. And even they said, like, we showed them some of the stuff we do, and they just like screwed their face up and said, "What a load of fucking bullshit." And they just said, "Oh yeah, if I want a chick, I'll just go out and play pool and like make a bit of an eye towards this chick, and she comes towards me, and then he just like touches her and starts kissing her." They just can't work out how it's that complicated, and it's not that complicated. Any kind of Chad guy or really successful women guy that I've ever showed PUA, and any of my mates have ever showed PUA to, they've all laughed at it and just said, "What's it? It's a joke." That's what they said. They said, "It's just a joke, and these guys are real." And then even they said it was a scam. You don't need to put in this gargantuan fucking effort to meet a woman. You either pass the looks test or you don't, and if you don't, I'm sorry, tough luck. You lost the genetics lottery, and it's just tough luck. You've got to deal with it one way or another. Deal with it by looks maxing, deal with it by coping, deal with it by geomaxing. Whatever it is, it's up to you what to do with it, but you just got to realise that you've got no control in the outcome of the matter. You're either a good-looking, attractive guy or you're not. You can't talk your way into being attractive. It doesn't work that way.
So I don't know, but yeah, that was just a bit of a criticism of my performance. That maybe could have found something to just kind of transition on. It did feel about right in terms of length. You can always keep it going, but you don't want to come across as like a clingy stranger. So yeah, that was good, and then went for the number.
What's with all these effeminate men walking around in fucking Sydney?
For a drink another time, and obviously she said yes, and then entered her number. So happy days, that's good. But yeah, look, it's just a really nice thing to do. Like, I'm out after work, I want to go and meet some nice women for dating opportunities, be polite, respectful, honest, and this is just far better for you than swiping on an app or Tinder. It's social, and when I approach a woman, it's because I like her so far as appearance, and I just want to see if there's something there or not. And if there's not, then I'm leaving, within 5 seconds. Again, just being respectful.
Listen here, buddy, you don't need to approach a woman to know if there's something there or not. If you walk past a girl on the street, manage to lock eyes with her, manage to get her to notice you, and if you just give her a bit of a half-cocked smile or even just a bit of a smile, just a close-lip smile, just look her in the eye, give her a close-lip smile, and you'll know right away if she's interested in you. If she kind of looks you up and down, bites her lip, smiles back, locks eyes with you, then you can say, then you can just stop and introduce yourself, ask her out. You don't need to talk for 5 minutes about bullshit. Oh, what do you do for work? I mean, it's just general convo he's having. It's not even traditional pickup stuff. He's not really doing anything, this guy. I'm guessing that's his angle, that, as he said, the effortless pickup, which basically means he can afford to be lazy. That's his angle. Oh, look, it's an effortless pickup. You don't worry about the red pill coaches. You don't worry about he'll be saying, he probably hasn't seen his other videos. The pickup lines, fuck this holding frame and masculinity. And he definitely doesn't have the masculinity, otherwise he'd do something about his gynecomastia. So, he's just another scammer. He's a low-effort PUA dating roach scammer.
At all times. And yeah, it's fun, it's good for you, it's social, and yeah, it's fun,
it's good for you, it's social to go and approach random women in the street. And no, he's not. It's not fun. Every time I've done it, I've actually been shitting myself a little bit. You've got to pump yourself up. You've got all this adrenaline, cortisol. You're frying your limbic system. No wonder people can get actual real trauma from this stuff. You can get PTSD from this stuff without, no word of bullshit. Not like the people that go to war get or anything, but if you go through 5 years of constant rejection, that's going to bloody affect you.
How I go about meeting women for the last 11 years, and so yeah, her number will be deleted. That's my policy. I can't even give it to my cameraman Zeus because he's married. I'm married. So
her number is as useless as tits on a bull, buddy. So you can wipe your ass with it.
I'll just have to delete the number, but that's okay. And we'll keep going. We'll keep being social.
Sorry, I noticed you.
Sorry, I noticed you. Here, this girl definitely has to be a paid
My way to
actress.
the pub.
Breathe in emails.
Oh, I fucking hate this with a passion.
Breathe
I don't
out
know why.
contextual smart.
But you're looking good. So say hello.
Oh, but I'm gonna go to the dinner.
The dinner.
Yeah.
You're on your...
All right, so we've got a curry. We'll be careful what I say. We've got an Asian woman here of
What
Indian
news?
descent. I guess not bad. Looking to kick her out of bed for
Opportune
farting.
moment.
And this one here, we'll go back to she said. She opened him up, which is bullshit. You're not getting opened up unless you chat. So we've got another paid employee here of his.
I'll just have to delete the number, but that's okay. And we'll keep going. We'll keep being
Listen
social.
up.
Sorry, I noticed you.
So she just said, sorry, I noticed you. Okay.
I'm on my way to the pub. You're looking good. So say hello.
Oh, but I'm gonna go to the dinner.
She's going to go to the Dino. Sorry, I do have trouble understanding the Indian accent. I'll try my best here.
The dinner.
Yeah.
You're on your way to the dinner.
Dinner.
Yeah, with my friend.
Oh.
We already booked a table.
Are you paying?
She's nice and cute. What is it with the women in earphones, like headphones? They're all nice cuties. Why can't you stop her? The one in the black vest and with the red sleeve. She'd tell him to go and get fucked straight away. Look at her.
For dinner?
No.
Why not?
Because it's his turn today.
Oh, is it a date?
No, it's not a date.
Oh.
He's just a friend.
It's just a friend.
Yeah.
Well, you look nice, so I had to come over. It's a bit spontaneous, but I was like on my way
He didn't come over. You stop him. He's forgetting the plot to his own fucking stories here.
to the pub, and I thought I want to go see my friend and have a drink.
Okay.
It's been a long day.
Which bar are you going?
The Royal George.
Oh, is it?
It's just up there near the Ivy nightclub.
That's twice in a row that Indian employee of his has just looked at the camera.
Oh, okay.
But it's not the Ivy nightclub.
Because I don't do much clubbing. I only go to establishment.
Fourth time in a row, she's
And
looked,
I
fifth time she's
just
looked at
have
the camera.
some drinks and then we just, make some moves.
Make some moves. Wow. So you're much of a dancer?
Not much.
Sixth, seventh.
Professional one.
Eighth time she's looked at the camera. She's a dead set. I put $1,000 on a paid employee of his to be there. And actually, this time he said, hey, listen, I want you to open me, just to, say you noticed me. Yeah, the fuck.
But, when I hear the music, just
I wish I could,
Okay.
But being an Englishman, if
So
I...
you're from
The UK.
UK? Yeah, I know the accent.
Okay. But as an Englishman, if I dance, people...
Fuck, he's dull and boring. Like, he's not even... He'd be such a bore at the pub having a beer with. Oh, yeah, I'm an Englishman. Just such a boring, monotone fucking voice.
think that I'm sick or ill or there's something wrong with me.
Oh, you're definitely sick or ill, mate, but in the head. Taking advantage of people by fucking scamming them.
Really?
Yes.
Why?
I don't know, Englishmen are not built to dance, whereas in South America, you see,
Yeah.
they're so good at it, aren't they?
They're so good and they do salsa really well. Yeah.
I have
I'm
to
not from South America.
Where are you, India?
No, Nepal.
Nepal? Oh, a good friend of mine is from
Close enough.
Nepal.
But many people guess me from South America, but I'm not from there.
I was going to go South America.
Yeah. They're like, are you from Colombia? Are you from Brazil?
Okay, Nepal. Yeah, I've never been.
She looks Indian to me and sounds Indian, so... But who am I to say where she's from?
I was at a time very into mountaineering, but Everest was too much for me. I think you're asking for death.
The fuck are you climbing in out? Look at the bitch tits on you. You got no body strength.
That's right.
So yeah, I climbed Mont Blanc, which is Europe's highest mountain,
Okay.
and then after that, I'm thinking, yeah, like I want to go even
I
bigger.
also love
A bit of bullshit there, I'd say.
hiking. I do the hiking over here as well.
Yeah.
I recently did Blue Mountain one, and then Royal Nepal.
Mhm.
And in Nepal, I covered only to Mardi Himal. Yeah, I'm thinking to go to one of the base camps this November.
Oh, so you're quite fit and you like to climb.
That's right.
Is that your main thing?
Yeah, I love hiking. I love being in nature.
Good, yeah.
I mean,
Look at the creepy amount of eye contact he's giving. He's just staring her right in the eyes, too. There's nothing natural about this interaction.
It's a good city, Sydney, for nature.
yeah. So you're new here or?
No, 6 years now.
Wow, it's been a long time. For me, it's just like 17 months.
17 months.
Now, that's pretty much a look-snatched couple there in front of them. The Asian-looking lady with the white dress and the doofy bloke there, the tall doofy bloke. If he approached her and got her number and that, yeah, I'd believe that.
I'm on a student visa,
A student visa.
doing MBA and business analytics.
Oh. And so what's the plan to stay?
Probably I will be applying for the management consultant. Yeah,
Okay.
because I will be doing skill assessment and then apply for the PR.
Ah, yes. I did this 6 years ago. I did the 189 visa, skills test. But you do it yourself. But that was hard, like.
I'm an education consultant, by the way, and I know about the visa things, so I do well.
Yeah. They even made the English man do the English test. Can you imagine? Like,
That's right.
I know, they didn't used to.
Crazy.
No. So I revised, though, because some of my English friends failed the English test. This,
Yeah.
you have to practice because, if, although English people think, oh, I can speak English, so I'm not even going to practice. But then if you're not used to the way the exam is,
That's right.
you can fail. And they failed, so I'm like, right, I have to practice. So I did good.
Really?
What's with the holding his hands, putting his hands in his back pockets all the time? I bet you that's something he sells in his course, right? You got to put your hands in your back pockets because that shows you're alpha. You're exposing your stomach, and all your vulnerable organs, so it means you're alpha. They'll have some bullshit like that in there.
Yeah.
Uh,
Oh, next place.
Northern Beaches.
I used to live in Eastern suburbs, Fuji and
That's
Maruba.
this video, how long they get fucking
But I recently moved permanently in Nepal as well. Yeah,
So,
Uh-huh.
so
Okay. I just watched a lot of
Let's go to the
this
next section, it's just going to be more
Oh,
bullshit.
no,
Gets
why
another, the food device.
okay, so yeah, another good one. So pleased with that. Yeah, really nice girl from Nepal, just like Mr. Zeus. So a bit of Nepalese chat, which was good. So yeah, it was good actually because she
Oh, yeah, so Nepalese like his cameraman. It's probably his cameraman's fucking sister.
asked me and I saw her flick her eyes over a few times towards me. So immediately I'm picking up on that as an indicator of interest.
That's probably the only truthful thing he's ever... That's the only thing to take from this. Like always with a woman, and if you get any indicators of interest, then just go up and say good day and ask her out. There's really no need for any kind of small talk. You've already passed the biggest barrier. You passed the looks test. Congratulations. You don't need to fucking sit there for 10 minutes and talk about what you do for work, where you live, where your mum, where your granddad went to school. You don't talk about any of that bullshit. You pass the test, ask her out, and then talk to her later, and just lay that night and go out for tears.
And when I'm walking around, I'm always trying to make eye contact with basically everyone, men, women,
It's
just kind
like
of seeing
a
what's going on. And so yeah, quite
crappy-
tuned into that, and she flicked her eyes over a few times at me, and then I think like a third time when she literally went straight past me. So based on that, it's like, okay, yeah, definitely gonna go here. And she, you know, had a nice pretty complexion. So let's see if she's a nice person. So yeah, ran around, and what was funny was as I was coming around, it's a lovely moment when they're like smiling. They know exactly why you're coming over. It's like they've been busted.
Get your favourite
Oh.
adventures with Shoal Expert Kit 3-1 electronic file 2330.
Like they've been a bit naughty, and you're going to tell them off. So I thought that was very good. And although I think she kind of moved around a bit, which I was initially concerned by, I thought, oh, maybe my approach to it was actually fine. So yeah, it was a good interaction. And then
As if anything you kind of say or do matters. So you have to like everything you say, everything you do, every little move you make has an impact on whether the woman will find you attractive or not. It doesn't, gentlemen, it doesn't. Please, if you're watching this for the first time, if you're not watching it for the first time, you just enjoy the content. But if you're watching it for the first time, check out the other videos. And just you have to realise that all this stuff, PUA and dating roach fucking ideology and that is just one big wank fest. It's just one big scam to make them money.
got onto the topic of drinks and dancing, visas, just normal stuff. Like it's no different to conversations you have with your friends, guys. But obviously, good eye contact, body language, a bit flirty. There was a bit of an energetic vibe there, which was good. In my opinion, definitely some sort of attraction. And then yeah, around the time of it running its course, and it was a bit choppy at points. I was going to call it, but then she ended up basically asking for my number first. That is unusual.
I didn't watch it yet, so she asked me his number, yeah, that's a paid employee. So this prick his whole premises are just kind of go with the flow. If you fuck up, it doesn't really matter too much. Just kind of be yourself. Just walk up and ask him out. And of course, he's got courses and stuff like that too. So of course, you're going to resort to his courses. If you follow this guy and you just do what he says, like, oh, yeah, just go up and talk to them because he shows it working with his paid employees. And you go and do it and it doesn't work for you. You're going to wonder why, so you're going to go back and buy all this stuff and it's still not going to work for you. Spoil alert. But, so this guy has got a unique angle. You know, he's got his own little angle. And let's hope it doesn't end up working for him.
It is unusual, but she went for the close herself. So I said yes, and then we exchanged details, and then she said, oh, Frank, call me now, so I can get your number or something like that. And I'm thinking, oh, I don't want to do that. So anyway, the funny thing is my phone's on airplane mode, so when I tried to save the contact, it wouldn't work. And it is a new phone, genuinely it is. So I just said, oh, got some phone problems, and yeah, that was it. And then yeah, it was good. I was pleased with that. And then yeah, she touched me and grabbed me on the arm as I was leaving, which is always nice to get a good sign of attraction. So that's the second phone number in the Binzus. So this is it. You know, a lot of guys I know in Sydney feel that you can't approach in winter, that there's no opportunities, that there's no nice women, and it's complete crap. And of course there is. And you know.
You hear that, Master Yoda? This guy says, what's your excuse, mate? He's in Sydney, you know, why don't you go out with this bloke and give him the teacher how to do it, mate? It's just an excuse, mate. Plenty of nice women, plenty of, you know, the first three you've seen, you got their numbers, mate, you know, how hard is it, buddy? It's fucking cockhead, mate. He's got no idea, mate, fucking the damage he's causing the guys. By saying that you can learn how to pick up women. What a load of fucking garbage. I've had enough of this bullshit. Oh, please. Go away. How long have I been recording? An hour and 19, fuck me. Oh, I don't know if I'll bother with this idiot anymore. I mean, he's just boring, really. There's a little bit of content there, but he's just not that interesting, to tell you the truth. Well, I look at some of his videos, same shit, different smell. He's got his little unique angle of just it's okay to be a little bit faulty and just, you know, be yourself if you stumble on your words and just, you know, you just got to sort out this natural. What's he saying? Like honest dating, honest approaches. You know, just go up and be, you know, a little bit flimsy and flumsy and no. Don't creep. Well, don't go in and do this shit if you don't want to creep. Actually, I will watch this one 9 days ago. This is the last one I'm going to watch. How to approach a girl without being creepy.
Excuse me, sorry, I'm a bit cheeky. I'm just on my way to the park, I think.
Yeah, that's pretty much going to be your best case scenario if you go and cold approach women in public. They just kind of like put their hand up or ignore you, tell you to go away.
No, nothing. How to approach girls without being creepy.
I've got a really good answer to this. If you want to approach women without being creepy, be good looking. Oh, shit. Well, revelation.
So maybe you're watching this because you've done a few approaches recently and the reaction from women was horrific. They were looking at you
I think most men that cold approach women have reactions from them.
terrified, scared, weird, creeped out. It's
As they should be.
just that awful look that we do not want to receive from women, and you've been getting that a lot in your approaches, and you feel terrible afterwards, and you don't know what to do or how to fix this. So in this video, I'm going to share my technique that I use, where you get positive reactions from women, where they really like what you're about and what you're doing, rather than creeping them out. Now, before we get into that, if you'd like to learn the basic foundation
Here we go, plug.
and stones for all things approaching, then you can by accessing the first module of my brand new Cold Approach Mastery course, which is entirely free, and all you need to do is click the link in the description and access it now. Okay, so
Fuck you, you scamming piece of fucking shit. Hope no one buys your course. I hope you get arrested and go to fucking jail. That's my honest opinion.
how do you prevent a creeped out reaction from women when you approach? You need
You need to be good looking. That's it. What do you expect more from me? You got to be good looking.
3 things for every approach that you do. So the first thing that you need
You need looks, height, and money. That's what you need.
is good distance, okay? Many guys, when they approach, they go in there like a sidewinder missile and explode on impact, getting way too close before they even begin their verbals. So when you are making the approach, you need a good distance.
Oh, so that's why I've been getting rejected for the last 20 years. Not because I don't find it attractive, but because I wasn't exactly 2.3, 2.56 the pair of Pythagoras square meters away from them. Oh.
Before you are starting to get her attention.
It's a glorified yag stuff. Fuck off.
And I'm talking 3 meters, 2 meters, 1.5 meters max.
Oh, which is it? Only one of them can be right, because you're going to tell us that we're wrong. If we approached at the wrong fucking trajectory and telemetry, and the wrong distance, it's going to be our fault. I mean, that's your whole what's that bloody shtick? That's your whole shtick, isn't it?
But generally 2 to 3 meters away when you are making that stop, okay? You do not want to get really close and then begin your verbal.
Tell that to Yad. He walks, he does like a little bit of a U-turn in front of him and he puts his hand on your chest. Are you saying Yad's wrong? Are you saying Yad is wrong? Indeed.
There are lots of different types of stop that you can do that you'll find on this channel, but you need good distance when you are making your approach. This goes hand in hand with technique 2, which is sound, okay? This is the most important thing. She needs to hear you.
Have a look at the fucking prancing he's doing. Look at him. He's like a little puffy ballerina. Look at him. Hello, I just had to stop you and tell you how good you are. What an absolute fossil. I hope guys aren't believing this stuff anymore, you know. It's a time of recording, 2025, nearly 2026. Surely this shit here has been debunked enough that guys, which they probably aren't really, but guys should not be listening to it. It is fucking bullshit. Have a look at this too.
Coming along before she then sees you. So typically when you do an approach, a girl is walking along thinking about her day like we've got here in Martin Place, and she may have headphones in, or she may just be a million miles away in her mind.
If you listen, Marcy, to get your ass down to Martin Place and you just like a slap in the head.
And she's not even going to know what's about to happen. So sound is the first thing that she's going to hear from you coming along. And so you need to have your stopping verbals. These are the things that you say when you're stopping her, such as, hey, sorry, can I just say something? Can I be a bit cheeky?
He said sorry, but mystery and style and guys say never be apologetic. Never say sorry for interrupting. That's masculine. Dating roaches say that too. You can't say sorry, because that means you're not holding frame and you're getting them all about. Which is it, guys? Tell me how to attract women.
1 second, can I just tell you something really quickly? You need to be clear, loud, and proud. Okay, that's what I say to the clients here in Sydney. And you want to be
So you say your stands and differences in Sydney.
starting your verbals around 2 to 3, even 4 meters away when you're running around or jogging into the approach. So getting the sound right is key, because that's the first thing she's going to hear. She's going to hear you before she sees you. So when she hears you, she's going to go looking for you. And if you are an appropriate distance, which is technique 1, then she's going to be like, ah, okay, I now know what's going on.
Yeah, she hears you and then she sees you and notices you're a sub 5 and it's fucking game over.
If she hears you and then turns, and you are literally right there, whoa, she's going to be up in these trees here like a scared cat. So good sound. So we've got good distance, good sound. And the third thing is confidence. Now, you're not...
Ah, that old chestnut. Confidence. She's not confident enough, guys. She's not confident in you. Confidence. You know, when Chad approaches and he's fumbling his words, it's just, you know, cute, shy, mysterious, and nerdy. You know, Chad can be cocky, he can be fucking sad, he can be depressed. It doesn't matter. If you pass the looks test, all you have to do is not say anything stupid, and the rest takes care of itself. Humans have been dating and mating for fucking thousands of years, hundreds of thousands, before these dickheads came along. It was a scam, gentlemen. It was a scam. It doesn't work. Many people like me, many channels like mine, prove these guys wrong. Please don't fall for it. So let's hear what he has to say about confidence.
You're going to feel confident when you're approaching and starting off. And the third thing is confidence. Now, you're not going to feel confident when you're approaching and starting off.
You're not going to feel confident if you're not successful. You can only be confident if you're successful. And that's just how it works. You can't work that. Piss off, Captain. You can't do it. It doesn't work in the opposite.
Guys don't, I never did. But one thing you can do to mitigate this in the early days is by smiling, okay? Just a normal smile, a low-key smile as you are coming in with the distance.
Get down. Stop.
And sound is going to really help put her at ease, because when she sees you and hears you and there's a nice smile there, she's going to think, oh, you know, this is not threatening, this is nice, or this guy's going to...
It doesn't work that way, mate. If a sub 5 woman approaches a man, she's going to feel threatened, she's going to feel creeped out, awkward and uneasy. It's just how it is.
Tell me something nice, okay? It really sets the
Something's happened with the sound here. It's affected you.
context.
Oh, right. Trying to touch you. Alright, I think I fixed that sound problem. Hope you didn't hear it, but if you did, let's see.
Creeping her out. When you're nervous, and when I was nervous and I started approaching back in 2013, I had a terrified death stare, and I was...
If you're not nervous when you're approaching women, then you must be narcissistic or psychopathic, because it's normal. It's a normal feeling to be a little bit nervous, a little bit wary when you're approaching a woman. Just how it is. It's in biology for a good reason.
was going in like a rocket, and lo and behold, women were reacting very badly. They were stepping away, terrified, and it didn't matter what I said beyond there because they were gone. Okay, so distance, good distance, sound. Let's hear you coming along, and 3, the smile to cover off that confidence in the early days. And if you do this enough, then you'll start to feel far more relaxed and be.
You won't get to the point of doing it enough because you'll get rejected that many fucking times. You'll just give up. That ain't gonna happen for you guys. What? Oh, same shit, different stuff. This guy's just got a different angle. Honest approaching. You know, don't. You know, just go kind of be yourself. Faults and all. It doesn't really matter. And what a fucking idiot, right? He's just jumped on the scamming bandwagon like everyone else has recently, and he's trying to make a couple of bucks for it. He's realised there's enough suckers out there. They'll pay him a couple of grand for a weekend course and buy all his shit. You think this guy genuinely wants to go out there and help men? No, he doesn't give a fuck about your money. He just wants your money. They're scum of the earth, these dickheads. They are the scum of the earth.
More natural. Now, bonus tip, bonus piece of advice really is that when you're starting off with this, you're still going to feel pretty terrified, pretty awkward, and those vibes are going to be getting into your interactions, which will make a mess of things. There is nothing you can do except to rack up the number of approaches 1 to 200 before you then start to feel a bit.
Yeah, gents, first 200 is just the warm up.
A bit more normal and a bit more relaxed because you're saying and doing the same things, and you're having the same conversations with women. So to feel less awkward and less terrified, and you know that these vibes are getting into.
You reckon Chad needs to talk to 200 women before one of them will sleep with him?
To the interaction. The only way to mitigate that is by doing loads of approaches. You'll then start to feel normal and relaxed. But if
no, I've done loads of approaches and I still felt, you know, nervous and stuff doing it. Something still felt really wrong and cringy and awkward about doing it. That's just what it was.
you have good distance, good sound, and good confidence or good smile, then this is going to go a huge way into not creeping a girl out. Now,
what's going to go a huge way to not creeping a girl out is if you're a good-looking guy and approach her once she's given you choosing signals to do so.
Finally, again, if you would like to learn the basics of specifically what it is that you say step by step.
You can't learn the basics all your advanced stuff. You can't learn how to be attractive. You can't learn how to pick up women.
In these interactions with women, then what you need to do is access the first module of my brand new Cold Approach Mastery course, and you can click the link in the description.
That's enough, this dickhead.
What if you can create your own website? I say,
Shut
this is what I
up.
want. With Wix.
We'll go back to his little page. I hate these videos that play a
Leader
on someone's
of
channel.
Assyrian's navy.
Yeah, typical PUA scumbag just trying to take your money. The only thing he's going to do is separate you from your hard-earned money. Free access to master cold approach in 7 days. Bullshit, bullshit, wank, wank, wank. Yeah, just another one of these fucking wankers to stay away from. So, yeah, he's just one of the usual suspects. He's got he's just got they've all got their own label, you know, because they have to be to really stand out. But they all do the same. He's the same as the other guys. They pay people to be there. Try to tell you looks don't matter. You know, confidence is the key, which we all know it doesn't matter how confident you are. If you don't pass the looks test, you're knackered. And then he's going to try to sell you pick-up lines and how to master cold approaching in 7 days. Okay. These scams got taken to task, got taken to court, and punished to the fullest extent of the law. I might even go for a holiday. A little holiday to bloody Sydney. He hangs around Martin Place, so I'll find out where that is. And I just might approach this guy and just have a little man-to-man conversation with him. On camera, so of course, all my videos. I might just see, yeah, just want to meet him and just talk to him about what he does and take it from there, really. Anyway, I'm going to leave this one here. This has been going on for a while. Nearly an hour and a half, so I'll leave this one here. Thanks for watching, thanks for listening. Apparently you've got to do this to get subscribers, so like and share, subscribe and all that bullshit. At the point of recording this, I'm nearly at 100. I'm 2 off 100, so if you like this stuff, I wouldn't mind seeing triple digits. But if not, I don't give a shit. I don't want to force you to do it. You either like this stuff or you don't.
Who can
I'd rather have
brave
genuine
the
subs than forced
hostile
subs. So.
waters?
Anyway, thanks for listening. I'll see you in the next one.
Who seeks me? Let us share a glass of wine while we discuss your message. You require assistance?
You've got interesting tech. What's a network? Say tree as
Problems to solve.
Well, hello there, people. It's been a little while since I made a video, and I was scrolling on YouTube, and this tough spot here.
nice little leadership buff. Ooh, and I can give them all. Nice. Do I want to give them armor to all my units, or do I want to give them all DPS? So, I'd rather go this way.
The Sea Patrol needs augmentation.
Not this, officer.
Standing orders. Quite.
Hey there, people. So, how was everyone's New Year's Eve? Good? No, mine was pretty shitty. Of course it was, I'm an inkwell. Of course it was shitty. time of year is always shitty for a lot of people, especially me. Don't like Christmas too much. New Year's, these are the kind of holidays where you're meant to be spending them with someone you love, or kids if you've got them. And I don't got them. And you just feel lonely as fuck. On top of that too, I'm feeling useless too at a lot of things. I've been playing a lot of guitar lately, and trying to learn songs, and I'm making mistakes and not playing as good as I should, so it's one of the things where now I think I'm a piece of shit useless musician now, even though I've been playing for about 25 years. And, I just think I should be playing a lot better. I should be able to pick up songs a lot quicker, all that stuff. Also, it doesn't help that when you go on social media or see 10-year-old kids who can play better than me, unless it's AI, which I don't think it is. You've got these 10 to 15-year-old kids who can play 10 times quicker and flawlessly. And that got me really thinking about how social media has fucked up the standards to which we hold ourselves when we're trying to learn something or when you're half good at something. Back in the day before social media, before internet, you just had to be decent at something for you to stand out in your immediate area. Say for instance, guitar, if you could play a few chords and just do a little bit of a riff in front of the crowd, people would think you're amazing. Now the standard, for guitar playing is astronomical. It is you comparing yourself to the best in the whole world. And it's the same with anything, same with singing, the same with juggling, it can be anything at all, the same with bricklaying, woodworking. Social media is really, really bad for making you feel like a useless piece of shit. And it's what it does to women as well, because they see, an average 4 out of 10 Becky or whatever with a rich Chad. And they think, oh, hey, I deserve that, I should be that good. But no, you're comparing yourself to not only the best in the world that are posting, but they're genetic superior. Just like with me in guitar playing, I'm comparing myself to being genetically just superior, with the most propensity to be good at it. And now I think I'm shit, but I'm not. The people that don't play, I probably sound brilliant. Yeah, standards in social media are really, really, really bad for your self-esteem, really bad for depression and shit like that as well. That's just my personal story. As I said, back to women and stuff, that's how come they're not hurting me through it. That's how come my standard for my guitar playing is through it. If I can't play an intricate piece perfectly, I'm not happy. But I never used to be this bad, so I can kind of understand where that, tying it into all my channels and all that stuff, interactions and dynamics. Now I can kind of see where they get that hyperbole from, because that's all they're seeing. That is the new standard. 9 is the standard of the average guy with the average job and the average life, and N is the standard of the 6'5" rich millionaire that can take her holidays 5 times a year. Not like a 3-bedroom house doesn't do anymore. No, it's like a 7-bedroom, 3-bathroom house. And even guys, for our bodies and stuff, like we go online, we see all these, genetically, naturally gifted people, whether it's on roids or not, doesn't really matter. You've got to have the genetic base to build muscle anyway. So we've seen all these ripped guys, and then we think we're useless pieces of shit just because not fat, just because you've got just that little bit of guts, which is natural for people that hopefully in this day and age. So I personally wouldn't give a fuck if the internet disappeared tomorrow. I grew up in a time where we didn't have it. All we had was phones. Even I feel like probably in my early to mid-20s, we just had basic phones. You could play little fucking 4-bit, 3-bit games on them, like Snake and all that shit. Snake and, I don't know what else, that's all I had an iPhone, one game. And we actually called each other up and met up and hung out and just walked around and you just hung out all day. If you weren't working, you'd go and hang out. I really fucking hate what this world's become thanks to social media and the internet. It's fuck life. Fuck life for so many people, except the people at the top. They can kind of get whatever they want anyway. For the average like woman and the average guy, it's fucked it. Never mind with skills like guitar and stuff like that, even just with dating, as I've always said on this channel, pre like 2010, 2008, I could actually do okay, and other average guys like me could do alright. We had skin in the game, now we've fucking nothing. Fuck even sub-5 could do alright back in the day. They could play nothing, every couple of years I'd see a sub-5 and they'd find a girlfriend. Yeah, she was his looks match, but fucking hey, better than nothing. There really is now a world of mog or demob. You're either going to mog someone with skills, mog with height, mog with looks, mog with money. If you don't have that, you're fucked. Good luck trying to get ahead. Good luck trying to find happiness, because the standards of happiness are the absolute elite, best in the world. No matter what you're trying to do or get good at, could be painting, could be any kind of a hobby, any kind of a skill, you're always going to get mocked into fucking oblivion and feel like shit. Unless you're in the top 1%, 0.1% elite, but no matter what. This fucking sucks. The internet can go for fucking internet out there.
Aislinn!
There's an unrealistic standard you've got to combat. Always a standard. Different for every person, but geez, it's just so hard to feel content within yourself nowadays. Said there's just so much. The bar's just so high. It doesn't have to be like that. I know it doesn't have to be like that. I just get like this sometimes. And sometimes you just think that stuff, you think you're useless, you get that imposter syndrome, that you're wasting your time, that you don't have what it takes and all this kind of shit.
Yeah.
I used to play in a band and play gigs and have great feedback, but I still think I'm shit. You know, there might be just a personality trait of mine.
Orders received. Without fail.
From the vitamin D tablets, I'm taking all my vitamins and stuff at the moment. You can be doing it, or you can stop talking for a bit, that's what I'm doing.
Rush forth to battle!
Certain no longer is the bar of excellence or the bar of being good just in your little local social group. No, now the bar is the entire world.
Company of the
What I've got to take away from this is that, yes, don't compare yourself to the elite genetically gifted, and all these people that are posting their skills, doesn't matter what skill it is, could be anything. All these people that are posting videos aren't just doing it on the one page. It could be 150th page. They're doing something that they're posting and putting their fucking who knows. But it is hard when you
On the lookout.
see nothing but perfection on the internet. You never used to see that. Once again, it's hard on the ego more than anything else, and it's okay to have an ego, as long as it's not too big. I've always knew that before, that it's okay to be a little bit selfish. You need to be a little bit selfish and have a bit of an ego in this life to get ahead. So I'm going to put the shit to myself because I'm not as good as I think I should be. Even though I've been told I'm very good. I know I'm shit at other fucking skills, which I don't do anymore. It's just a thing. It doesn't really matter what it is you do. It's easy to get discouraged when you're trying to learn a new skill or a hobby. It could be anything like shipbuilding or anything that involves a bit of skill and a bit of talent. You might be very talented in some area, but you think you're shit because you're comparing yourself to like the 7 people in the world that are just absolutely naturally gifted and brilliant at whatever it is you're trying to do. And the point of this whole video is to not be that way. Do something because you enjoy it and makes you happy. Monetize it if you can, and if you want. But you know, that's when you really start to judge yourself when you're monetizing something. And if you're not a narcissistic or have any psychopathy, you're going to think you're not that good sometimes. If you're, I guess, in a way, lucky enough to not be one of these people that are just think your shit doesn't stink, you're not, this video isn't for you. But if you're the kind of person that can get discouraged, if you're getting a bit of positive feedback from people around you, then you're obviously doing okay at whatever you're doing. If you're enjoying it, you're having fun, that's really all that matters at the end of the day. You don't have to be up there with the best of the best in whatever it is that you're doing. It could be driving, it could be teaching, it could be guitar, it could be painting, it could be your work, whatever you do for work. Just know that it's a really fucked time that we live in where you naturally compare yourself to the best people. Humans have always done that, but the best people have been like, maybe the 50 people in our social group before social media took off. Now it's the best in the world. So it's easy to think that you've got no talent or you're useless shit at something. Just like, looks has been blown out of absolute fucking proportion where, with the female hypergamy, they don't want their looks match anymore. Before social media, women were happy enough with their looks match. Yes, they always wanted to date up, but they were happy enough with their looks match. Now it's not. Now it's got to be the top. And nothing. So the internet, while it's done some good, has really done a lot of shit too. It's really done a lot of fucking shit, a lot of harm to the human psyche, to the human species. We haven't evolved quick enough for the level of technology that we have on this planet. And it's going to be our undoing it. We're going to fuck ourselves up because of it.
Aislinn.
Taking some tablets hang on. No, I'm not taking B pills. I'm taking daily. Visual.
That is not warranted.
Oh, I basically just came on here for the rant.
All hands to station.
And I've had my rant.
Raise anchors.
As of the day of recording of this, it is
A legend
New Year's Day,
in the
2026, New Year's Day, here in Australia.
The Navy demands
So-
fresh recruits.
The next video I'm going to post is probably a Q&A video asking you to
I
write
guess I could
questions
do
and comments
it now that I don't know.
in the
You
comment section.
guys.
Don't do it on this video because I'll probably miss it. Give it a day or two, I'll post that and then give it about a week to see how many questions you get.
You fail.
Haven't done one for about a year. Haven't done one on this channel actually yet, so I'll do that. I'm looking forward to doing that. So this is all I've got to say on this matter. Hope you got something out of it. So I know I enjoy making these little videos and getting things off my chest. So I'll catch you in the next one. Goodbye.
You know what? I probably should. I should do that next startup. Just in the late game.
Ah, summons. My standards are exact.
Okay, these ones have shields.
A darkness is spreading.
Oh, do I have 30 influence? Fuck, 30 influence and it's all guard. Oh, okay, these are the 30 influence. This is really good. Oh, wow. Got a lot of power, son.
Hello there, people, ladies and gentlemen. This
Projection artist, that's hilarious.
here we go again, ladies, gents. When you know there's another one of these PUA cockroaches. That's basically what they are. They just seem to appear coming out of nowhere. Here we have a this bloke here seems pretty new on the scene, Gus Olsen. 2.5k subs. Oh mate, you just decided to get on board with the PUA grift.
It's a
And
dragon
it's just one of the
ship.
things that just pop up. They're just starting to pop up everywhere now. Because I watch them and react to them, they probably think I'm interested in actually watching this stuff and buying their shit. So of course he's got one-on-one workshops and he's got dating guides, which you all know are bullshit, they don't work. The only real way to attract a lady, especially in this modern age, is with your looks, and if you don't have the looks, I'm sorry, bad luck. Better luck next life, pal. So I thought I'd watch this one and react to it appropriately. This one here is entitled How to Win Her Attention in the First 3 Seconds. And let me guess, it's going to be nothing to do with looks, money or status. I'm going to make a little prediction here, it's going to have nothing to do with them 3 things. So, I'll full screen it without further ado. We'll listen to what this idiot has to say, and as usual, I'll interject when I see fit. So, let's see.
Here's something most guys don't want to hear. A girl usually decides if she's interested in you before she even hears what you have to say.
Now, what he says there is 100% true. A girl will make up her mind in a 13th of a second whether she's interested in you and finds you attractive or not. And what causes that? Your looks. I really hate sounding like a broken record by saying this all the time, but it really is make or break. If a girl doesn't like your looks, it is game over, and there's nothing you can do about it. I learned that through years and years of getting rejected, following all these rejection artists' advice, and discovering the BP in about 2013, 2014, I discovered it, then 2015, 2016, it started to take off a fair bit more. But yeah, what these guys are saying makes absolutely no difference. If anything, it's just going to hinder you. Even if Chad starts using all these stupid, corny pick-up lines and routines and things, he's going to look like a dickhead and scare the chick off too. So, yeah, you are right in that, but you're wrong about what's going to be the cause of it. Let's see.
Not because of your looks.
Not because of your looks.
If she's interested in you before she even hears what you have to say. Not because of your
Not because of your looks. You hear that, ladies and gentlemen? You know, maybe the BP's been wrong all these years. You doubt it. Typical PUA grifter trying to sell guys falsely. No, your looks don't matter. It doesn't matter if you're bald. Doesn't matter if you're short. No, all that matters is what you say. It'll be some typical PUA bullshit he gets into. He'll go on to say something about the way you stand or the way you look, how you dress, what time of the day, what astrological sign you are, with some absolute bullshit. Let's see what he says.
looks, not because of your pickup line, but because of how you show up in the first 3 seconds. So in this video, I'll break down the 5 rules that explain why some guys hold attention effortlessly and why other guys lose it instantly. And
Why is this guy whispering? Has he got some big secret that he's not telling you or something? Well, we all know what kind of big secret a lot of these PUAs carry around. A lot of them enjoy batting for the other team, if you know what I mean.
Tips is you'll never approach women the same way again.
Well, I don't approach any woman unless she gives me the green light to do so, by giving me choosing signals, and that is very, very few and far between. So, no, watching this will not change my rate of approaching.
Rule number 1, attention is earned with body language, not with words. Most guys get it wrong.
Well, that's wrong. Attention is earned by attraction. If you don't meet at least the minimum looks threshold of the lady you're interested in, game over, move on to the next one. Nothing you can do or say is going to change her mind of you. It's already made up. Women are extremely harsh when it comes to rating men on their looks, and if you don't meet that mark, it is game over. It's time to try again with someone different. They only want the best number 1 Copper Supremo male genetics to be passed on with their genetics, and if you don't meet that threshold, you're out. There is no compassion or empathy involved. It is a simple biological transaction. You're out, and they couldn't care less about you. If you don't believe me, go back to a previous video that I made about how women, how a part of a woman's brain literally sees sub-5 men. There's no more than objects, trash on the ground, a park bench, a trash can, a car bumper. The same part of the area of the brain lights up when they look at unattractive men than they look at objects. They have no sympathy or empathy for us. And no, not all women are pricks and see you next Tuesdays about this kind of thing. A lot of them can be, personable and friendly and stuff, but yeah, if you're not at least a mildly attractive guy, it's basically over. Good luck to you.
Think attention is earned with words, so they overthink the line. They try to say something clever, but in reality, in the first few seconds, she's not even processing your words. She's reading your body language.
Well, she's reading your looks. That's what she's looking. A woman will know in 30 milliseconds to 13th of a second whether she wants you to approach her and talk to her. If you ain't getting the green light to do it, don't do it, because you're going to catch yourself a case.
Your posture, your eye contact, and if your body language is hesitant, it doesn't matter how good that line is.
So these fuckwits here try to scam you into thinking that whether or not a woman is attracted to you is something that you're in control over, and it's not. You have no control over this. There's nothing that you can do to sway their opinion. All you can do is, before you go out, just look smacks a bit, comb your hair if you've got it, if you're lucky enough to have it, dress nice, put some good cologne on if you've got a beard, style it, and all that stuff.
Incendiary, that's a good
looking
one.
your best, and hope that you pass the looks test. That's all you can do. There's nothing else you can do. There's no course or anything that these dickheads here can sell you that's going to increase your chances other than look smacking, other than going out and hoping a girl likes the look of you. And yes, after you pass, if you pass to the basic looks test, yes, you've got to be confident, you've got to know how to hold a conversation, but most of you guys out there, you can do that. You do it at work, you do it on the phone, your friends and your family. You do it when you're out and about all the time. There's no big secret to this. Men and women have been hooking up, pair bonding, and having babies for hundreds of thousands of years. There's 8 billion people on this planet for a reason, and it's not because of these dickheads.
Yes. So what do you do instead? You get her attention with your presence. You stop her fully in front of her. You stand upright. You make strong eye contact. And then you keep the words simple, something like,
I paused at the right time. You didn't know anything. I'll show you. Look, mate, you can have a 5'2", fat, building sub-5 guy have all the confidence in the world. Have, he's rehearsed his pickup lines 200 times in the mirror that day before he went out. And he can approach any woman, whether she's a Stacey or a Becky or just an average woman or even a below average. That doesn't matter. It's going to make no fucking difference whatsoever. Because that unattractive guy is not even going to be given a chance to show his personality.
Plus
As I said in the 30th millisecond, you're subconscious of a clock. This bloke's a sub-5. He's unattractive. Get rid of him. We don't want to part-time gender. So you're out before you're in. It doesn't. I hate how they try to make you believe that you've actually got some control over the interaction. You can, as another good anti-PUA YouTuber, Master Yoda says, push the right emotional buttons to elicit a positive response. You can't do that. It's impossible to do that. The only thing that pushes the right emotional buttons is if you're tall, full head of hair, and good looking.
Excuse me, sorry. I just saw you there. You seemed very nice. Let's say hello. That line by itself is nothing special, honestly.
No, it's not nothing special. It's not bad, it's not better, it's not good. Once again, it all comes down to your looks. They are looking at your face before they are listening to what you have to say. And for a lot of guys out there, especially the true sales out there, it's over before it's begun.
But what makes it work is how
it doesn't work. You're a PUA scammer.
you deliver. Calm voice, no rush, no need to prove anything really. And if you win the first 3 seconds with your body language, everything after that becomes much, much easier. Rule number 2, emotion beats information. Most guys talk to women like they're filling out a form. Where are you from? What do you do? How long do you live there? That's just information, and that information.
Well, that information is perfectly normal conversation, isn't it? Like, what do you do for work? Oh, how long have you lived there? Any brothers and sisters? Now, the difference is, a sub-5 goes up to a girl and asks her them questions. She's going to be giving him a simple, eye daggers, dirty look. Her eyes are going to be darting everywhere, but looking at him, not looking him in the eye, giving him one-word responses, just giving you complete disinterest. Now, on the other hand, Chad comes up to her and says, oh, how you going? What's your name? What do you do? Where'd you live? Where'd you grow up? Any brothers and sisters? Any hobbies? She's going to be absolutely enthralled and love every second of it.
Doesn't hold attention in the beginning. Early on, information is almost useless. What holds attention, though, is emotion. Teasing, playfulness, challenging her a little, creating some kind of...
More PUA, psychobabble bullshit, playfulness, push, pull, teasing, active disinterest, 2 steps forward, 1 step back type thing. That's all bullshit that they can then turn around and make out that you've done something wrong. When you write this guy back after you've bought his course for a few $100 no doubt, and you say, hey buddy, I've been doing this for a couple of months now, I'm not getting any results, what's wrong, what am I doing wrong? And then he'll just tell you, oh yeah, look, you didn't open with enough emotion, you didn't push pull enough, you didn't playfully tease enough, that's where you're going wrong. What's that? Nah, it's not the fact that you're a normal 7 and you're only 20 years old, 5'2", women love short kings.
Well,
You're an ethnic soul, that doesn't mean nothing, that's just a limiting belief. Which they that's another one of their PUA scam, psychobabble bullshit things, limiting beliefs, where they make out that it's not because you're 5'2", overweight and bald, it's the fact that you believe that that's a negative thing. That's why it's affecting you. If you believe that was a positive thing, you're getting positive results. It doesn't work that way. Never has, never will.
Contrast. So my girl tells me she's from Italy. Most guys go fully punch. Oh, nice. Italy, I love pizza. Dead conversation.
It's only a dead conversation if you're a sub-5.
Instead, you want to create an emotional reaction.
You are Italian?
Well, if you're sub-5 and you approach someone, a girl who's giving you the green light, you will create some emotion. That emotion will be discussed.
But you are a very spicy woman because you're Italian.
If a conversation feels dead, it's because
I reckon in that clip that woman was laughing at him, not laughing at his joke. She's laughing at how cringy and stupid it is.
you're not adding emotion. Emotion is what makes someone lean in. Information comes later. Rule number 3, pattern interrupts create attraction. Every viral video breaks a pattern. Something changes, something unexpected.
Here's a pattern interrupted, just interrupted your pattern to tell you you're full of shit. He's trying to, it's just same shit difference now with all these guys, you know. They all have their little angles that they use. I still don't know why this guy's whispering. He's got rogue, they're a real good Aussie like that he's using.
50%. That could be big.
I don't know why he's whispering. He has to be a closet homo, this bloke.
Happens, and your brain wakes up. That's why you keep watching. And dating works the same way. Most guys follow the same script: polite, predictable, save compliments, standard questions, basically being in an interview mode. And the problem is not that these things are quote unquote wrong. The problem is that
They're not quote unquote wrong. They're wrong if you're a sub 5, if you don't pass the looks test. You pass the looks test, there's nothing wrong with just saying whatever comes to your mind as long as you don't be a dickhead or overtly sexual. In the beginning, you're going to do just fine.
has heard them thousands of times already. So when you do the same thing, she already knows what's coming. There's nothing
dedication,
special,
yeah.
no spike in attention, no reason for her to lean in, and that's why you need to interrupt the pattern. Now, pattern interrupt doesn't mean being rude or saying something weird or something random just to shock her. You don't need to insult her.
So you just cut her off, do you? She's in the middle of telling you something, you just cut her off and just start spouting some kind of push-pull, playful flirting or some other crap you're trying to sell. Is that what you got to do?
You just need to be unexpected while staying grounded.
You're like very immersed in your thoughts.
Absolute
You're like meditating with your music.
+5.
You had a very long day.
Yes.
I can tell. It's Monday.
Well, yeah, you can tell. But
Typical PUA, JBW, Maxine. A lot of these street approaches involve them approaching someone from, you know, a different ethnicity, which of course increases the JBW's value. And it's either that or they're paid models, one or the other. And look, like I said before, this guy, I'm not going to really go in and rate him too much. He's around about that normie 5 out of 10 range. So even when I was going out doing this back in the day, I could quite often, if I approach enough women, I could get a little bit of small talk happening and leave with their number, but the number always died. And it was a fake number, or they'd lose interest very quickly. Why? Because they weren't initially attracted to me. And if they were probably, being me, how I was, 6'1", 120 kilo, big, gym guy, they were probably frightened of me to tell me no. So they said, oh yeah, well, I'll entertain this bloke, give him your number, or give him a fake number, and then ghost him or give him some bullshit reason why I can't meet up with him. But yeah, all these approaches are all crap. They're all bullshit.
you're tired?
You look very tired. No, but like in a good way, you know.
Think about it.
I mean, what kind of Shakespearean poetic magic sentence is saying, oh, you look tired, not in a bad way? I mean, he's not even teaching you fucking pick-up lines. He's saying he's teaching you how to talk, and he's just saying stupid shit. You have to be a fucking idiot to believe these idiots in this modern day. It's absolute shit.
But this girl has heard the "you're pretty" line thousands of times her whole life, but she's never been told by a guy that she just met that she looks tired. Her brain goes, wait, what? What did you say? And that moment of surprise is
So you've insulted her. Surprise is attention. No,
attention. And
no, that's negative attention. Please, gentlemen, don't listen to any of this shit. Don't go and do what this guy says. If you want to get a harassment case or get punched up by some local blokes, go and do it. But if you don't do it.
attention is the path to attraction. Of course, there's a small risk that she could take it the wrong way, but
No, there's more than a small risk. There's a big risk. She can take it the wrong way, and you'll be in very, very fucking deep hot water.
here's the truth: if you play it safe all the time, you will get safe results, and safe results usually means nothing happens. Rule number 4: pacing is more important than the content. And this one is kind of insane when you really think about it. You can have two guys
So I think
saying exactly the
dedicated
same words,
math
the same
one
lines,
does
same
suck.
content,
It just
and one
doesn't
guy
give
gets
enough.
completely different reactions, amazing reactions.
Yeah, I'll believe that. And that's the second thing he says. It's true.
The
If that guy
casualty
is sub 5 to Chad, Chad's going to get completely different reactions and emotion. An amazing reaction. Of course he is. Sub 5, mate.
While the other guy gets no reactions or very bad reactions. And the difference is
Chad and sub 5.
not the words, it's the pacing. Good
let's
pacing
look at
means
this
pauses.
still
It means changing the tempo. It means letting moments land instead of rushing through them. And what do most guys do? They just
Oh, that could be
letting moments
good,
land instead of
Cable.
rushing through them. And what do most guys do? They just talk super fast. They talk in one speed. When they're nervous, they're in a rush. When they're comfortable, they're sort of flat. And that completely kills attention. So what you want to do instead is you want to slow down, speak slower, enunciate your words.
Makes no fucking difference whatsoever. No difference. As I've said in all the other videos, if this is the first one you watch, I'll say it again. If you want to go out and pick up women, I'll be your dating coach, okay?
I didn't
Look
think
as
well,
much as you
that's
can,
cool.
dress as much as you can. Even wear shoeless if you want. Walk around, lock eyes with women, and wait until you lock eyes with one that actually locks eyes with you back, gives you a little bit of a look up and down, a little bit of a smile, a bit of a lip bite. You'll know. If a chick's interested in you in any way, shape or form, you're going to get some choosing signals, and that is your cue to approach. If you don't get any choosing signals, you don't approach. You lock eyes with 500, 1,000, 2,000 women, that's not a case of 2,000 women as a warm-up. Lock eyes with 2,000 women and you don't get any choosing signals. I'm sorry, mate, I don't want to tell you, but you're just not an attractive guy.
Change the rhythm.
This one is probably going to be
Most
better
importantly,
now.
hold eye contact while you're doing it. Take a simple line. There's a big difference between saying, hey, I saw you over there and I had to say hi, versus saying, hey, I saw you over there and I had to say hi. Pause, eye contact, you look quite nice. Same words, completely different effect. And that pause, that tempo shift, that moment where you just hold the eye contact, that's what makes it work. So don't just memorize the lines. Don't obsess over what to say. You've got to master pacing. And finally, rule number 5 is that mystery beats over
Mystery, don't talk to me about mystery. Don't get me started on that prick.
sharing. A viral video never explains everything up front. It opens up loops. And dating works exactly the same way.
Now, here's another piece of shit, stupid advice. I'll look at roaches and PUAs, I'll tell you. Try to be deep, dark and mysterious. If a sub 5 guy tries to be deep, dark and mysterious with a woman, he's just going to come across as creepy and dangerous. It's not the same as when Chad does it. It's not brooding and mysterious and all that shit that's in the romance novels. No, it's creepy. You're going to creep them out and quite, potentially get the police call on you. It doesn't work, buddy. It doesn't work, and you know it. I can't believe these dickheads here can, with a straight face and sleep at night, sell guys lies. That's what really upsets me the most about these idiots. They will, with a straight face, sell you something they know is bullshit.
Most guys overshare way too early. They dump their whole life story, their philosophy, their trauma, their 5 years plan. And once you do that, there's nothing left for her to be curious about. If you give her all that information, she has no reason to lean in, no reason to ask further questions, no reason to stay hooked. So you want to reveal yourself slowly. Give her interesting pieces, not the full picture. Leave gaps, leave breadcrumbs. So instead of saying I studied in the US when I was 14 in the city of this school and I moved back, you say something like, yeah, when I was younger, I studied abroad, different continent, and that experience changed a lot for me, honestly. And then you start.
More fucking pick-up lines that don't work. As I said before, when I used to work look, I'm coming at this stuff with, I've got, 20, 25 years of experience chasing women and working as a nightclub bouncer. I've seen Chad's talk maybe 1% of what this guy talks.
Yep.
He might say 15 seconds worth of words in a whole night and go home with Stacey.
And I've seen PUAs, I've known that guys were doing it in the clubs, I should have stopped them, but I didn't know better back then. I've seen guys going around all night Chinese PUA shit, and at best, all that they've been is a jester max, or at worst, they've gotten in the fights because we've gotten, I've had to step in and stop guys from getting punched up.
Jess asks, she goes, wait, where did you study? What continent? How old were you? That's her leaning in. That's her investing. Mystery isn't about being vague or being fake. It's about not killing curiosity by oversharing too fast. Tell her interesting parts, and then let her pull out the rest of you. That's how you hold attention. So to summarize, holding a girl's attention is not about being clever, and it's definitely not about saying the right thing. It's about emotional contrast. It's about confident body language. So,
no, I'm going to have to say the old confidence adage again. If you don't have previous successes to call upon, the experience of, you can't be confident. Because confidence is a self-assured feeling that you're going to have a positive outcome based on previous experience of success. So you can't just be it, and you can't act it. It's very, very, very easy to see through the facade of someone acting confident when they're not. Your body language will give it away. And telling a sub-5 guy to be confident is a complete waste of time because it makes no difference.
pacing. So presence is about knowing when to push and when to pull back. It's about not telling her everything right away, leaving some breadcrumbs, opening some new loops that she wants to lean in, and no more. They're the same rules that make videos go viral, and they're the same rules that keep a girl engaged in a conversation.
Yeah, well, that's more absolute bullshit. Let's get rid of this. Yeah, this bloke here's just trying to sell the same shit to a different crowd. He's selling pickup lines in a game. Just be confident, bro. It's all about what you say, how you say it. Your looks don't matter. Looks like money, status don't matter, which we all know they do. So, yeah, basically just another cockroach that's just crawled out from the pile of shit that is the PUA underworld. Not much more to say on this guy. Don't listen to him, don't buy his stuff. He's just another scammer. Like I said before, there's nothing that you can do or say to change a woman's mind after she's seen you and made that split-second decision whether she finds you attractive or not. So, I'll leave it there until next time, gents. Take care of yourselves.
Yep. That could be good. Oh, like Master. Endless Folly. Just be confident, bro. You could just be confident. Everything's gonna change. Just be confident. How unfortunate. I feel like I don't want to reduce upkeep. It's like... Okay, it's like you could do that, or you could get a 10% reduce upkeep, which stacks with this minus 18% reduce upkeep. All right, let's. So we got our
shall serve
first
me well.
sea helm, or yeah, sea helm. That's what it's called. Naval discipline. That's pretty good.
Heroes are made, not born. Lothern's legend. Peace and strength. Report. I shall tolerate no insubordination. Time for action.
I mean, it'd be
Sail the
nice, but
skies.
do I want to spend double the money? I mean, it would be nice to have.
Leader of Assyrian's navy.
Construction costs.
Nerves
I don't
of
have
a
anything to
builder.
move. Yet. Keyword yet. Well, I can
Lothern's
cancel it
legend.
next turn.
Surfing prow, proud and tall.
Who's gonna consider that?
What news? Against the code. An opportune moment. Sea patrol. I concur.
Let's see, do I have everything
To solve.
equipped? Armor, silver, steel. Oh. That's cool. No one's silver, but I can
Mist mage.
glittering scales, that's too good not to equip.
For the good of
Alright, at least not a settlement battle. Can't do it. I hate settlement. I hate settlement battles with a passion. Oh god, I'm tired, bro. Wow.
Sky Scout.
Oh.
It shall be done. Orders received.
Without fail. Loyal.
Archers. Without fail.
Alright.
For the glory and safety of Ulfwan.
Archers.
Lillian guides me. Eyes and ears. Aerial maneuvers. Sky strike. Without question. Combat dive. Master of the mists. Arcanist supreme. Orders received. Company of the Calendian, push forth. So be it. Moving. 'Tis clear. Weapons ready. Usher, attack. They shall regret it. On the lookout. To battle. We will obey. Defending order. Aislinn! My Asturian's light! Affirmative! Run! Loyal! For Ulfwan! Quickly now! Forward! We
Oh my
advance!
god,
For order! Archers! Aislinn! For the Phoenix King! Sky Scouts! Moving! Pull back! Attack the enemy! Getting a bearing on ether waves! For Assyria! For duty!
A former teacher aide in Kenosha County will be spending the next 50 years in prison.
The judge delivered that sentence for
that you have to endure. I'm deeply sorry that this has caused confusion, pain, and anger, and that you have to live with this the rest of your lives.
Investigators detailed her sex crimes against 4 young boys during Tuesday's sentencing. One, a 12-year-old she forced to have sex with her. Another, a 14-year-old she lured.
Okay, ladies and gents. This nigga he was going to be a bit.
Yeah, my lost 3 units. Is that one bloated corpse?
Yeah, it's been spoiler alert, it's not good. But doesn't necessarily have to be. It's over in most cases. It's near enough. So I remember I made a video about all this, and I was quite in depth with pictures, and I was going through and dissecting things left and right. I went for about an hour, but I remember I deleted it when I was about to get rid of this channel while I was going through pretty bad depression. So I thought I'll make another one. Tell my story.
The Navy demands
both some comparisons, some pictures online of all guys,
Sea Lord
show you how much
Aislinn.
difference it makes. But anyway, when the Northern Reaper decided to pay me a visit,
In the Navy, my
18,
word
19
is
years old.
law.
And just like many guys, I discovered through other people telling me I just hear a lot when I go to the gym, and I get spotted with in positions where people could see the back of my head, like doing seated dumbbell presses, and someone standing up spotting me by the wrist or elbow, that kind of stuff. And I'd say, oh, you're going to get film on the top there, and and all the jokes would start coming out. And I couldn't really see it because you don't look at the back of your head, and I wasn't thinking at the front, only in the back. I've always had like that bit of that devil's peak, so I took a little bit before I started noticing at the front. In terms of my hair thinning, so I hear the jokes. I don't think it was shit. I'm 19-year-olds don't get a ball. That's just surely that can't be the case, but much to my horrificness, it actually was the case. It was the start of me on board. So after hearing this stuff, for a few weeks or whatever, a few months, I'd go home. I got a little mirror, and there was a mirror in front of me, and a mirror at the back. I'm looking at how hairdressers do it. Not to, I remember last time I was at hairdressers was quite some time ago. So I'd have a look and be fiddling through my hair, just to realise, oh shit, them guys are right. They weren't stitching me up actually. Losing my hair. And then of course I started panicking. So shit, what do I do about this? On the internet was pretty new back then when I was 19. Pretty much you basically had to be middle class or rich, or your dad had to have like a job in the industry to either have a computer. People had internet on their computers. So, there was probably like 3 people in my class that had internet at the time. So being in the late 90s, so what did I do? I went to the doctor and told him, I said, oh look, what's happening? I've just got some kind of virus or bug. Can I take something and get rid of it? Get your hair back? He said, no mate, he said pretty much you've got just male pattern baldness. Like he done some skin tests and checks to see if it had anything. And just said, no mate, you've got just a male baldness. I said, oh, what can I do? And he said, oh, there's this stuff called Rogaine, which we now know better as minoxidil. And so, oh, should I be on this? Also went to the chemist, looked it up. It was like $50 a pack. I don't know what it is back then. It was like $40, $50 a pack. And read the back of it. And read that it can cause you impotence, no SEX drive. And the doctor also said it. I said, oh yeah, it can be good for keeping your hair, but it can cause you a lot of problems and side effects. So that scared me away from doing that. In hindsight, I should have done that. To try and keep it, I should have done that and got a transplant. So basically, I didn't do anything about it. I didn't really see it as a big deal because I also was very blue pilled back then. And from all my blue-pilled friends and people that I knew were just like, oh, you can pull it off, you know. Who cares if you're bald? You know, that's personality that matters. Oh, it looks like men and women don't care. They like it. They like feeling a shaved bald head and all this, which was now I know just bullshit cope. But back then, it did give me some hope because it gave me something to believe in. It was also, I'm skipping ahead, I'm getting ahead of so basically, over the next 3 years, I started balding more and more from Norwood 1 when I first found out, all the way to, I reckon, about Norwood 6 when I was about 22. And I noticed that when I had a picture taken of me when I was next to my mother when we were out in Melbourne CBD. I might dig that photo up and show you one day. And basically, all I had was a little piddly bit of hair around about where the devil's peak should be, the peak of your hair, right on top of your forehead, and then the rest of it was pretty much scraggly hair, nothing on the back. And I thought, I can't keep on just combing my hair and pretending this doesn't exist. This was and now I'll get to where I skipped there before. This is right prime in the smack bang in the middle of the time I was learning about PUA and all that other shit that doesn't work. And they were saying, oh, if you're balding, you've got to shave it because balding's not a choice, shaving it is, and it shows alphaness, masculinism, dominance, all the bullshit that doesn't do anything for them, and you can fuck about it. When you shaved it, because I wasn't getting any results as a balding 22-year-old, and anyone else that went balding quite young, who went bald by 1 would know that it is a dating death sentence. Dating death sentence. No. So basically I started coming out and friends trying to game girls and got absolutely nowhere. I didn't really start doing any good with women at all until I was about 27, 28, when it became a little bit more acceptable for a guy to have a shaved head. Right now it's acceptable, even though it doesn't do me any favours. As a 43-year-old man, time recording this, I'm Norwood 7, it's acceptable for a man in his 40s to be bald. It is not acceptable for a man in his 20s to be bald, especially his early 20s, late teens. And you get nothing but, not so much tease, but you get what we call it in here in Australia, you get the piss taken out of you. Busting your chops, whatever your Americans call it. You just basically get shit cut on you all the time from it. Yeah, I can tell you now, despite what all these PUAs and roaches say, women do not like a bald man. Apart from the rare, like lottery ticket odds occasion where there's a girl that has maybe a fetish for a bald guy, but then again, it's got to be a good looking bald guy. Yeah, like I was saying, what a blue-pilled or normies or whatever I'll try to say is, look, don't worry about it, I know, a lot of people are doing okay, but yes, once again, it was a different time. Bringing some Gen Xers who might have done okay being bald, but definitely not these days with women's standards in modern day, definitely. So, if you're a bald young guy like me, you would have heard a lot of stuff like, don't worry about it, I like it, makes you look more confident, makes you look tougher. And then I'll go off the list 4 or 5 bald celebrities that are actually, digger chads in the face. And so, oh, look at Bruce Willis, he's hot, Jason Statham, he's hot, look at The Rock, he's good looking, whoever was fucking popular at the time, I'm here at all. Look at so-and-so, they're doing it right, yeah, they're also, tall, good-looking men with status. They've also got chat faces. Which brings me to another point. If you're a chad and you've gone bald, it's not going to affect you so much. It might so with the younger. Trust me, if you're a good-looking chad bloke with head shaved bald, there's going to be a lot of Sheilas, a lot of women in their 30s, so late 20s, 30s and 40s that will have no problems jumping in arms, no problems giving you what you have. Yes, it might hurt you a little bit overall, your overall attractiveness, but you're still going to do okay. Now, where it hurts you is if you're a norm. Like I will say, probably normally 5 out of 10. I think bald, it didn't hurt me too bad. It probably knocked me down to about 4 out of 10. That's only for some. The majority of women would see me instantly as sub-3, subhuman, be bald, not interested. No ifs, no ands or buts, not interested. I think in general it knocked me down from a 5 to a 4, which you all know is big business. There is a big disparity between numbers. A 4 is 10 times better than a 3, 5 is 10 times better than a 4, 6 is 10 times better than a 5, so on and so forth. So it basically ruined my chances, near enough ruined them, with a greater population of women, like all you other bald guys out there with know. So, yeah, I tried all this. I tried to cope with it a little bit, just to replace it. Yeah, you still hear it. It makes them get saying bald jokes here. It didn't matter how confident I was or how much game, quote unquote, I learned. It had no difference, it had no impact, no beneficial impact with the ladies. So that also led me to being basically a hat wearer, a cult hat wearer everywhere I went. I wore hats for it. But that wasn't fooling anyone as well, because quite often I might be go and chat with a girl and she'd say, oh, show me what's underneath your hat, what's underneath your hat? You're not bald, are you? What's underneath your hat? And I showed them, and I could immediately see they're not interested. Also, I tried a bit of online dating. Whenever I put bald photos up, you know, I basically have more luck. Whenever I put photos, like my main photos with me with a hat on, I have a lot more luck at getting initial matches and through the other photos, and then who knows, I probably drop off or lose interest, one or the other or both. Even if you would just openly say, oh look, not mean like, but like, no offence, I don't like bald guys, I don't like type of like guys with hair. As always, if you're lucky enough to get the brutal truth from a lady, give her some respect back and just say, look, I don't have feelings, I respect your opinion, good luck on your search. I don't think I've ever had a really harsh in-person rejection either. I remember I've had a few, you know, out of open like bald hating say stuff, but never anything really that brutal. Just I don't like bald guys or something like that. Never experienced anything too bad, but basically there's no PUA for being bald. You can either pull it off or you can't. I don't think it hurt me too much. It hurt me overall a great deal, but well, as I'm about to get into, I still managed to do okay while being bald. But yeah, before I move on here, I just used to wear hats. I used to like never go out the house without a hat. In case that one got all sweaty or whatever, or I lost it, I'd keep another one in the counter. So you can cope with a hat for a little while, but it doesn't do anything like it. But women can see right through it. It doesn't really matter. And what are you going to do with a hat forever? You know, get in a relationship and just wear the hat for the rest of your life? No, it doesn't work that way. So don't become a hat sell. You're bald. Where balding can become an inescapable death sentence is if you've got any other sub-5 traits with it. For instance, if you're fat and bald, if you're short and bald, if you're ugly and bald, pay the ethnic tax and bald, all them things are going to hurt you. You're going to have to take another hit to your SMV. And as I said, me being a normie, it's like being 6'1" and all that, and just not bad looking, not good looking, but not ugly. I just went from like a 5 to a 4. But if you're also 5'2" and overweight, yes, going bald's going to be pretty much a death sentence unless you do a bit of hard looks maxing. It really is a cruel curse that Mother Nature plays on us guys, making us bald. Women really don't like it. Yeah, as I said, there are some women that don't mind it, but then again, the guy also has to be a good-looking guy. It's not enough just that if you're a 3 or 4 out of 10 to hope that you're going to meet one of these 1 in 10,000 women that have a thing for it. They're going to go after the good-looking bald guys. So if you're normie and bald, you know, we can talk. You've got a hope. But sub-5 and bald, it's pretty much game over unless you do something about it. I tell my story, but I've told a few times before about that time I got approached by a girl, and she told me she liked my bald head. She likes, but the caveat here is I'll tell you the story and then tell you the caveat.
Aislinn.
I would have been about 23, in pretty much the best shape of my life. You know, standing 6'1", probably about 6'3". I used to wear these boots, almost military style boots that gave me about 2 inches high. I was at this local university night. They had bands and everything playing. I used to get some really good bands from up Melbourne way that would come down and play like older like 90s bands like Regurgitator, Super Jesus, to run game, which now I know, and we all know that's a very stupid idea to do. But I was standing with a friend and an acquaintance. There's a friend I used to go out with quite a bit, and I was standing on the right, mate in the middle, and the other guy was on, his left. And I was just scanning the crowd, beer in front of me, holding it at my chest, and all of a sudden, this short, hot blonde girl walks up to me, and I'm thinking, she kind of walked up to me a bit trepidatious, a little bit hesitant. Like, and I kind of seen I'm like, what the fuck's going on here? I kind of expected something bad to happen because of the Matthew effect that is my life. Normally interactions when go bad.
G'day everybody, it's Master Yoda here. I hope you guys are all doing well. I'd like to wish you all a very belated Happy New Year. Sorry I haven't made a video in a while. Been busy doing other stuff, and I've been spending a lot of time on my copes, my Microsoft Flight Simulator, and my guitar playing. So sorry I made a video for a while. But the title of this video is PUA, Why It Doesn't Work, Part 5. It's all your fault. And look, one thing I want to make perfectly clear: I'm not blaming any of you gentlemen out there for your lack of luck with women and your life in general, particularly your lack of luck with the ladies, because it's not your fault. And don't let anyone tell you that, shame you into believing that it's your fault, because it's not. Because let's face it, guys, modern dating, it's brutal out there. It's getting tougher and tougher and tougher. But the reason why I've titled this, I've named this video, It's All Your Fault, is because when you confront a PUA scammer with the fact that their stuff, what they teach, simply doesn't work, they'll try and flip it back on you. I said, oh, no, you haven't got enough game. You didn't use the right pickup lines, or you didn't approach that woman at exactly 45 degrees, or some other bullshit like that. So they'll try and flip it back on you rather than blame the shitty material, the crappy material that they teach. Yeah, I mean, if you recall my reaction video last year to Bulldog Mindset, or as we call him, the Big Pygmy Blowjob Mindset, when I was doing a reaction video to those two women talking about men that they rejected, and then towards the end of the video, Bulldog Mindset said, oh, there's no excuses, guys. So basically he's blaming, particularly physically unattractive men, for something that's not their fault and completely out of their control. If a woman doesn't find you physically attractive, it doesn't matter how good your personality is, how good your social skills are, she's going to reject you if you don't meet that minimum look threshold. I think it's very toxic for PUAs to blame men for something that's not their fault and completely out of their control. I think it's incredibly toxic. Yeah, so guys, it's definitely not your fault. But the PUAs, they like to flip it back onto the student rather than the ineffective and useless nature of the material that they teach. So you didn't use the right pickup line. You didn't escalate. You didn't do this. You didn't do that. Look, there's really not much. There's not really not much you can do when a woman's rejecting you. And you just do it with the body language. And so you can approach that woman in the most passive, non-sleazy, non-creepy manner. But she doesn't find you physically attractive. And that's it. Go over. You're done. You're going to get rejected. I think it's very I think it's wrong. I think it's completely wrong for pickup artists to blame their students for their ineffective and useless dating advice. And then they always give the worst dating advice. I mean, for example, telling men to cold approach women. You don't approach women unless she gives you the green light to do so. Cold approach women trying to run game with them. It's going to involve a certain rejection. You could potentially have harassment charges filed against you. Yeah, so it's I wouldn't do it, guys. don't cold approach. And the advice that PUA is giving in general is just terrible. It's just it's just useless. It's useless. And when you do confront them on that, you say, look, this stuff doesn't work. They'll try and flip it back on you. No, that's your fault. No, it's not your fault at all, guys. A woman rejects you because she doesn't find you attractive. How's that your fault? I mean, me personally, when I used to approach women, very passive, very non-creepy, non-sleazy man. I just struck up a friendly conversation. I did not get sexual at all. Because I said I wasn't getting any of the choosing signals. And yeah, so. But that's what to say, guys. Sorry, this video's a bit brief, but yeah, no, guys, please do not blame yourselves for your lack of luck with women and life in general. It's not your fault. You guys are just unlucky. Very, very unlucky. Thank you very much for listening to my video, and if you'd like to leave likes, comment, and subscribe, I'll speak to you soon. You guys have a great day. Bye for now.
Burned some calories on your way here, did you?
Yeah, of course. She
did? Well, you know I have the transcripts of the conversation. I mean, Razzie, from what I have here, it looks like you're here to have some girl.
Yeah, that's correct.
I mean, really, nigga? Is this what we're doing here?
Can you repeat that, dude?
Really, nigga? Hello there. Thank you for tuning in to another episode of To Skeet a Predator. This episode in particular is a pretty wild one, but I won't be able to show you exactly how wild it is.
She got closer and closer. She got quite close, pretty much about half a metre from me. Well, less than that, probably about a foot from. She only came up to about my head height, so she was about 5 foot 5'2". She was like a little bit nervous to look me in the eye for too long, but she did look me in the eye for a fair bit, and she was obviously really scared to do this approach. She basically approached them openly. She just said, hi there, something along, I can't remember exactly, she said something along the lines of, hi there, how you going? I had to come up and talk to you because I'll just be honest with you, I've got a thing for tall, solid-built, muscular bald guys. Now that's a caveat. She didn't just come up to me and say, I've got a thing for bald guys. She had a thing for tall, muscular, solid-built bald guys. So I basically ticked all the boxes of what she was looking for in a guy. And she basically said, I said, oh, no, I appreciate you honestly, I think you're good looking too, and I didn't really know what to say. It stunned me. I was waiting for someone to jump out and say, hey, you're on candid camera. This is all a big joke.
Oh, wow.
He stood there awkward for about 10 seconds, and then she just said, oh, do you mind if I make out with you?
That's hella
I said, yeah, sure. And all this before any line of PUA came out of your mouth. That's how I know it's all bullshit. If a girl likes the looks of you, she'll make it easy for you to bet them. So get made out with a bit. Stop for a bit just to, I didn't really want to just stand in the middle of the venue. So I just kind of stopped a bit. Not step back, but kind of straightened my posture up, and then just kind of started stroking the hair, stroking the face. I could tell she liked me, she was into it, she liked that kind of thing. Both the mates I was here with were just stood there with their mouths wide open in shock. Yeah, afterwards, after I explained what happened, they just couldn't believe it. This short, like Hopper, she kind of looked, in the face, she looked like that Sheila from The Good Place, that blonde girl, see The Good Place that kept dancing, Kristen Bell, I think her name is, something like that. Short, blonde, blue eyes, and yeah, pretty much the, like one of the, pretty much one if not the hottest from I've ever been with. Couldn't believe it. So, yeah, I think after another makeout session, she just pulled me over to a quiet corner where we hung out for a bit, done some more fooling around, and then, as you can guess, the rest is history. So, if you're a ball guy, it doesn't mean it's game over, necessarily, but just...
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see by the little thumbnail here, today is the day that I look through all the questions that you guys have posted on a video I made about a week ago, and I answer them to the best of my ability. Can't guarantee that you will have answers that you will like, can't guarantee that I'll solve your problems, but what I can guarantee is that I will answer them to the best of my ability, and some of them are also about asking me to tell some stories and stuff like that, so I'm more than happy to do that. And yeah, hopefully you get the answers that you're looking for. So what I'm going to do for this is I'm going to format it. I'm going to hit newest, and then I'm going to answer the oldest to newest. For some reason, if I don't hit newest comments, it doesn't show me every comment under the post. It's really weird. It's I find the YouTube comment section to be really weird. Even if I'm looking at, if I'm reading comments on someone else's channel, if I don't click the newest, not all of them show up. It's just weird. But anyway, that's just how it works, I guess. So without further ado, I'll start. And the first question is from viewer 7424. Hello there, viewer. I do remember you normally leave a really, really long comment, which is why I enjoy reading them on the videos. I remember you mentioning that you like to listen to me when you go for walks. That's awesome. So, the viewer's question is, hey Big T, great to hear from you again. I really enjoy your videos. I have a few questions that you may like to discuss in a Q&A video. Well, here I go. Do you think it's possible for the BP to go mainstream? And what are your thoughts on AI companions? Alright, we'll answer the first one first. Do I think it's possible for the BP to go mainstream? Well, anything's possible. I think it's possible, but I don't think it's feasible for humanity for a few reasons. One being, like, if a lot of guys actually knew their actual place and standing in life, it might make them become neats, and that could be quite bad for society, production, food and water and things like that, utilities. And I mean, take the Red Pill, for example. That did go mainstream with the likes of Tate, and there's been a few like Netflix documentaries. I can't remember what it's called, but there's a Netflix documentary about the RP, and it's got something to do with Tate, and it's this little young boy, 12 or 13-year-old. And of course, they made it demonising men. I can't exactly remember. I might watch it and do a review on it actually. But yeah, this guy, this kid, got in trouble with the law, and they were talking about like a lot of RP things, like, you know, you got a whole frame, you got to be masculine, you take no shit from women, etc., etc. You know, you got to show them who's boss, this and that, and hit the gym, bro, and all this stuff. They teach them about hypergamy, the 80-20 rule, and all that kind of stuff, which does cross over a little bit into the BP. Like back in the day, the RP was pretty much the BP. It was like, oh, here's the brutal truth, guys. Here's the stats. Here's this. But the RP got kind of hijacked by all these grifters and mainstream guys. So, okay, so let's think about this with the understanding that the BP is a lot more harsher in its troops than the RP, and the RP hasn't been taken to very well at all by society. You've got your womanists, women in general. You've got your effeminate men. You've got your simps that absolutely do not like it, do not believe in it, they think it's all bullshit. And the RP's out there, toothpaste out the tube. You'll never really get it again. They didn't go too well, it's, like, at least guys are aware of things like the 80-20 rule, and like women have got hypergamous, but there's a lot of bullshit that goes with the RP that I don't really like and agree with. You know, like a guy's got to work his hands to the bone, it's, you know, just for a sniffer box. And this is where I like the BP, because the BP says, well, hey, if you don't meet the minimum looks threshold, what's the use of doing all that stuff? You're going above and beyond if you're going to get nothing anyway. I know too, a lot of BP stuff can sound very doomerish, but you've got to not think of it that way. You've got to think of it as like, you've just been told the way things are, now you can live your life accordingly, and not, you know, chase rainbows your whole life. When you think you've got somewhere, hang on, the rainbow's moved, it's over there. It reminds me, I used to do that as a kid on a push bike. We'd all see a rainbow when you're like 18 years old. Like, oh yeah, let's catch it, it's got a goal, it's got a goal. And you run towards it, and then all of a sudden it moves another K away from you. The goalposts move in life, it's So yeah, just finishing up on RP. RP tells men that there's answers to your problems if you dig deep and work hard enough and listen to them and buy their courses, and for 99% of men it's absolute bullshit, it's not going to happen for you. The BP, as far as mainstream goes, it's already kind of semi-mainstream in some of its teachings, not so much like it's not so much like channels like mine and other like Weak Waffles and Thinking Ape and things like that. It's not as far as everyone knows like the kind of stuff we talk about it. It's not really mainstream in that sense, but enough people know about it that it's never going to disappear. Like, enough is known about true female nature now that like BP is really not going to disappear. And I do think if it went mainstream, it would cause more problems than not. If it was, you know, basically in the same realm as the RP, I think it would cause more problems than not, because a lot of guys out there are really better off blue. And what that means by better off blue is they just can't handle the raw and hard facts that the BP teaches. They have to live in that little bubble of, you know, everything's fine, that they pretend the world's fine. They're going to meet someone one day, they just have to wait, you know, good things come to those who wait. The harder you look, the less you'll find, and the whole, you just have to be patient. One day that right girl will come just waltzing over and everything will be happy and fine. Even though he's like a short, fat, balding, 5'2" ethnic cell, you know. So, I think if the BP did go mainstream, it would do a lot more damage. It would probably cause a lot more violence. It would cause a hell of a lot more violence. Like if guys just knew that, you know, hey, look, 50-60% of yous are going to get absolutely fucking nowhere with women, and it would cause a lot of violence. It would cause a lot of, you know, rape, things like that. and it'll cause a lot of guys to really go neat, because why should you slave away for 60 hours a week as a sewer operator if you're not going to be able to fulfill your biological needs as a man to survive and replicate? Well, you're going to survive, but you're not going to replicate. I've always said, even I feel this like deep down need or desire to have a wife and kids and look after them. Like, I want to provide for them. Not so much go out there and earn 100 grand a year and all the RP shit, but I want to, like, I just like to have the house in order, have everything paid for, provide them a nice stable life. Pardon me, hang on 2 seconds. And yeah, and do that. So I think if BP did go mainstream, it'd do more bad than good. I think it's pretty much good. Like, even like if I think no more than like 5% of men should be BP'd, and then people should be. I mean, in an ideal world, the people that can handle knowing the brutal truth about women and life in general too. And the rest should just be like RP. I think RP is good. Like, in a sense, it does teach like a little bit of female nature, but not the brutal female nature that the BP teaches. Again, where's your flame coming from? Yeah, like I said, about 5% of people know about it. It'd be great. But if it did go mainstream, like, let's just say in the next 3 months, like every single school kid knew about it and all over social media, I think it would cause like it would definitely make a lot of men think about women differently, and women would just hate it, like guys actually knowing how they really are. I think also some women would change, most wouldn't. But just going back to the raw question, do you think it's possible for the BP to go mainstream? Yes, I think it's possible, but I also think it would get nipped in the bud very, very quickly. I mean, look at channels like mine. This is a second channel like this I've had on YouTube. The first channel was starting to get roughly about 1,000 views per video. I was starting to blow up a little bit, and then bang, HATE speech, and all these things were getting chucked at me, strikes, warnings here and there, then bang, channel gone. Like contacted them about 3 or 4 times, they get it back, can't get it back. And this channel here I've had for over a year, and it's not really getting pushed. The only people that are coming here are people that have searched it, which I think is the case with most BP channels. Is that it's not getting pushed onto anyone's like recommended page or anything. You have to really search this stuff, so that itself is going to stop this from getting to be like proper mainstream. But at least we've still got it, and enough guys know about it. Enough guys, not every guy, but enough guys know about it. And at least we're still at the stage where if a man comes to the internet looking for answers, and types in a few things like, how come I can't do this, how come women don't find me attractive? Of course, yeah, their first searches are going to be RP and pickup artists and all that, but they scroll down just a little bit, they might just see one of my vids or someone else's videos, and it can maybe give them some answers. So I think the BP, my final answer to this is the BP is pretty much going to stay where it is now. I don't think they will ever get rid of us. Toothpaste is out of the tube, and yeah, the RP is helping the BP along a little bit in some of its teachings. So I hope I came across clear enough. I know I was a bit all over the place with that, but yeah, that's basically my answer. I don't think it's probable. I think it's possible, but it's not probable. And the second question from viewer 7424 is, what are your thoughts on AI companions? I don't know too much about them other than the ads that I've seen in the odd little video that I've seen on someone covering it. I've never done it myself personally. I could see how it could become very addictive, because all of a sudden you're kind of getting a little bit of female validation, where a man maybe you've never have had that, and of course you're going to be gooning to them, you're going to be telling the AI bot your fantasies, it's going to come through in a hot, cute female voice, you're going to have this little avatar, they're going to call you by your name, and all that stuff. So it's like a double-edged sword, I think. I think if you're the kind of guy that has an addictive personality, I don't really like that saying, but what it basically means is, like, if you're the kind of guy that can get addicted to something easily, like gambling or drinking, or if it runs in your family even, I would stay away from it.
Very well.
Because I believe it does cost a little bit of money to do this stuff as well, so it's going to drain you that way, and at some point, like, I'll answer that next. So what's going to happen is you're going to get addicted to it every time the phone dings and the little AI girl talks to you. You're going to get this dopamine rush, and that could come to rule your life if you're not careful. And also at some point, it's just going to make you want the real thing even more. And if you can't get that real thing, there's a potential to cause extreme depression and other mental things too. If you can just do it for the sake of gooning, I'd say yeah, go ahead. But I wouldn't look into it with the outcome of you're going to have this AI companion to be like a girlfriend for you every day. You're going to text it good morning, good afternoon, good night, and all that thing, and like pretend it's real. If you're going to look, I can definitely see the temptation. I'd say go out there and make some guy friends. That would be my advice to you if you don't already have them. But yeah, the AI companion. Look, if you want to give it a go, but just be careful. If it starts to rule your life, then you have to stop it. You have to stop your subscription to it. I don't know if this is true or not what I'm about to say, but I did see a video about a year ago or so where this AI girlfriend that this gentleman had, for whatever reason, told him to go and press the self-delete button, and he went and done it. Don't know how true it is. The guy didn't, it's from a reputable channel, but the guy didn't, show links or anything like that. So you kind of got to be careful of that stuff too, because I can definitely see it being a little bit of a scam as well, suckering a guy in, and then all of a sudden, like, they might be trying to turn you into a pay pig or something like that, or go and do this, go and do that, and scam you in some kind of way. So to wrap that up, my general thoughts are, as I said, if you don't have that addictive personality trait, go and give it a go. And as I said, I would just use it for gooning, and that's it. If I were going to use it, just use it for gooning. Tell it all your wildest fantasies, have a goon, and then put it away. But don't have it as a surrogate for a real girlfriend, because it's just not going to be the same. Just use it for gooning purposes only. And in reality, I lean more towards no. Like, if I'm going to give anyone advice, it'd be 60% no, 40% give it a go. So there you go. There's my 2 cents on that.
Peace and strength.
All right. Make sure that is that newest. Next, we have a question from Mike Hunt. I've got to be careful how I say that name, because you can get in trouble here. Oh, here we go. Mike Hunt wants to know, what were the worst and most embarrassing rejections you've ever had in terms of approaching women in bars, clubs, high school, before it was BP? Okay. This question, I think this question gets asked again. I'm not too sure if it has. I'll just refer back to this. But I can only really remember like 3 or 4 brutal rejections that I've had that have actually led to like bad things happening to me. I have had like most of the rejections that I do get, well, when I was going out as a normie, keep that in mind, when I was going out doing this PUA stuff and all that, trying to pick up girls as a normie, were just fairly polite. Like quite often I could get a conversation going and hold, but when it came to getting the number or anything, it'd be an excuse, or I'd get just a bullshit number that I'd get no response to. That's probably about 80% of my interactions were actually pretty good. Not with the outcome I wanted, but they weren't like really brutal. I could see like a sub 5, like a true sell, like 3 out of 10 guy, like going out there and getting, especially these days, getting told just to blatantly fuck off, you're not needed, not wanted, etc. Not too sure, but as I said, as a normie, most of them were okay. In high school, I got absolutely nothing. I got nowhere with women. I didn't have really any everything's embarrassing when you're in high school, but nothing that I can look back on and say, oh geez, that was embarrassing, I got made fun of, or anything like that. In high school, I think I only ever asked one girl out, one or maybe 2 girls out, and they just kind of giggled and laughed and ran away. Like type thing, like that was about it. So, and that kind of, I thought, oh fuck this bullshit, I'm not bloody, you know. I didn't really know what to make of it. They were just, I don't know, the girl just kind of giggled and ran away. I wasn't really an ugly bastard in school because I had a full head of hair at high school, and I still was. I was probably about the 3rd tallest guy in the year I was in. But still, then I always carried a little bit of weight. My body type, my somatotype, is to carry a little bit of weight. So, and I was at school in the 90s, and in the 90s, it was not okay to be fat, even a little bit overweight. It's still not okay now, but back then it was, yeah, if you were a little bit overweight, you were fucking the big fat bastard from, you were basically the big fat brick from Austin Powers. What was his name, that Scottish talking guy? The fat bastard. Yeah, you're basically him. If you're 5 kilos, 10 pounds overweight, you're basically him. But, yeah, I'll tell you like the 3 rejections that come to mind. We'll start in a bar. This one was in a bar. It was a popular like nightclub in a town that's close to where I live. And it's one of these places where like they've got like they had like 2 stages of like music going. One was like hits on the radio. It was more of a pub, kind of laid back vibe. And then if you went into another room, they had more like techno, hardcore dance music shit in there. It's a place I used to go and try to, run game, which I actually thought worked at the time. So it was a place I went to try to do that. But this one particular time, I went there with a friend that had about 3 or 4 years ago moved to Perth, Western Australia, a little bit south of Perth. But can't really remember where, Albany or something like that. I think he was at the time. He's not there anymore. But yeah, he came back and said, "Oh, look, I'm in town, Big T. Why don't we go out and have a few drinks and try our luck with the ladies?" So we did that. We called up one night. He was staying with his mum and dad in this town, so I went over there and we decided to get a taxi to this place. And we got there. It was pretty standard night, but probably good 50-50 mix of men and women. And of course, we got there, had a couple of drinks, caught up with a couple of people we knew, and then decided made the poor decision of going over to the dance floor to try and attract women that weren't giving us choosing signals. Now, I'll just tell you a bit about this guy. This guy, a mate of mine, he's probably, you'd say 4 to 5 in the face, but where he has actually done well in the past is with his height. He's 6'3", and when he wears nice shoes, he likes to dress up. He wears nice shoes, so he stands about 6'5" in these shoes when he goes out. Now, he didn't do any good this night, which I'll get to. We both didn't. But in the past, I have seen him pick up some nice women just because of his height, and they've made it very, very clear that they like tall men. And I'll go into this story just briefly. I remember one night, this woman just started coming up and talking to us when we were in this other more of a loungy type bar in a different town, and
this is a
she came up to me and was asking me questions about him. So I made my mate's in here, this, here, and that, and she was asking like how tall is he? She really likes tall guys, and I just piqued my curiosity. Okay, we've got one of these height queens here, and I said, so how tall do you look for? I said, if they're under 6'2", I don't want nothing to do with them. So like a tongue in cheek said, what about me? I'm 6'1". Nah, that's too short for me. I like them tall. So that's really the only time in my life that I've been rejected openly for my height. At 6'1", I'm not tall enough for this lady. And she would have been about probably 5 out of 10. She would have been what would you been back then? 24. She would have been about 30, early 30s too. And yeah, she only wanted guys 6'3", 6'4", or taller. Anyway, he ended up going home with her, but nothing eventuated as far as a relationship. But he ended up sleeping with her. Once again, it goes back to the fact that if a woman likes you, more importantly likes your looks, they're going to make it very, very easy for you, and it's going to be hard for you to fuck up as a man, unless you do or say something really stupid that you're basically in. Anyway, went out with this guy to this pub. We were on the floor, and I had the brilliant idea to run a little bit of PUA game. And at the time, I was like reading about this. There's a guy called David D'Angelo that preaches that you've got to go up to a girl and be cocky to her, and that creates attraction. Why? Because he went on to explain that you see that really tall, good-looking, full-head of hair guy that got all the women. No, it's not because he's good-looking. It's because he's cocky. Because all them women are bad, but because all them guys are bad boys and cocky, that's how they got him. So I believed it at the time, and I made the stupid mistake of actually, I think this girl might have been a bit into me. I'm just trying to remember it clearly, as it was quite some time ago. I was kind of dancing, and it would have been about a metre between like me and everyone else, and I think this girl here did kind of like scooch up a little bit. She might have been giving me choosing signals, and I didn't fucking know. She was quite short, probably about the 5 foot mark, 4 out of 10, a little bit pudgy, still would have, you know, taken her home. You know, nothing wrong with her. And she danced close, and I had this stupid line that I said to women. It sounds cool, but it's not. What did I say? She came, like, she was dancing near me, and I said, something ridiculous like, hey, do you mind going over there and dancing? You're cramping me style over here. Just like a bit of a cocky thing. Like, it sounds good in theory to say that. And this girl looked at me like I just, like, said something extraordinarily vile to her, and then she disappeared. And I stayed on the dance floor for another 5 or so minutes, caught up with a mate again, and then we walked around the other side of the bar, near one of the exits, ordered a drink, and then all of a sudden I had this guy come up to me. He would have been about probably 5'6", like a stocky build, like AFL football player type build. Like I could tell, like he had adrenaline coursing through his veins, like he was making fists, and he was like, he looked like he was ready to fight, and he was. He basically came up to me and said, "Hey there, buddy, what the fuck did you say to my friend over there? Did you tell her that you're glad that her friend died in a car crash or something like that?" And I kind of know what they were on about, because they ended up telling me I actually knew there were these sisters that lived in my town, and one of the sisters ended her life, I want to say the wrong words here, in a car accident. And for some reason, this woman, because I said that cramping your style thing, or I rejected her, maybe she was actually keen on me, I'm thinking that, but she was actually a little bit interested in me, and she'd seen that as a rejection from me, the stupid PUA line. So she thought, oh, fuck this bloke, I'm going to get his head kicked in. So she went back and told her group of boys, boyfriends back there, that she made up this bullshit rumour that I said, oh, you see that big guy there, that bald guy? Yeah, he said he was glad that so-and-so died because she was a bitch. And look, I mean, who the fuck would say that? I ended up telling this guy that too. So he said, she came up to me and said, oh, I heard you said that so-and-so is better off unalive. Of course, I'm bamboozled. I said, what? I didn't say fucking, what are you on about? I didn't say nothing about that. I said, who would say such a horrible thing like that? Yeah, well, you said it. Oh, I'm not fucking happy about that. We were all going to sort you out. And it seemed like about 5 or 6 guys behind him. And I think I said to him, mate, oh, fuck, here we go. We might have to bloody, like, fight and claw our way out of this. But I managed to talk to this guy for about 30 seconds saying, look, mate, I didn't say that. I said, who would say something like that about someone? Think about it. You must have misheard. Think about it. And he walked away back to the group, and I thought, oh, shit, we dodged a bullet here. And then he came back about 10 minutes later, you know, with his fist pumping. He was a little bit scared to have a go, because me and my mate aren't small men. You know, at the time, we were doing martial arts, so who knows, we might have even came out on top as long as they all didn't attack us at once. But he came back, you know, his neck flexed, you know, fist pumped. No, you said that. She said, yeah, you definitely said that. And then at that point, I thought, this is right. I actually cracked the shit, and I thought, this is fucking ridiculous. I said, listen, mate, don't know what to fucking say. I said, if you really want to have a go, fucking swing. And then I could see the guy started shaking and shivering. And it was at that point I could kind of tell that this guy didn't really want to come over in the first place. Maybe he didn't really believe it, but as a man, he had to come over and approach us. And at that point, my mate fucked off to get the bouncers, because I said, because he knew one of them. And we said, oh, look, mate, this can go bad. Let's just de-escalate, get the guards to go over there and tell them to pull their heads in. But it ended up like the guy started shaking, and then I calmed down a bit and said, look, listen, mate, just think about it, mate. Think about why would anyone say that? Why would anyone, you know, that's got any compassion in their heart say that? And then when he finally said who they were, because I didn't really hear the names at the start, I said, look, I know them. I used to train with them at the gym. I said, look, I knew them quite, you know, not quite well, but to say hello to and a bit of small talk. I said, I'd never say that. I said, think about it. And then he just kind of stormed off back to the group, and thank God, I know it's probably not the end, and you probably wanted to hear there was a big fight, and one of us won and one of us lost in that, but no, thank God that's all that came to it. So I think it was about half an hour after that meeting, mate, just pissed off. So that was like probably one of the most like embarrassing, brutal pub rejections, bar and nightclub rejections I've ever had. It just goes to show, like, with all this red pill PUA shit, that it is dangerous to do. And it's not, oh, the worst you can say is no. No, the worst you can do is go and make a lie about you and get your head caved in, or possibly worse. So that's one story. Another story. I would have been roughly about the same age, PUA full force, because I thought, you know, that was you know, the golden ticket to getting a girlfriend. I was in a shopping centre. We call it here a shopping mall. We call them in America. And I was going around just every other day. I'd go in there and go to a different store and talk and chat up a girl. Because that's what these dickhead coaches were telling us to do. And I remember this one store I went into. This is fucking embarrassing too. So it was like a store with like new. I forget what it was called. It was a store that had like new and nifty and novel things in there. Like if you want to get someone like a funny Christmas present and stuff like that. But also in the back of the store, that was also like a pseudo sex shop, adult store. They had, you know, vibes and things like that. If you get my drift, they had like adult fun time toys on the back wall. Which I thought it was kind of stupid, because like kids or anyone could fucking go into that. There were even some of these things on the counter. So I went in there, chatted up this girl. I didn't realise at the time that she was just being friendly because she had to when she worked there. So I was chatting her up, walking around the store while I'm doing it, thinking that I'm actually getting somewhere. And she wasn't giving me any choosing signals whatsoever in hindsight. And back then I didn't know about choosing signals, and I was taught by all these PUAs that it didn't matter, that you can create attraction, which is all bullshit. And I thought, oh yeah, I've got to do a little bit more negs, I've got to do a bit more cocky funny stuff. I don't know what the fuck made me do it. I can't remember exactly what I said, but there were these like phallic shaped like little gel adult fun toys that were up near the counter that she was selling. And I picked one of them up, because they were right next to her, and I said something along the lines of, oh, I can see why you like working at a store like this. Look what you're surrounded by. You must be in heaven or some shit. And I got no reaction, no response. I just I kept on talking like a dickhead for a bit, and then left the store. As I was about to leave the door, I had like pretty much every security guard in the store, plus this random white night guy threatening to fucking punch me head in and fucking all this stuff for going and harassing the girl. So she must have immediately got on the phone and said I was harassing her, which I was doing at the time in hindsight. And I basically got, you know, I argued with them a little bit, saying, no, I didn't ask anyone out, I didn't touch anyone, you know, but none of that matters. All that matters in this day and age, or even like 15, 20 years ago, is a woman's feelings. That matters more. Even, you know, like I'm always the kind of guy, like, I'm not going to touch without permission, I'm not going to, you know, be a rude, disgusting bastard. You know, like if she had like, found me attractive, what I said probably would have been taken as funny. But, so I went to go and, hey, I didn't do nothing wrong, you know, if I offended, you know, so I'm sorry, all this stuff. And long story short, I got banned. I think I got banned for life from this place. I've been back, you know, I only stopped going there for about 6 months. Never went into that store, talked to that girl again, of course. But yeah, I got banned for life from a shopping centre for doing PUA. And then story number 3, this is one I've told before. Not sure about this channel, I think I have here because people have brought it up, is where I went to a Woolworths in a town near me and started talking to this woman there. This would have happened about 10 years ago, so 8 to 10 years ago, yeah, probably 8 years ago. Started talking to this girl that actually opened me first. I was in the flavoured milk aisle because I'm still a big kid sometimes and I like the iced coffees and chocolate milks. And so did this chick, and I was just looking, I was in there just looking to see what I wanted, weighing up the sales and everything, what's the cheapest, what's the best value, all that shit. And she said, oh, it's hard, she just came up and, but now I know that it was just a little bit of, you know, conversation. Oh, it's a hard choice, isn't it? I said, oh yeah, you don't know what to get, and you get what you know, or do you try something different? And we had about a 5-minute talk, that was it for that day, and then I thought, oh yeah, there might be something there with that girl, so I started going there 2 or 3 times a week, talking to her, and just making general convo. She was happy to make general conversation, but of course this is before I was really DP, didn't know much about choosing signals and things like that too. Still thinking like a PUA work and you could create attraction. And so I'd go there, talk with her, she'd talk back but never show like any interest. And then sometimes I'd go there, not see her, and I'd ask some of the other girls there, oh, is so-and-so around? You know, is she working today? And of course she caught wind of that I was, you know, asking about her. And that probably set her off to the point where I went in there one day just to do some shopping, not necessarily talk to her. And all of a sudden I see like these 5 police walking, position themselves strategically around the shop. I'm thinking, oh fuck, what's going on here? They're after someone. And I had like, whenever I see police, I always kind of think, oh fuck, what have I done wrong? Like here for me, I had a little bit of that, then just push that away. No, don't be stupid, you haven't done anything wrong. And, so they just kind of, the police were just hanging about. I spent probably 10 minutes in there. Nothing happened. Went to the self-serve checkouts, paid for all my stuff. Nothing happened. And then they converged on me as I exited the automatic double doors, and started talking to me. Can't exactly remember what they said, but they started talking to me. I thought, oh, here we go, what's going on? At first I thought, oh, maybe they just want to know if I've seen something, or they started saying things like, oh, you come here specifically to talk to someone, do you know a girl called this name? And I'm like, oh, yeah, I know there's someone works here, yeah. And then they'll say, oh, do you come here, are you stalking this person? Do you come here to harass them? I'm thinking, hey, hang on a minute here. I said, look, I haven't talked sexual to anyone, I haven't asked anyone yet, what's going on here? I just thought that, you know, if you didn't do anything like that, that you couldn't get in trouble, right? I mean, you're not harassing, like, you're not, you know, continually asking someone out more than once, you're not talking derogatory, you know, so what harm could that be, right? But I'll tell you in a minute that I'm wrong, that's actually quite wrong. So I kind of like cracked the shits a little bit at the cops. There was a Sheila, this real like womanist Sheila that hated me, that was doing all the talking, and about 4 blokes behind her. So yeah, they were just, this woman was saying that the female cop that I was stalking this person, I was harassing them, and this, and I got ill intentions. And I just kind of said, oh, this is a load of shit. I haven't heard more bullshit in my life. And I stormed off thinking they were going to fucking pin me down and arrest me. But no, they just let me go to my car and go home. And I thought, oh, that was the end of it. I thought, I'm never going back there. What the fuck's happened there? Someone's got their wires crossed, but I'll stay away if there's going to be trouble. And then that same night, about 1 in the morning, I was on the computer playing Battlefield 1 or something, one of the video games. Knocked at the door, and I knew exactly what was happening. I thought, oh fuck, here we go. So I went and answered it. Yep, that same female cop with about, they actually had about, I think, fucking 4 cars and 8 cops. Because I'm a pretty tall, solid bloke, they probably thought, oh, if this guy goes off, we'll need a few cops to control him. 8 cops, and she said, oh look, you're under arrest for harassment and stalking. And I kind of, at that point, I just, like, my heart sank, and I just felt like shit. I just kind of said, really? You know, what's going on? I didn't do nothing, you know. And they didn't really talk too much. They just said, oh yeah, you got to come to the station and have an interview and stuff. So I went to I'm not going to carry on too much about exactly what happened at the station, but I went into the room, done an interview, and I left with a restraining order against me, not to go near the store or near that person. So that was, yeah, probably the most brutal and humiliating rejection I've ever had. And once again, goes to show that the worst you can get is not a no. I didn't even ask this girl out. I didn't say anything derogatory. I didn't touch her in any way, shape or form. But my crime was that I, in her eyes, was a sub-5. How dare I talk to her? How dare I want to make some kind of connection with her? Fuck you, I'm going to get a restraining order on you. So I didn't get charged with anything because I didn't do anything wrong, but I got a restraining order, and I learned not that long after from talking to some other people. Actually, I talked to this girl that I know in real life, and she said, oh yeah, it's easy to get, you know, one of them, because she got on some of her exes, and I don't speak to this girl anymore, but I remember she said, oh, whenever I break up with a guy, I just go and get one just to fuck him over. So what's that say, that's female nature. The guy does nothing wrong, just breaks up with them for whatever. She just breaks up with him and goes and gets a restraining order just to rub salt in the wound, I guess. So it's easy for women to get them, so let that be a lesson to you guys out there. If you're not getting choosing signals, do not approach and talk with women, because the worst you can receive is definitely not a no. So yeah, they're my 3 most brutal rejection stories that I can remember. I'm sure I've got other rejection stories, but none like as brutal as them. So once again, Mike Hunt, thank you for the question. Okay, now we have a question from Pearly Whiskers. Pearly Whiskers asked about rejection stories. I have, in the last question and answer, I told 3 of them, so yeah, just listen to them if you want to hear them. I told 3 of them. Can I think of any other ones? I can think of one that's, I guess you could call it humiliating, I'm not too sure. This would have, it was around about the same kind of time. The 22 to 25, 26 age range is when I was out PUA full force. I remember we were at this local pub/club place, more of a club than a pub, but it was a pub that played club music, so make it about what you will, who knows. This place was closing up at about 2 o'clock in the morning, and there was another bigger town, a little bit, like 20 minutes away. They had a nightclub that shut at 5 or 6 in the morning, I want to say 5 in the morning. So me and a couple of drinking buddies a few other people. I think there might have been a couple of girls there, but I had no fucking hope with them. They were Stacey's already had partners. We all went to this place. I got there. We all got there, kind of went, done our own things, caught up with other people we knew. I remember there was a group of girls, probably 3 of them, dancing. Sorry for the stammering. They were dancing and a song I like came on, so I went up and danced and kind of moved over towards them. And there was one that I particularly liked the look of, so I just danced and shuffled my way over beside her, smiled, and before I could even say hello or whatever I was going to do, probably some stupid pickup line, she looked at me with this really disgusted look on her face, screwed her nose up, and told me, "Fuck off! I don't dance with fat cunts." And at the time, I was probably near one of my leanest physiques ever. I might have had just a little bit of a pudgy gut. We'd call that a dad bod these days. You know, once again, 90s, early 2000s, it was not okay to be. There was none of this body positivity. Not that exists for men much anyway, but yeah, if you're a bloke, you're either in shape or fat, or it was binary. There was no, oh, he looks alright, he's got a cuddly physique, or I basically had the dad bod muscles with that tiny little bit of little pudge, little puppy fat. Not a gut by any means. It wasn't round, it wasn't barrel. You could barely see. Just this little bit of pudge around the belly button. But not to her, I was a fat cunt. I was at that time I was fully bald and shaved my head bald, so bald plus fat equals sub 5 to the majority of it, even though I'm 6'1". And I think I just wore sneakers that night, so that might have pushed me up to 6'2". Even though I was walking around at 6'2", no, bald, slightly overweight, you're sub 5, you're out. Your genetics don't mean shit. You won't be passing on your DNA. Fuck off, crawl under a rock, rot and die, as far as these women are concerned. So that was a harsh rejection that just came to mind. Can I think of any others? Not at the moment. As I said, most of my rejections were fairly pleasant. Let's make up some bullshit excuse. I've got a boyfriend, I'm not looking, I'm just here with friends or some shit like that.
Leader of Assyrian's name.
Hype Hill stories. I told a Hype Hill story not that long ago on this Q&A where this girl said I was too short standing at 6'1". In my 6'3", they took it home and I didn't. That's really the only time I've been hype mobbed and been told I'm too short. Most of the time it's other things that repel women, not my height. That was pretty much the only time that I know of that a woman's actually said my height repels her, she doesn't want nothing to do with me. Then there was that time I call it my Chad moment, where this short blonde girl came up to me and said I really like tall, bald, solid, muscular guys. I just fit her type. I was basically her niche max. I didn't know it at the time, but I was niche maxing as like that, ultra masculine, guy that wore jeans and a black t-shirt, muscles bulging, and just happened to be her type. So that's really the only time that I'm sure there's other women out there that might like that look, but what is it, 1 in 5,000 or something? Like,
Capable sailors are
that's the thing about being like a bit of a niche normie. Right now I'm not a niche normie. I think I'm not too bad for a guy my age, but this was when women's back then. Like 20 years ago, 18, 20 years ago, women's standards weren't as ridiculous as they are now. They were still high, make no mistake, they were still high. But back then, a normie could do okay. In this day and age, a normie's fucked. Average is ugly. There's hot and ugly. There's no average guys or anything. So it's basically sub 6 and you're fucked. Really. But, unless you're like some kind of a niche, then you might do okay. But yeah, it's really only 6 and above for relationships and anything long term. You might get lucky being a 4 or 5. Sub 4, you're definitely fucked. But your only option is geomaxing, and even then, you're going to struggle. You're going to have to know that you're getting used for your money. It's just one of them brutal truths. Looks are extremely important. They're far more important than what a lot of people, what a lot of blue-pilled and RP guys try to say they are. It is the first barrier to entry. It's the first barrier. You don't pass it, nothing else matters. We all know like a good personality, a great guy to be around, a good storyteller, if you're good with jokes, that's all great, but you don't pass that looks test, you're done. That is the first barrier you have to pass with a lady. You must pass it. How life was when I had hair, Pearly Whiskers asked. I took it for granted. I didn't know how bad it was to be bald, especially balding as a young man. It was fucking brutal. Anyone else that balded, I know there's one guy that watches my videos, I forget the name of his channel. If you're listening, he commented on another video and put a link to his story about how he balded. I suggest go and watch it. It gives another good insight. There's quite a few people I know that watched that did bald early. Master Yo's another one, he said he balded early, if I remember correctly. And it's fucking brutal. Like, it's acceptable, somewhat acceptable to be in your 40s and bald, which I am. But when you're like 19, when you're 18 and 19 and you start to go bald, it is fucking over. No woman will be caught dead going out with a bald man at that age, even if she likes you. Because, once again, women are afraid of social disapproval and they will avoid it at all costs. And a woman will get harsh social disapproval if seen dating a bald man in the late teens, early 20s. But, I did have good hair. I remember, like, I think I've told before, like, I've got a cousin that used to teach hairdressing at a college, and I've done modelling and stuff. Like when I was like 15, 14, 15, I've done hair modelling for her. And she'd try all these different cuts and stuff on me, and yeah, it's a shame because I had that like thick Italian hair. I'm half Italian, so I had that nice thick hair, and like hairdressers would cream themselves when it would basically walk in because I could actually, my hair could hold styles very well. I didn't need gel or much any product. Just wet the hair and you can style it and it look good, nice and shiny. But yeah, I didn't, when I started balding, I didn't really think too much of it because I was blue-pilled at the time. I'd always say, oh yeah, bald doesn't matter, it just makes you look more tougher, more masculine. Girls don't give a shit, girls like it. Look at Bruce Willis, look at fucking so-and-so, look at this, they'd name, 15, 16 Hollywood Chad celebrities that were bald. They don't mention some short, ugly bloke with a shit job that's bald that's doing well in life, do they? And then fashion, fragrance, accessories, it's always good to go out dressed nice. These days I don't take as much pride in dressing. I just kind of, I wear clean clothes, but I just wear like an $8 Kmart t-shirt and like a $20 pair of shorts if it's summer. In winter I wear tracky dacks, tracksuit pants, like sweatpants. I couldn't give a fuck anymore. Makes no difference. Like I used to dress up to the nines and get rejected. I may as well go out and dress comfortable and get rejected too. So yeah, I find the main thing is your face, your looks, your overall body fat percentage, how good your body is, how good your face is mainly. When it comes to attracting chicks, fashion, fragrance, and accessories doesn't mean shit. A lot of the PUAs would call that crap peacocking, where you have a big stupid necklace or wear a big dumb hat or a really loud t-shirt to try and get attention. It doesn't do nothing. If you like dressing up a certain way, just do it because you like it. Don't do it to impress people. I've never ever had a girl come up and say, "Oh, geez, you're wearing droop, you're wearing bloody polo, you're wearing brute. Can I fuck you?" No, it doesn't happen that way. Doesn't matter, as long as you don't stink like shit. Fragrance doesn't matter. Once again, Burly Whiskers, you already talked about projection stories, so scroll back a bit if you missed them.
Report.
And we'll move on to Mr. Rygan. I was going to say Mr. Wigan. Rygan. Mr. Rygan says, "Hey T, have you done any geomaxing or passport growing? You live pretty close to Asia." Yes, I do live fairly close to Southeast Asia here in Australia. But, even I'm at the bottom end of Australia. If you lived up in Queensland, which is in the north, it's probably only like a 3-hour plane flight. For me, it'd probably be a little bit longer, maybe 8-10 hours. I don't know. I've never been. So that answers that question. Fairly close to Vietnam, Philippines, Thailand. I have considered geomaxing and giving it a go. The main reason is I'm not overly attracted to Asian women. Like I can see beauty in them. Like I find their Stacey's attractive, but in general, like I don't have what we call here in Australia yellow fever. I've got a good friend that's married to a Filipino girl. He has quote unquote yellow fever. He loves it. He used to go over there all the time. Now, here's a guy. He's probably like the same height as me, 6'1" normie, Aussie. So over there he gets treated like absolute gold. I don't really like the idea since I've been BP'd of having. Like I don't really want to sound like a racist here or anything, but one of the reasons I don't want to have mixed kids because I know how hard it is for in a Western country for people of Asian descent to do well. I wouldn't want to put that curse on them. If I were to geomax, I would move there and live there for the rest of my life. I believe that is the only way to geomax as well. From listening to a lot of other people that have done it, it's kind of the thing to do. As soon as you bring one of them back here, you're going to get westernised, and bad things are only really going to happen from there on. But someone like me probably would do okay over there. I think if you're in the normie, if you're like a 4 out of 10 plus, let's just say you're a 4 or 5 out of 10, where the meat of the bell curve, and you passport, road, and geomaxed over to some of them Southeast Asia countries, you're going to do all right. You're going to do okay. But for me personally, never done it, and it doesn't appeal to me, to tell you the truth. Yeah, the culture, the climate over there, I don't really like too much. And as I said, I'm not really attracted to the women over there. They don't do anything for me. Unfortunately, otherwise I probably would be over there. So I hope that answers that question for you. It's not really for me, but for you, great, more power to you. But it is not for me, unfortunately, I guess. Alright, moving on to the next question. We have a question from Ryu Zawai. I think I'm saying it right, I don't know. Ryu. I'm guessing it's like named after the Street Fighter character that does the Hadoukens and all that shit. And he says, "Why didn't you lose weight after you got BP?" Well, I actually have been looksmaxed before, and it didn't make much of a difference, to tell you the truth. I should do it now, just for health, and I think I'd do okay now if I was like really looksmaxed. It'll take about a year to do it. Anyone that says, "Oh, you're going this little 2-3 month diet, go to the gym," is full of shit. To really change your body, it takes about a year, 8 months to a year. I used to basically live in the gym 5 to 6 days a week. I'd done competitive powerlifting and weightlifting and things like that. I had a very muscular physique with that little bit of puppy fat, as I said. I found it really hard to lose that puppy fat, no matter how hard I died, carnivore, ketogenic, all that shit, whatever. The only way I think I could ever get totally ripped with the 8-pack abs and that is if I'd done steroids, which I'm not willing to do. Maybe as I hit my early 50s, I might try some TRT and that might get me there. But my somatotype, which is like my genetic body type, is to be big, solid. I still have ripped arms and nice shoulders and that, but I always had that little bit of pudgy fat around my belly button, and I couldn't get rid of it. Come hell or high water. And I know with drugs I could, but do I want to do that? Not at this stage. As I said, if you listen to this all the way through, that time, that my chat moment when that girl came at me, I was pretty much as lean as I could get. And I really didn't have that much luck with the ladies. Once again, the bald heads. Being bald is going to knock you out from 90% of women are going to instantly reject you just because you're bald. That is the brutal fucking truth. That is a brutal BP truth. If you're bald, you're fucked with 90% of them. And also young and bald, so make that 99%. Now that I'm bald at 43, it's a little bit more tolerable. And yes, I could. There is a case for me getting back into that shape. But as I said, when I was in that shape for a few years, I didn't really ascend too much. Really, as I said, I was just probably a niche 5. Right now, I'm probably a 4, a niche 4, if you want to call it that. But these days are a little bit different to back then. A 4 is fucking nothing. The only way for me to really ascend, if it's even possible, and I heard it's not possible, when you're at my level of baldness, is to get a full head of hair transplant. If I'd done that, then just got in decent shape, I think I would be okay. But being bald, it really, like, put it this way, if I looksmaxed right now for the next year, got down to that same weight, if I even can now, 43, without drugs, with that little bit, like that tiny pudgy gut, but muscular, I could probably get 3 or 4 out of 10 fatties in a minute. That's probably all I'm going to be able to attract, and I'm not attracted to that, sorry. I can't do it. So that's probably the best I can get. I still want to looksmax for my own benefit, my own health and longevity, but I do know from personal experience, everyone's body metabolism is different. Once I get down to like that last 5 kilos, 4 or 5 kilos, I just cannot fucking budge it. I was eating like 300 to 400 calories a day at one stage doing this ketogenic diet. Could not budge it. I started losing muscle. I've done this one ketogenic diet over about 6 months and I lost an inch off my arms. I went from like 19 and a quarter down to like 18 inches. Like that's how I used to be big. I was the biggest guy in the gym. Like, I did have like a decent body, but not compared to like the idiots you see on YouTube and all that shit now because they're on drugs. If I took drugs, it'd be a different story. But I'm not going to roid up for that. I might do a bit of TRT in 7 or 8 years, and that would probably be enough to get me lean. But right now, I can't get that abs. I can't do it. I've tried. I've done all the strict diets, 7 days in the gym, 3 hours of cardio a day. It's just not in my genetic wheelhouse to get super duper lean and ripped. My body type is ectomesomorph, if you know what all that stuff is. If not, look it up, find out what body type you are. So my body naturally wants to keep that little bit of fat, and the reason it does that is because back in the caveman days, people that could hold on to that little bit of fat would survive the harsh winters better. In today's modern day, people that hold on to fat don't do any good because women don't like it in their supermarkets. We don't need to. But anyway, so to finalise Mr. Rygan Wiggins. No, we moved past him. Sorry, to finalise Ryu Zawai's question. I did looks max, and I didn't really ascend. I might have moved up 1 point, but back when I was younger, that 1 point didn't mean shit because I was bald young. But I do plan on getting fitter and healthier, and I advise everyone listening to do the same if you're not already doing it. Alright, we have... Next in the list we have Dave O. Dave O. I remember you comment quite often on the videos. How are you doing? Alright, he's got a question. How do you think the average normie or sub-5 you see walking down the street with a girl ends up getting into a relationship? Congrats on getting 100 subs. Thank you very much. On this channel it's been heavily pushed down by the algorithm. That's great to have 100. So we're talking about oofy doofy and that kind of shit here, I'm guessing. I think of that quite often. I was at a shopping centre yesterday, actually. Yesterday or the day before, I can't remember. The day before, and I always look at the couples and I quite often see the normie oofy doofy couple walking around. It's a nuanced question. This, I think, quite often we kind of underestimate the attractiveness of these guys that are with the women. Quite often they're 5 out of 10s. You know, I've recently come to that conclusion. I used to think, oh yeah, they're 3s, they're 4s, how did they get it? But when you look at them closely, I start to really look at them closely. And it's probably, I'd say, how some guys end up in relationships and they're happy and they meet women that aren't conventionally attractive. It's a mixture of, you're seeing them as uglier than they actually are. And it's also a matter of just be first. A lot of these couples are younger couples. They might have met at high school and, grown up together. So it's a mixture of that and just be first, bro. And maybe they're a little bit of a niche max. Quite often they've got like a full head of hair. All these oofy doofy guys, normies, rarely do I see the guys bald or overweight or really short. They're normally around about that 5'8", 5'9" height. The girl itself isn't as attractive as you probably make her out to be. The girl itself's probably quite often at times just a slim 3 out of 10. Could be a 4, could be a 5. The guy could be probably in that same area too, 4 or 5. Just dad bod, normie guy, full head of hair. Just basically the guy passes the basic looks test, and that particular woman's hypergamy level is low on the spectrum. They don't have to have the 6 figures, 6 foot, 6 pack abs. So I think how them relationships come to be is you've got 1, you've got just be first, bro. 2, the guy's probably that little bit more attractive than you think. 3, the girl in question that's with him has like a low hypergamy scale, like her inner hypergamy spectrum. She doesn't want the best of the best or nothing. It's not shadow bust. And like 4, the woman actually wants to settle down and have a relationship, which is rare these days with all the slay queens and boss queens we have out there, the girl bosses. So I think it's not just one thing, it's a mixture of all them things. And the guy just passes a basic looks test and that's enough for her. That's the best I can come up with, and I haven't heard any other BP content creator come up with a better model than that. And also number 5, the guy could have money. So take them 5 points, and it's either a hell of a lot of one or a little bit of everything, or some of a bit and a little bit of more. It's either that. The guy could have money, just be first. She's got low hypergamy. He just passes the basic looks test and no more, and that's all he needed. Now, sometimes I feel like going up and asking these couples, how did they meet? It's a bit creepy doing it. I'm never going to do it, but yeah, that's my answer. That's the best answer I've got to why you see that kind of stuff. Why you see like average normie, oofy doofy guys walking down the street with a girlfriend. That's a mixture of them 5 things. Is the best I can do there for you, Dave. And alright, I've got another question here from Ryu Zawai. And he says, you mentioned you spent money on PUA courses. Which scammer did you buy the courses and books from? How much did they scam you out of? The main one I bought, which I think every guy bought, was a book called The Game by Neil Strauss. It was heavily related to Mystery Method. I actually came across a copy of the Mystery Method Sailing the High Seas on the internet. But yeah, that's the main thing. Like I spent I think it was like 40 or 50 bucks on that book. So it wasn't actually too much. Most of the other content, or all the other content I came across was from Sailing the High Seas, peer-to-peer sharing, apps and shit which were popular back in the day. So yeah, I was actually strongly considering at some stage going to a PUA bootcamp workshop, because these dickheads would travel out to Melbourne, which is my capital city here in Victoria, Australia, quite a bit. Thank fuck I never went and done any of that stuff and wasted thousands. It was like $3.5, $4 grand for like a weekend workshop. And yeah, back in the day, like early to mid 2000s, PUAs were cleaning up hand over fist with money. Some of the OG PUAs are now multi-millionaires in the realms of like $40, $50 million, like Richard Gambler, bloody Owen Tyler Durden from RSD. Them guys are absolutely rolling in the money. Now, all they got out of me was the price of that book. Everything else was from Sailing the High Internet Seas, if you know what that means. So yeah, thank God, and I didn't get scammed too much, and I hope none of you guys listening, and you, Ryu, didn't get scammed either from these dickheads. All right, let me do a little quick refresh here. I think there's any new questions. Last question from Anti-Natalist Truth Award, Truther, Anti-Natalist Truth Award. Best I can do with it. All right, he says if you feel like it, please make a part 2 video about social media. I could actually probably do that. Probably it'd be a bit more in-depth video. It'd take me a while to procure like the videos and articles and that I'd want to cover in it. I could do that. It's something that I probably will do in the near future when I can't really give you a date for that. I kind of do these videos when I get around to them. Things are quite busy at the moment. I've got a lot of stuff to do around the house. I'm currently in the middle of like cleaning every room up, decluttering. I've got to flea bomb the place. I've got to do some work to the place. I've got to replace some plasterboards and do some painting and stuff. So that's why this video has been about nearly 2 weeks before the last one. But yeah, it's a very good topic. I definitely want to delve into it a lot deeper. So I, at some point, do expect it from me, but when it happens, it happens. So he goes on to say, maybe make it about how social media happens to be the ultimate progenitor of modern nightmares. To be honest, I do not know what progenitor means, but I'm guessing it's somewhere along the lines of the ultimate cause why, reason why modern nightmares and why the world is how it is, how fucked up it is. And that there needs to be technological alternatives to social media instead. 100%, as much as I am really for freedom of speech and freedom of expression, I wouldn't care too much if the internet, if the government just said, all right, smash the gavel down, okay, the internet's just going to be for emails and streaming and all. There's no more Facebook or any of that shit. You can go on the YouTube and watch your videos or stream from Netflix, etc. Send emails and do all other kinds of stuff, but we get rid of all this shit because it's detrimental to humans. Like kids these days and that don't know what it's like back in like my day in like the 90s. I was born in 82, so like your mid to late 90s as a teenager, just like cruising around on your push bikes, your BMXs, and just all meeting up at the shops. There might be like 5 or 6 different groups of 5 or 6 up to 10 different kids. We'd all just meet up, have a chat, go to someone's house, have a chat. We'd just be walking like all the time. That's how come there was fuck all fatties back in the day, because everyone was just walking around or riding bikes. And that's one of the reasons why we all feel so alienated, even though we're more connected than we've ever been. You can pick up the phone, you've got like 20 or whatever, how many contacts you've got, you can say hi to, but you don't do it. Where back in the day, you'd go out and meet people, you'd have a chat. You might have a little bit of a punch on every now and again within groups, but you'd go in and have groups, and go to groups, go and get some. Now we have fish and chip shops here. We go into a group of 5 or 6 of us, order $5 of chips, which was heaps back then. Sit down in the park, talk shit. Maybe even fire up a big roach, get the spliffs going, or a bottle of cheap cooking wine, and just have fun as kids, as teenagers. That stuff's missing, and you just don't. You just miss. You can miss out on a lot of social development because that stuff doesn't exist anymore. And yeah, it's just not very good for being a holistic human being, missing out on intrapersonal interactions. Yeah, so he goes on to finish. Social media is just an amplifier of modern nightmares for sure. Yeah, I agree. It is, I think no good comes out of it, or very little good, and whatever little good comes out of it gets absolutely shat on by the bad stuff that comes out of it. I mean, just look what it's done to the ladies, how vain and how demanding it's made them of guys, and how like attention is currency for women too. They can put up one thirst trap pic and get 300 comments, 50,000 likes, 1,000 shares, and all of a sudden that 4 out of 10 that's just wearing something skimpy, taking 300 pictures and picked out the 3 that were the most flattering, put on a lot of makeup. All of a sudden she thinks she's an 8, and all us average guys are fucked. That's just one example. But what it does to just people in general, what the internet has done has been so negative, so negative. How far we have advanced in the last 50 years has been more than we've advanced since we fucking walked on 2 legs out of the ocean. It's absolutely ridiculous how much we've advanced, and our brains haven't evolved. That's why how much we're in this trouble and strife we're in right now. Humans have not evolved for the hecticness, to handle the hecticness of social media and internet, this constant validation, and it's no good for us. As I said, on free speech, all that, freedom, I'm all for that shit, but I wouldn't care too much if the internet fucking disappeared. If it was just back to basics. Yeah, you could stream movies, you could email one another, fuck all the dating apps off, social media apps, just keep like little forums and stuff like that, keep YouTube, but all the rest of them can get stuffed. I'd be happy with that. I'd be more than happy with that. So I hope that answers your question, Anti-Natalist Truth Award. And yeah, that I'll just refresh once more to see if there's any new questions, which I highly doubt. No, there's not. So yeah, I hope in conclusion, I hope that answered everyone's questions to some degree. And yeah, feel free to leave comments at the down below on this vid. And in regards to like rejection stories and stuff, tell me yours. If you guys have had any as bad as mine, or just humiliating, whatever, just let every guy know that it's spread your knowledge and wisdom around. Let guys know that the worst that can happen is not just, oh no thanks. That is far from the worst that can happen when you go out and approach women. Far from the worst. So thanks again to everyone that asked questions and everyone that's listening as well. I will more than likely do put another Q&A video out for you to ask questions maybe in a month, 2 months time. Whenever I've got some time to do it. I just want to give it a bit of time in between. And yeah, thanks for listening, people, and I'll see you in the next video.
Aislinn! Master of the Mists, Sea Lord of Ulthar, Commander of the Assa's Navy, Rocks and Assur, we rule the skies! Guardian of the seas, on the wing! Aerial maneuvers, moving out! Approaching position, test their metal! Speed up! Line on! Aerial maneuvers, verily! Air patrol, moving out! Fly over! Approaching position, speed up! Here to serve! Aerial maneuvers! Line on! Fly over! Moving out! Speed up! Approaching position! Advancing! Set off! Take position! Line on! Changing position! Naval camaraderie! Warship crew! Beauty! Asa, move! Ceylon! Fly over! Aerial maneuver! Speed up! Approaching position! With strength and
Okay. Factory 5 items.
Battle balls! Onward! Sky Scout! Glide on! Arcanist Supreme! Past the great pattern! Reshaping reality! Rocks and Assur! Moving out! Aerial maneuvers! Aquatic spellcaster! Surging ahead! Winds, obey me! Ship's company! 'Tis clear! Understood! For Ulthwa! Loyal! Pull back! Fly over! Speed up! Glide on! An opportunity! Approaching position! Eyes and ears! Aerial maneuvers! Sky strike! Sail!
Without question.
Orders received! We rule the skies! Wind rush! Brave idea! Fly over! Mist Mage! Behold the mist! Naval camaraderie! Forward! On the way! Azure with... Speed up! Assur seafarers! Rush forth! Over there! I command the water! Northern Skycutter! Ship's company! Moving! Veils and waves! Altering direction! Acknowledge! Line on! I bring wisdom! Past the great pattern! Spell weaving! Aerial Outrider! Without question! Orders received! Moving out! Northern Skycutter! Forward! For order! To the next objective! Spearman! As you say! Get it done! We will obey! Aerial Outrider! With precision! Northern Skycutter! At once! Aerial Outrider! Approaching position! Without question! Fly over!
We will obey!
Verily! Draw back! Reshaping reality! Asser seafarers! Warship crew! Mist mage! Winds open! With precision! Northern Skycutter! Mist mage! Aerial Outrider! Spearman! Understood! For duty! Orders received! It will be done! Lilith guides me! For the Phoenix King! Battle magic! Test their mettle! Swoop upon them! Northern Skycutter! Aerial maneuvers! Approaching position! Asher, advance! Aerial Outrider! Aquatic Spellcaster! For duty! We go! Northern Skycutter! Show our might! Northern Skycutter! Aerial Outrider! Speed up! Aerial Outrider! Glide on! Northern Skycutter! Mist Mage! Arcanist Supreme! Behold the mist! Northern Skycutter! Aerial attack! Aerial Outrider! Acknowledge! Vile rats!
Dude, that was a hard fight, dude. We gotta get to level 30 war. Come on. Come on. The ocean and stuff definitely did good. 88 magical. Ocean is almost 1500 worth of gold value. 1400 worth of gold value. 1600. Yeah, they start out pretty weak, but they get pretty strong. They kind of do need more ammo now, I think. You need a 100% takeout there. Dude, I don't know. That was heroic to me. Barely lost any units. Yeah, I took out a way better force.
didn't have a chance to make one the other day, so I thought, why not make a little vlog? I haven't made one of these, and a lot of people like hearing the stories. I know a few of you just don't worry about watching, it's basically just looking at me. You go for your walks, or you do some chores, or you go for a drive and just listen. So, thought I'd make one of these for all the people who like all this kind of stuff. Give me a second before I start talking properly and right, we'll traffic. Pathetic day here in
I guess I'll do
South Victoria, Australia, southeast of Melbourne. Well, a bit southeast of Melbourne, out in a rural area. Hot, and then it started to rain, so you've got that sticky, muggy shit. I hate that feeling. That's why I don't look at everything next to like Bali or Philippines or Thailand, because it's always humid. You've got your wet season and you've got your dry season, but it's always raining. Like it's always humid. You don't really have the dry heat like we have here in Australia. At least down the south, up the north is a bit more tropical. The further north you get, the more tropical. It's in that tropical ring, that ring of fire, not ring of steel, that ring of fire, I think they call it, where they have all the tsunamis and earthquakes and shit. I think California's on it too. A lot of them Southeast Asian countries.
You know what, I'll take that
nasty business. Just back in the supermarket, and of course there's, everywhere, which, as usual, just reminds me that it is over. One thing that kind of made me smile and immediately made me sad is I seen this young girl. She would have been early to mid 20s, certainly between 22 to 25, 26. She was pushing the trolley. I think she had her mum with her. She had a baby in one arm, pushing the trolley. Something on my mouth, ridiculous. And she was pregnant, quite far along pregnant with another kid. And that made me smile because it kind of reassured me, yes, there are still women out there that are looking for that. I'm guessing she had a partner and not a single mum, so but let's just say she's got a partner. She's having sex with someone. So there's still women out there that want to be wives and mothers. And then that smile immediately turned into like a frown and sadness because then I realised exactly how bloody rare that is, how rare it is to see a woman like that. And she wasn't just like in a miserable mood; she was actually smiling and happy, pushing it around, just doing shopping. Imagine just like buying stuff for the household, caring for the new kid to come. She was happy as Larry. I could tell that she was just one of these ladies that just loved being a mum. So there are still women out there. The problem is that the ratio of them are so skewed that you kind of can't live in hope, especially if you're on the average or sub 5 side. It's just so hard to meet someone. You can't really live in that hope. And then, of course, all this stuff left the store, and then, what did I see? I've seen a couple of couples walking around, as usual, with the baby mind factor. I noticed a lot of goofy couples, like guys with similar looks to me that have ladies. And then, of course, I'm thinking, I can't meet anyone, and there's a girl that wears they're beautiful tight yoga pants that just drive you nuts. You see a few of them everywhere you go. And once again, reminds you that, the Mother Nature has selected your genes to be eliminated from the pool. Fucking toss pipe. Have some wankers on the road. Tell me if you're in the States or Britain or whatever country, do you have dickheads on the road over there too? These people piss me off sometimes. Right up your ass, right up your ass. I was pulling over to let him pass. I'm not interested in having someone I meet from the tailgate. And you just turn, young kid, as usual. It's definitely one thing you've got to learn as an average. I say average now because average men are included in sub 5. There's no longer can you be like a 5.5 out of 10 and still do okay. You've got to be extremely lucky in this day and age to do okay as a guy that's like average, maybe even a little bit above average. It really starts at 6. Women don't really want 6s, but there's enough out there that don't have enormous amounts of hypergamy that will settle for a 6 if you're willing to put in a bit of work, go dating and all that stuff, and put in a bit of time and money. They really do want chat or nothing. They really do want that.
Standing orders.
What did I say? They gave me the shit the other day too. I think it was on Facebook or it was one of the social medias. And it was a woman, of course, complaining that she can't find a man, and she had a big laundry list of things that she wanted. And it's just like you see, like Better Bachelor and all them other channels are just, as Wheat Waffles calls it, the shit shovelers that make a video every day of just trite, just shit. We've all heard 1,000 times before. But I do know why them guys do make the videos. Like if I had a channel that had 300,000 members or subscribers, I'd be doing it too just to make money. I'd just be looking up, what article we got today, cover it, make a couple of jokes, shit on women a little bit, post it, and taking, $1,000 a day for doing nothing, really. Anyway, this lady, of course, had, and she would have been at best a 4 out of 10. And that's kind of being generous. She had like saggy breasts, and she was only like 32. Don't believe she had a kid. Not bad looking in face, but nothing to write home about. Could definitely lose that weight, and she wants, going on about how attractive the guy has to be. And that's just another thing that happens in life as a guy that just reiterates the fact that it's pretty much over. The dating landscape is fucked. Women only want attractive guys. They don't need or want a man for anything else other than to be good looking and to give them a good time. Or resources and shit like that. It's really, really, really difficult to, as I said, find one like that woman. Once again, I'm probably idealising this lady that had the baby and one in the oven and was smiling and happy going about the business at the store. Just happy enough being a wife. Happy enough being a mum. They do exist, guys, but what is it?
I trust that you too.
What is it? It's probably the odds are probably 1 in 100. Maybe 1 in 50. But the trick here is when you're born, you only get one roll of the dice. It's not one roll of the dice every woman you meet. You get one roll of the dice when you're born, basically.
Require the wisdom of a great mage.
Good luck if you're not some kind of a chat line. Good luck. They're really not interested in you. They're really not interested.
I'm listening.
The modern woman does not just want a guy to be with her for you to provide for them and to look after you in turn by making the odd meal, keeping the house. It doesn't have to be 1950s traditional trad life shit, but they just don't want a partnership. Hey, if she's got a great job making 200 a year, I'll stay home and look after kids. I love it when they raise a son or daughter. But they just don't want that. Through womanism, brainwashing, and media, and whatever the fuck it's been for the last 50, 60 years, they are just not interested anymore. Just like that Raymond guy, said, where are the women? Where are they? They're nowhere. They're just nowhere to be seen. So no wonder guys are bloody just taking on the neat lifestyle. I mean, why? Why slug your guts out, work 60 hours a week, earn $110,000, you know, just to break 6 figures and go to the gym and get a six-pack? Why? If you don't have the face, that's for nothing. Unless you really want that yourself, don't do it. Don't kill yourselves for these ladies. They don't care about you. As harsh as it sounds, if a lady doesn't find you attractive, you are no better than shit on the bottom of a shoe. You're invisible. They don't care. Look at the male loneliness epidemic. They don't care about us. They've really got it too good. They've got it too good, and they don't know how good they've got it. But in saying all this, I've never been an advocate for hating on women for it. You know, part of it's, you know, social conditioning with womanism and things, but a lot of it too is just their biology. They're acting on their biology, and it's, you know, if you want to blame someone, really blame Mother Nature, because that's how women are hardwired. Women are hardwired to seek out the best genetics, which is, you know, probably broken it down in a nutshell into looks, height, money, that kind of thing. All the things that PUAs and roaches say don't matter, which that's all that matters really. It's been broken down into a nutshell, all in things. If you don't make the mark, mate, tough. It's just tough luck. You've got to deal with it. It's overful. Overful. It's one of the first things as a guy you have to learn and come to terms with in his life is the fact that life isn't going to be fair to you. If you're an average to below average, you know, if you're a sub-6 man, life is not going to be fair to you. So you better get used to living life on hard and the difficulty. What was I going to say? That's right. I know I've said this before in other videos, but you've got to remember, gentlemen, that this new modern, huge, large world we live in due to social media, internet, being able to contact people all around the world, has opened a woman's dating opportunities from, like, let's just say go back to the 80s, 90s when I was born growing up. People hung around in like groups anywhere from like 3 to 10 people that walk around, go to shops, go to milk bars, hang out, have barbecues and stuff. And then you might have an extended group of maybe up to 40 or 50 people that you might know. If you were a guy, all you really had to be was, if you could just reach that 4 out of 10 mark, you could have something. You're a bit balding, it didn't matter, a little bit overweight, didn't matter, a little bit of short, didn't matter. I've seen it with my own eyes. These guys are beating average. You're a sub-3, sorry, you're still fucked. But if you're an average guy, 4 to 5, back before social media picked up, you have to make a chance. But it's not that hard to stand out when you're only competing with like 10 to 20 other guys. It is hard to stand out when you're competing with the whole world, which is what us guys are doing now. The reptilian brain, the hypergamous brain, the subconscious part of the brain, is just getting on TikTok and all these apps and social media things, that affluence and chads, look at the guys left, right, centre. That is becoming their new level. And of course, you know, we all know that Chad's can dumpster dive on a slow Tuesday. So these 4 out of 10 women will get the odd Chad, because, you know, there are Chads out there that will just stick anywhere fixed. And if what they do that happens, they get, you know, alpha widow or whatever. So I think it's alpha widow, correct me if I'm wrong there. They actually date, you know, meet a Chad that's just using them for their box. Might last a couple of weeks or a couple of months, and then that's all of a sudden their new barrier of entry. Well, the guy's got to be, you know, they don't say this, but the guy's got to be like 7 out of 10 plus. But the her is just like, he's got to be good looking, full of hair, have a good job, which he probably bullshitted about. I know a lot of guys who are used to bullshit, just lie their ass off to get women. Yes, they still pass the basic looks test, but they go around saying they're engineers, they're doctors, they're professional motorcycle riders. You wouldn't believe the amount of bullshit that I, for one, mate, that used to and it had it off. But what do you used to do? I know he picked up the ones by, you seen this decent looking chick leave a pub, get into a car, and the car had a for sale sign with the phone number down. She was pretty drunk, so the crafty bastard just wrote down the number, rang the number up, and told her that they met that night. You're pretty drunk, you go. But then she said, I don't remember, if I gave you my number, I must have liked it. Didn't know what he looked like, and ended up making having a one-night stand. Once again, this guy, you'd say average looks, 6 foot tall, average looks, past services, the basic looks test, maybe 10% of the time. Of course, another way he used to meet women, the crafty guys. He used to put an advert in the local paper saying he's got a house seeking a roommate, and you wouldn't let them come around to the house, but before that, let's say that before he went and met them, he screened all the guys and just ignored them. And whenever it was a sheer, like, he'd meet up with them at a pub and say, oh, look, if we're going to live together, we better make sure we get along, let's just go out for a meal and a drink, you know, just no pressure meal. And yeah, I know once he met this not bad looking female police officer, they did it for a while, just doing that. Just from, you know, guys can be real, he's like what G-Man speaks, or G-Man call Steve-O, he's learned, Skynet learns, he's just learned. And he'd go and this guy was a bullshit artist by nature, he's a car salesman, used car salesman, so tells you everything they need to know. He'd bullshit, tell them everything they needed to hear, sell them the dream, you know, and they would eventually catch on and dump him. And then he's the kind of guy that when that had happened, he'd go into a big depression and we'd all have to give him, you know, kisses and cuddles for a few months. But you know, I don't really advocate for it, but if you pass the basic looks test and you want to get laid as a guy, I don't have any pickup artist lines or anything for you. The only thing I can tell you is be unethical and bullshit. As long as you pass the basic looks test and you just want a one-night stand, there's no, what's to say you can't walk around the local shopping centre with a stethoscope around your neck, dress up nice, tell them you're a fucking doctor. If you're young, you're a junior doctor. If you're an older bloke, you're a consultant doctor. You know, I'm not saying do it. I can't do it. I couldn't, you know, hold up the line. You know, my conscience would get to me. But if you're the kind of guy that doesn't give a shit, that's one way to do it. So as I'm nearing home and I have some beautiful Indian food in the backseat of the car, driving me crazy smelling it. Nice butter chicken. I don't like it too spicy. Butter chicken with that bread. I love the bread you dip in the sauce. That naan bread, garlic naan bread. Ooh, we use absolute magic. So yeah, just really came on to chat for a little bit because I kind of felt like it. Give you guys something to listen to, tell a few stories, remind you of the BP. You know, have your daily dose of BP. But, you know, the modern dating landscape is completely fucked, and it's not your fault. If you don't pass that basic looks test, it's not your fault, gentlemen. It's not your personality. It's not what you do. It's not how you act. It's not what you say. It's not who you're with. Not what you wear. Your face has to pass that basic looks test, or it's over. It's not happening, and there's nothing you can do about it. That's as harsh as it is. There is nothing you can do about it for that particular woman. All you can do is look snacks. So, all right. I've got a bit of a drive tomorrow coming up, so at the time of this video, if you're seeing this, look forward to another one. I want to tell you about a story. I was going to say today, but I'm already home. I want to tell you a story about a Chad friend of mine I met when I was heavy into the gym, like when I was about 22, 23. A little quick rundown of tomorrow's story. This guy was he was from New Zealand. He was like half like Maori, half like Eastern European, I think, like German or Russian. I think German or Austrian or something like that by his last name. Basically, picture a shorter Jason Momoa, but with a more feminine face, but still in island features, and the most like perfect tan skin you could ever meet. This guy used to have women. We walked at like a gym and that. He trained hard. That's why I like to train with him. But this guy used to walk. I used to walk about 15 minutes to the local gym with him, and he literally had women with their heads out the car window doing a full 180 staring at him. This guy was that good looking. This is of course before I was BP'd, and I used to think, why the fuck are they doing that to him? And then now I'm thinking about him, what he looked like. I'll tell you more about it tomorrow, but yeah, that's tomorrow's story about how this Chad guy just came onto the scene and mobbed absolutely everyone in town. And everyone young and old were chomping at the bit to spend it. But anyway, until then, just look after yourselves, because quite frankly, no one else gives a fuck. So until then, see you.
Commander of the Sea Patrol.
I bring Azurian's fire.
Oh wow. Huh. Upkeep. That's a good buff. Minus 20% upkeep.
You seek illumination?
I'd actually go there just for Earthblood. Oh, they get Earthblood. Man. Oh, okay. The lore masters are interesting. Oh, shit, I would say just Earthblood. Ballistic plating for Swordmaster and Poet and Large Monster. Dude, that's not bad. Minus 20%, minus 25% upkeep. That's pretty damn good. He buffs him a lot, damn. Damn, does he buff? Unfortunate that they don't move.
may look upon me.
Imric, who seeks...
Your request?
Oh my god, so dumb.
Lord Aislinn. The work never ends. Nerves of it, Bilmar.
Great. Savior of the realm. I hope this is important, to have dragged me from my lady's business. Bretonian.
Strategy beyond.
Defender of...
Give
The dragon shall wake.
Tyrion.
Everqueen.
Love.
What would you have of me? Queen of Avalon. What matters do you wish to lay before the Everqueen?
Imric. Report. A reasonable request. Siphon the ether. Ulthuan needs stern defenders. Raise anchors for the good of Ulth. Forward then. Warden of...
You may look up.
Wisdom awaits.
Loyal.
Greatest of the dragon princes. Relish this chance to look upon your better.
Alariel's champion.
I will hear you gladly. Speak without fear. We serve a
The dragon shall wake.
You require assistance?
Nice.
Duck the high strike. Serves the
You got your college degree, but you can't find a job?
Problems to solve.
Huh.
Marching column, assemble. Lothern's legend. Yes.
Maybe might have to sell my college.
You may look upon me.
Dark.
Who seeks me?
Sail the skies.
Dude, they suck ass at making money.
Peace and strength. Protecting Althwan.
Like, I did not realize how much they suck ass at making money.
I am listening. Making headway. Greatest.
Those who displease me do not live to tell of it.
Shit, that would have been way better. Also way better.
Danger must be confronted with valor. What news? Hero of the Asser.
Going to the trades, they say. Well, according to the world's largest recruiting firm, that's exactly what they're suggesting. And I'm going to give you my opinion on whether or not I think this is good advice. Everybody, welcome back to my channel. If you're new here, my name is Brian. I'm the founder of
So I'm 42, I have 2 kids, and I am preparing for a jobless future. A world where there are fewer and fewer...
The world is full.
Greetings everyone, my name is Axel from the channel Dressofer, and today I will do a Norscan tier list video, and
United Maritime Patrol destroyed. What the heck?
Mists and mysteries. They often are alike.
May we both serve Ulthuan and...
If you are in need, tell me.
What matters do you wish to lay before the Everqueen?
I'll take the income.
Yes.
Defend.
Peace and strength.
Land assault. This instant.
Master of sea and sky. We must pace ourselves. For us.
Yeah, we can decide all that. I mean, I could play it out, but is it a siege battle? God, I'm not doing this siege. I hate siege battles. Oh, I can establish a colony.
Welcome back, guys. Today we're going to be looking at the resources that introduced with Aislinn and the High Sea Patrol faction that has just been launched. I played for a little bit of this, around 6 hours yesterday, and it has completely been absolutely bonkers. It's a really fun campaign. It's not your typical Ulthuan-centric campaign, rather it's based around your lord, Aislinn, where he is. There he is. He's a horde faction with horde faction mechanics, but you also get to have build settlements, and you also get these new cool systems of outposts that allows you to expand your influence all over the world. Now, the purpose of this video, as I said, is an understanding of the resources. As you can see up here, we have a lot of different resources, a lot of different mechanics, and they intertwine. Normally, all factions and most factions have one resource or two at most, and the primary one is gold. Gold is used to build, to make your armies, keep your armies, upkeep, recruit, all of the beautiful stuff. In this case, since we're high elves, you also get influence, and this is the classic standard influence. This is used for faction influence, diplomacy, internal politics, with the intrigue at court, where you can just pick another faction. Let's say we want Clan Squire to like us, of course they don't like us very much, and you can spend influence to improve or decrease relationships. If I look at another high elf, oh crap, there's so many. Where are they? Khemri, Lybaras, Avalon, let's see. Avalon, see, they like us very much. If we spend 5 influence, they will like us a little bit more. Plus 40, high patrol, and you have this event that happens. Now, influence is obtained through winning battles, buildings, and certain characters, such as, for example, a noble. A noble can generate influence through secure influence over here. Through battles, armies can secure influence. As you can see over here, I probably have a little bit of influence here. Actually, I do not. I haven't fought a battle in a while, I think. Let's see, this guy doesn't have either. Okay. That beats my point. But I'm certain that I have some influence buildings up here, such as the Noble Consulate over there and over here, which generate influence growth and all the other good stuff. Now, the purpose of this is the High Elf Sea Patrol has a variety of other things, starting with Patron of the Realms. It's a new mechanic that's been introduced. I believe this is available for all the High Elves as well. Again, it uses influence and gold, where you essentially assign a lord to a specific region, where you take control of the region. You can steal it from other elves, or you pay extra influence to take it from them, and you essentially gain the benefits of that region. For example, I have the High Lord Aislinn, Sea Lord Aislinn. He's the Illyrian patronage, and since it's level 3, which you level it up using influence, he has favor of the Phoenix King, campaign movement increase, all of these incredible stuff. And really cool thing is, it's one of the recruitment requirements for profit rating today, which is the most amazing thing. Also, once you get to level 3, you're basically immune from other lords taking it. They don't think the other lords really get that high level, but they do get, when they switch, a little bit of defense. Now, if we look at the court unity, the thing we were talking about before is that if we look, for example, Etain, as we were saying, you need to have patronage level 3 in Illyrian and Etain, which I do. I currently control both regions. And if I do so, and then I have favor of the Phoenix King level 5, which I currently have level 8, as you can see here, and we'll discuss how you get that too. I can just force confederate and gain access to all the armies, all the territories, and this will be absolutely incredible. Now, this said, rather than we gain the territories, in this case, the territories are given to the United Maritime Patrol. We will keep control of all the sea petrol outposts built in those territories. We will get all the armies, but since we cannot occupy all that land due to another faction mechanic, this guy down here, I'm not sure, it's still down here, but there was, again, just crashed. There, I think he's no longer there. There was a guy down here that spawned during the live stream. We saw him and I was like, what the hell is that guy doing here? I think he's gone. Might respawn. But anyway, they're another faction that basically act like an intermediate. Another faction that does the same or similar, but the... Oh shit, so I'm actually taking control of all of this. Something similar to that is, of course, the guy's faction and his satellite faction, so it's a very similar thing. In my case, I found that it's honestly not worth it confederating, as I feel that the elves become much more powerful when you're just capturing territory for them, and then they consolidate their forces in there and protect it, so you don't have to worry about protecting it yourself. Now, this ties in with the next feature, which is the Elven colony availability. Since we are meant to be a pseudo horde faction, we have this unique ability to settle some colonies, and these colonies are essentially used as a resource. Currently, I can settle one more place. I have a number of places that give me more availability of this resource, so you can get them from missions, landmarks, technologies, Historic Domination, and Ancient Elven Colonies. For example, if I look over here, this is an Elven Colony, an Ancient Elven Colony. If you upgrade it enough, you will get the access to, say, Building Browser, you will get access to a unique building, so in this case would be the walls of Arnheim, and as you can see here, when built in Sea Patrol Outpost, you get an additional colony, and in this case I actually took the place, so I won't be able to get that. However, I do believe that there is another building that allows you to get that for yourself. Is it all the way here? Yeah, so if you get it to level 5, you get, oh, not even level 4. Not level 3, sorry, I'm still finding everything myself. So level 3, you'll get access to another colony, which makes sense since the other buildings are level 3. When I say other buildings, I go to our starting location and we see Tower of the Stars. Over here, we built the Lord Monster's Watch, which is the landmark. It gives us global faction buffs, which are really cool. Spirit, spell resist, etc. I'm actually not using this, but the cooldown for spells is really nice. And you got extra building space for colony, and it shows over here. So you see you have landmarks, the colonies, and stuff, and it tells you how many you have. For example, in my case, I have 5 colonies myself. I do have one which I want to get rid of. I'll probably sell it after I get, so if I get the Sword of Cain or not, and I built it up, and probably sell it to good old High Elves, friends. Now, that is the colonies, but these colonies also bring us a number of new resources, namely Elven Trade and Dragon Ship supplies. Why do I say mainly? They do have also dedication, but that we'll deal with separately. So in this case, I don't have any money left, so let's find a place that I have started upgrading, or I have the option to upgrade. Okay, like this. So, no, let's see. It's a separate thing. Oh wait, I think I've upgraded everything, and that's the reason why. Let's just click Building Browser, and you will see what I mean. So you get these 3 different types of buildings. You get the Sea Patrol Outpost building. This is your capital building sort, because you can get these you can build into a variety of different buildings, which you unlock through research. We'll see that in a second. Now, these give you separate influences trades according to where it is built. For example, if the True Warden's Pavilion is built in a coastal settlement, it increases income from ports faction-wide by 1%. This is going to cost you 361 gold and 300 Elven Trade. In my case, because I wanted more influence, and this is one way to get influence and research, I built the Seat of the Sea Lord, which gives you dedication, influence, control, corruption resistance. I built this against Slanesh and result of corruption, and when control is positive, you gain additional benefits. There's also the Dragon Ship supply crate, and again, this gives you benefits either if it is in a coastal settlement or if it is not. It's not like it. So, for example, I'm spending some Elven trade, but then I get this buff where I get replenishment range. I'm leaving a seat lane, or if it's not in a coastal settlement, which is mostly where I build it, I do believe I've been building quite a few over on this side. Yeah, you get income from post-battle loot, which is one of the ways I've been getting a lot of money in my faction. And it's really important to use Elven Trade to kind of boost as much as possible Dragon Ship supplies. As you can see, Dragon Ship supplies is very difficult to get compared to Elven Trade. Elven Trade, I basically get 1,000 per turn from outposts, colonies, everything. But the Dragon Ship supplies, I get much less. And you can, again, get these from a variety of different ways, but these resources are very limited because it is your main factor of limitation when you're building your faction. In my case, I'm turn 14, I'm just going to tier 3 now. Again, this could be done faster. I think the main reason I didn't do it faster is I was trying to figure out how to do it, which gave me an idea of this video, but it's really important that you try and get the discounts as early as possible, and the discounts come from a variety of things, such as the over here, you get 5% discount from Provision Might, you get discount space from other things, and these are the effects that we're going to have from our unique Astro Dominion. You get 3 different sections, and we'll discuss those in a second. Essentially, Dragon Ship supplies are how you build your roving armies. You get 5 of them, and you are allowed to recruit those based on the dedication I showed you, and as well as a you have 1 to unlock from a research, which we'll see. I call this a research, it's essentially a research. The other 4 is you need to get 4 initiatives of each. I currently have 3, 2, and 2. So you get the colony dedication, the outpost dedication, and the Dragon Ship dedication. Well, what do these do? They're essentially buffs you get for yourself. So let's skip the colony just for now. These buffs, each time you equip one, you cannot undo it, and this makes the next 100 more expensive. I get 245 per turn, and I get these from the Sea Patrol Outpost. So essentially every 3 turns I get 1 or 2 of these, according to, well, now it's 2, because they're all very expensive. As you can see, I got an Elven colony, I got trade increase, trade tariffs, army buffs, and essentially that's what these are. It's like this one is to build your economy, this one is to buff your armies and your faction in general. Just a bit of buffs also to heroes, to I guess there's a bit of construction things, but it's mostly just generic utilities, and then this is for your armies to get your armies up and running, going, and becoming stronger, and this also unlocks a number of different buildings on your Dragon Ship, and we'll get to that in a second. Finally, well, finally, just before we get to the dragon ship, which is the unique building, the unique faction, we have different lords, the legendary lords, Tyrion, Alariel, Alethon, Arteclis, Eldarion, and Emmerich, our favorite friends. Now, for example, if I click on Tyrion, I can consult Tyrion. I have gifted Tyrion and settlements, and because I've gifted Tyrion and settlement, he will be able to give me a lot of things. First and foremost, it will cost me 1,000 dedication to do so, but you will essentially get Tyrion's champions, which means your Phoenix Guard, your White Lions, and your Silver Hounds just become all the more amazing. All your lords and heroes are leveled up by 1. You get plus 10 favor of the Phoenix skin thing. You get a couple of unique items, such as the Bow of the Seafarer, which is honestly not bad, and the Armor of Dawn, and you get also Covering Command for 3 turns, where you have all your armies buffed up by a significant amount. And each one of them has these amazing buffs. I think Alariel's is one of the better ones. I should probably start working on boosting Alariel, where it gives Woodsman and Vanguard point for Sisters of Avalon for all armies, and that's your essentially endgame unit. Teclis boosts the hell out of the Swordsmaster's poet, and Emmerich, of course, Emmerich loves his dragon, so he gives Dragon Princess a lot of really good, powerful. Honestly, with the current balance, I think Devastating Flanker and Perfect Figure are amazing for them, as they are incredibly strong units, but again, not the units I would go for. So yeah, you have all of this to play around with and explore. Now that I've run you through that, how do you get your economy running? Essentially speaking, you need to establish as many outposts as possible, and the idea is that the more outposts you have, the better your economy is going to be, and the more trade you're going to have. Trade, I mean Elven trade, and of course you're going to have a decent amount of trade. I mean, I do have 2 armies, I don't have my economy balanced or optimized whatsoever. Definitely could be a lot more powerful, but that said, being at this level, 40 turns in without having struggled almost at all on Legendary shows you how relatively easy it is to get your faction going. What I do recommend is that you rush as fast as possible to get a Noble Consulate. This will give you all the influence you need. If you have 3 or 4 of these, you're going to be absolutely doing grand. And then I found that one of the better things to have is the Coastbound Close. It gives you a lot of buffs to your 3 of your main resources you're running. Essentially speaking, you need to establish as many outposts as possible, and the idea is that the more outposts you have, the better your economy is going to be, and the more trade you're going to have. Trade, I mean Elven trade, and of course you're going to have a decent amount of income. I mean, I do have 2 armies, I don't have my economy balanced or optimized whatsoever. Definitely could be a lot more powerful, but that said, being at this level, 40 turns in without having struggled almost at all on Legendary shows you how relatively easy it is to get your faction going. What I do recommend is that you rush as fast as possible to get Noble Consulate. This will give you all the influence you need. If you have 3 or 4 of these, you're going to be absolutely doing grand. And then I found that one of the better things to have is the Coastbound Close. It gives you a lot of buffs to your 3 of your main resources. You get more dragon ship supplies, you get more Elven trade, and you get more trade resources faction-wide. Now, as you see here, when there is an Elven colony in this province, you get the extra 5 dragon ship supplies, extra trade, and extra faction resources. So it's really important to read the small print and chain things together. So in this case, Thoranlek, I have my colony over here. I couldn't give away the Shrine of Cain because there was no one close by that I could give it to, so I ended up having to take it. But the Shrine of Cain, if it wasn't my colony, I would have given it to someone else, and that would have allowed me to have 2 of these going. Maybe leave it to Arachne. Yeah, here I have it going. So I do have the Watchtowers. I found the Watchtowers to be pretty decent. Gives you good defensive army, and a little bit of trade. The others do give you trade, but then they give you different types of units. So essentially, I just went for the thing that I felt was the best and the most optimal resource-wise. With regards to the rest, if you are struggling for Elven trade, goods warehouses are fantastic and amazing. If you want some money, you can get money by upgrading your Elven difficulty procurement company. Now, this helps because it works with increased trade tariffs. Now, that said, I do not know if this is global. If it's global, it's extremely busted and really, really strong. If it's not global, then there are problems. The Elven Embassy is your go-to for influence, a little bit of gold, and it's really good that it helps you build kind of an economic and diplomatic relationship with the owner of the settlement. And then there's the Artisan's Bazaar, where it gives you gold based on the income, 10%, and if there's a lot more income, you gain more Elven trade and another 10% of that income. But again, it's only a little bit. The trick here is the economy of scale. The economy of scale here is incredible. We have essentially, you can see how many outposts I have. I have a number of outposts here, 3 or 4 of those. I have another one up here, and then I essentially have all of the Isthmus of Lastria, all of this. So 3, 6, 9, 10, 13 settlements over there, and I do have a couple of settlements down here where I kind of saved Emmerich because now he's been essentially wiped out by the rats. He's still deciding to send his army across the sea, but you know, at least he's safe and sound here from any invasion of any sorts. Last thing and final. Check if my mic was on, and I hope it is on, because I've been rambling for 10 minutes. Last and final thing is we will look at our beautiful ship. So our ship is built as, honestly, a black arc, as much as Hyles would hate to hear me say that. You have the It's very simple. Again, once you figure out the structure, you have the must, the capital building, which is your dragon ship itself, you have the military, and you have the economy. Now, the economy is split between a few buildings, which you then specialize as you go along. So you have 6 different buildings over here that you then specialize, and you choose one over the other. So, for example, my lookout mast, which gives you more movement range, upgrades into Elven Sails, and then in Tier 5 goes into Idle Wanderer Sails, which gives you more overall movement range. However, if you do decide that you want to have something a little bit more combat related, you can have 30% campaign movement range replenished after each battle. So if you have a few battles coming up, you can quickly swap from one to another. What is important to note, this costs dragon ship supplies, and dragon ship supplies are extremely resource intensive. So apart from growth, which is relatively slow on the ships, you need to also pay a significant amount of dragon ship supplies, and dragon ship supplies are difficult and hard to come by. Again, there is probably an optimal way of doing this for increasing efficiency. I did not find myself needing to build a lot, because I've been able to supply myself mostly with very basic units, sea guards, shields. These guys, the ships companies, have been incredibly useful, and the archers with light armor, always a good choice. And good old Sea Luck One Eye. Oh, I just realized I lost one of my Eagle Global Throwers, and that needs to get that back. But yeah, keeping that in mind, it's good to note all of this stuff. I do believe that's just about it. I mean, there's the Trigger Core, there's the Ride, Sword of Cain if I want, and I've showed you everything. I hope you kind of find this useful. It is a lot of information to take in. What I do recommend with this guy is, with Aislinn, is you take it easy. I took the option to come to Alt 1. You have other options. You can see back here you have 3 options where to go. I went to Alt 1. I decided to invade and establish the High Elves over here. My goal is to just expand the High Elves and push them, where I essentially take territory, and whenever I take territory, they send dozens of armies. As you can see here, I took territory down here. They sent a couple of armies to fight Mastamundi and the accursed troop. Up here, Marathi decided to protect them. They dragged me into the war, paid me off handsomely, and I just took territories, and they've captured territories. Normally, this would be a no-no for me. Normally, I would just slowly and carefully be taking every single settlement, making sure that there aren't these nitwits left around. But in this case, there are. Yeah, thank you very much for watching. It's been a pleasure playing with this guy. I hope you do enjoy him as much as I did. And have a good one, guys. Bye.
Did you guys have sex? Okay, so did he use any protection?
On November 28, 2022, dispatch received an emergency call regarding an attempted kidnapping and rape. The victim somehow managed to escape and contact the police in time. Here's what happened next.
Hello, did you give us a call? Did you give us a call?
I didn't get a call.
Okay, what's going on?
The victim is in here.
Okay, did you see what happened?
No, I did not. The victim is here. I called for she was so shook up.
Cool.
Do you live here? Do you live with these people?
I'm in the house here, and me and I'm just not like.
Okay, did you see anything?
I saw it. I saw when he ran. But for some reason, I don't trust these guys across the street. She was so nervous and in shock. But she was saying, like, this great car was sitting right here. So you sit down, like, these windows is reflecting, like a reflex of a mirror. So I saw it, and I heard the noise. I saw the guy with the white shirt on the run. And then he all of a sudden across the street, like, they're working on this great car. And they come out, these guys over here.
Did you get the plate number by any chance or anything?
I just only thing I saw was the guy that she described with the white shirt on his shirt and like somebody was running like a white stuff. And then she
that's not the room.
They say a lie can stall the truth, but it can't outlast patience. When detectives confronted Jakari Webb, he said firmly,
Like, man, I told you I didn't do nothing, bro.
What did you do before this? Before that video? What did you do? Where were you running from?
Bro, I was at the store.
calm, straight-faced. But Detective Rosie's didn't argue. He simply leaned in and replied,
Jakari, I have you on video. Okay, there's video. I can tell you everything that you did.
That single line shifted the ground beneath Webb's story. Webb thought saying, I walked from the South Side would hold. He didn't expect surveillance, social media records, and psychology itself to close in from every angle. But the pertinent questions are who this demonic is, what happened on June the 23rd, 2022, and how detectives psychologically trap him with a perfect bait. It was the early morning of June 23rd, 2022 in Daytona Beach, Florida. The night air was heavy and humid, the kind of sticky Florida summer weather that clings to the skin. At 1:54 a.m., neighbors in the Forest Glen neighborhood were startled by the sound of rapid gunfire echoing through the quiet streets.
All right, good afternoon. It's been a long one. We responded over here to 315 Glenview Avenue in reference to a person shot at approximately 11:54 this morning.
When officers arrived at the intersection of Oak Tree Circle and Forest Glen Boulevard, they found a young man sprawled on the sidewalk, bleeding from multiple gunshot wounds. Spent shell casings littered the pavement. The victim was quickly identified as 19-year-old Teleman, who had left his home minutes earlier, seen on his doorbell camera, walking out alone at 1:51 a.m. His sister told investigators he had been messaging someone on Instagram, planning a secret late-night meeting. That online contact wasn't who was seen. Instead of a date, man had walked into a trap set by Jakari Webb, a 19-year-old who used a fake account to lure him out. So the cops brought him in for interrogation, and today we will focus on the psychological elements of this interrogation.
Because right now, they charged you with resisting arrest.
No, they said they wanted to do
it. Right. That's what we're figuring out now. Because I guess you ran.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, we're going to figure that out. Where do you work at?
Roseville.
That's right. I swear, man, I think you lived from me.
Yes, I did.
Just recently?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. I was getting no trouble.
Man, how the hell did you get up in here?
I was on guard. I really finna go home. I didn't know what was going on, so I seen the truck come.
All right. So listen, I'm going to talk to you about this resisting arrest, the running. You know what I mean? Because that's the main thing. And other than that, the DOP I'm not concerned about. What are you on probation for?
Possession of a firearm.
Oh, Jesus. You're on felony probation?
Yeah.
All right. When you saw the police, what did you think immediately?
I was like, what the f***? Because I just seen a big-ass truck come, and he just had his stick out already. We all was scared, but we never been through nothing like that. So, but I just ran because I was like, what the f*** is scared? Like, I ain't never been in a situation like that. You don't get in trouble or nothing. And then I'm on probation, I was scared, so I just ran around the house. I just nearly walked out of the house, actually. And then that's when they came, and I ran around the house, and he was on the back street. So they said, stop and get on the ground. So I stopped and got on the ground. Dude came and jumped on me. So I was hot about that.
Do you have any nicknames?
No, Kari.
Kari. I want to talk to you about Thursday, last Wednesday night. I want to talk to you about that night, right? Well, do you remember what you were doing that night?
I was with my brother.
Who's your brother? Oh, you were with RJ?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I stayed night over there.
Okay, on Wednesday night? All right, did y'all go to the club or anything? Did y'all do anything? All right, Wednesday was the 22nd. Okay, so you stayed the night with Carter? Okay, right. And what did y'all do that night?
Play game, watch TV.
Detective Rosie's began by asking Webb about his job, family, and daily life. This wasn't small talk. It was a strategic move to reduce Webb's defenses and make him feel seen as a person rather than a suspect. By creating familiarity, the detective increased the...
Okay, whether it's going to hurt your feelings or not, I'll tell you the truth. Is that fair? Yeah. Okay, but I expect the same from you. Okay? Deal?
Yep,
okay, and I mean that. I'll help.
Oh my god, they edited the thumbnail to make it.
What I wish I knew. Sail, the Faithless. A more technical video on the mechanics of sail and how they differ from all the goodness available to core Norska now will be separate, but I wanted to go into what I learned from going in relatively blind and trying to learn on the fly. I stand by my choices as valid, but I would have liked to know more beforehand, and now you will. Learn from my mistakes too. Number 1. Sail badly needs a quality army. Even more than the other legendary lords, or perhaps far more, Sail is hungry for an army he can take into quest battles without other Norseman reinforcements, be it for hunts, be it for his crazy lopsided legendary item battle. In the right matchup, even basic marauders will be efficient, but if you're fighting terracotta sentinels in sufficient number, like 1 on up, they're not going to be effective enough. You need overqualified units able to withstand a lot of craziness and deal with single entities and armor on them, plus more cavalry and elite armored infantry generally. Number 1A. Sail needs money desperately. Did you know that Zaytan's whole starting block on the map is Norskan region? Sail can freely pillage and colonize for spoils if he actually needs to. Fighting Zaytan the Black will solve your money problems for a while, but Sail begins with a landlocked 4-settlement province. That's great for some purposes, money is not one of them. He's going to be cash poor for way too long, and you need a solution to this without being Wolfric or Throg with their benefits. This necessitates a lot of pushing out and sacking, because if you can't afford the army you need, nothing is happening. Number 1B. Sail needs recruitment slots. Landlocked means no +1 local recruitment slots from a port. Well, you need to do something about this. Having one of those settlements become an altar can solve your problem because the Chaos Warrior and Spawn recruitment building, which has some other benefits, increases recruitment slots by 1 in that province. Your other route is the Fimir and miscellaneous monsters building chain, which leads us to number 2. Sail needs goons and growth, and therefore he needs Fimir nobles. Reason I wish I knew he needed those so badly. Well, when I was starting to fight Zayden. Zayden went straight for Dark Tower, my capital, and took it, but he and his starting caster hero fell. By the way, Garrison Skinwolves Werkin are really good. So that hurt him, but losing the capital sure hurt me. Unwalled major settlement battle, by the way. I lost to morale collapsing in the end. I wanted to see if I could hold it, and I could not. And yeah, that really pushed me back. But when Zayden's tower fell, it was a matter of time for him. Point being, normally if you have only 1 noble, that tier 2 building is useless to you. Now, Sail has a midway pip in his blue line, meaning you need Root Marcher plus 4 more pips plus that pip to get +5 recruit rank for nobles and +1 to noble capacity. 2 nobles to goon for Sail and provide stimulate growth will help a lot, and growth is a precious thing you can't buy with simple money. Getting Dark Tower to tier 3 with such a building, and you could add a 3rd. I've never even run a 3 noble army at one time at time of writing, but it'll help your faction as a whole, even if you send the 3rd off to another army. Anyway, since Sail doesn't even need spoils to expand west and north at all, your highest aspiration should be to get to tier 4 and get Hinge of Totems. Get the +3 recruitment slots and never look back. Fimir units are something you'll want to cooperate with nobles regardless. Number 3, Sail needs to buff that army too. Point being, yes, he can command a decent amount of magic, but that magic's mostly good for whittling down masked foes. It's not directly good against single targets. More like, you can enhance your goon squads to do it, and do a very good job of it. Curving horsemen, which require tier 3 settlement and building, no compromises, no shortcuts. Hence our earlier entries can address mass infantry, including orc laborers, and a lot of other low-tier infantry with dual weapons variants, but when you're fighting mixed armies and lots of order-tied armored cavalry, great weapons will be needed badly. You can get eye-popping kills and damage with these units, but only as a complement to a larger force and a force that can confidently deal with the rest. And they're thinly armored at base value, so there's that. This is why you'd really like to have their speed be even better, so they can actually catch skirmishers and so on. Big buffs to Cursed Etten would be nicely paired with redline buffs, and that skill will help buff Fimir too, so you don't want to ignore the redline. Number 4, Sail really does need those altars. You can delay worrying about certain things until later. That staff battle is vicious. You're given an option to escape, and you get away with your army and your shirt, and no staff. So you need to buff up for those fights. But the one against Empire stuff unlocks at 4 altars, and is manageable with a lot of builds. I say this for 2 reasons. One is how Sail's altar recruits work is a little different than usual. Sail can recruit 2 Chaos Spawn and 2 Chaos Warriors with great weapons and 2 with halberds at the same time. That's his faction-wide limit. So an increase, so you can get 3 more Spawn and 2 more Chaos Warriors, it's 2 more Chaos Warriors of each type. So 4 basic, 4 great weapons, 4 halberds total. Of course, that dovetails with the money issues, but let's set that aside. The other part is the manipulations. Put simply, the tier 1 ones are deceptively weak. They have their uses. The Recon 1 is absolutely amazing for your purposes. I mean, you get to see all sorts of stuff. You're basically Kairos. But seriously, Sail says no recruitment for you, 2 turns duration. Sail says no movement for you, and reinforcement time is plus 500% for 2 turns. Are you even kidding me? One's a luxury when, say, fighting vampires. But the second, that's carved a legendary lord out of a 3 army stack level good. Let me be clear, because besides their individual cooldowns, manipulations are a buy now, pay with your soul later deal. They cost no gold or other resource. I put this so late in the video because if your economy shark stops moving and you die of suffocation, it won't matter. I'm going to call this the main points because my campaign did not fail. Imperfections merely slowed me down as I tried to navigate my options. I was running low on spoils after mostly disposing of the Treehammer ogres. I kicked around Goldtooth a bit and my spoils went back up at time of writing, so I think I'll swing back north to fight my way to where Throg and Wolfric might be. Although I may stomp on Cathay a little bit along the way. It involved punching a hole through Archeon, but that should be manageable, right? Right. Oh yeah, hinting a mechanics video, which absolutely is coming. He gets 2 marauding actions that are unique. One basically harms enemy spellcasting, the other provides boatloads of spell intensity and wins for your side if you're fighting in that province. Obviously this is super good and you want to abuse it. Take care and have fun doing grim and dark rituals.
I bring wisdom. Sea Lord Aislinn, by Assyrian's light. Behold the mists! For Ulthwan! No place for doubt! Windrush! Arcanist Supreme! I command the waters! Altering direction! Surging ahead! Weapons ready! Lilith guides me! Over there! Aislinn!
Draw back! It will be done!
Aquatic spellcaster! To the next objective! Winds! Obey me! The fight ensues! They scream! Aislinn! Do it! The sea's shroud descends! Destruction awaits! Spare your blades!
Asa hero!
Brooks and Usur! Moving up! Approaching position! Approaching position! Fly over! Speed up! Moving out! We rule the skies! Mist Mage! Getting a bearing! Forward! Northern Sea Guard! Forward! Azur, advance! Sea Lord of Alpha! Acknowledged! Quickly now! So be it! By my will alone! Mist Mage!
For our ancestors!
Eyes and ears! Pull back! Brave idea! Changing position! Air patrol! A sound tactic! Without fail, we go! Sinner! Good! For Assyrian! Charge! A good one! On my way! Altering direction! You're in there!
Orders received!
Spirits high! Spearmen! Victory is assured! We have the upper hand! Onwards! For glory!
Oh, one harder fighting. Good, pretty good. Man, what a battle, dude. Oh, fuck, I lost my oceans. Well, I killed Makari, you really can't be mad.
Hi, this is Megan from Cat's Eye, and this is me before I perform for our first fan event. Hi, I'm Megan from Cat's Eye, and this is me after our first fan event. This is Sophia from Cat's Eye, and this is me before performing our first fan event. Wait, I'm Sophia from Cat's Eye, and this is me after our first fan event.
You can have anyone else you wanted to. I'm begging.
Welcome to patch 7.0, coming out in a couple of weeks, and finally a reason for me to redo the High Elves tier list. If you're new to the channel, I'm a campaign player, and this will all apply to every single difficulty. Just keep in mind the game is actually pretty damn well balanced given the scope of it, so I'm going to use a bit more, how shall I say, hyperbole in some of these ratings because there are so many units now. My goal is, if you're a newer player, or even intermediate, by the end of this video, you know this roster back to front and know every single tool at your disposal, which ones will do the heavy carrying, and which ones are maybe only utility units that are still good, but you only want one or two of them. We'll even touch on some formations, so this is a gift for everyone that's stuck by the channel for all these years. Let's get into it. So we're going to kick off. First of all, let's just go the brand new legendary hero. Caradrian is already an elite fighter, being an anointed Officerian, basically the granddaddy of them all, but riding on top of a Frost Phoenix means he's even harder of a hitter. He gets the Frostfire ability to slow the enemy down while striking with magic attacks, so he carves through any magical resistance, and he is also anti-large because he's wielding that there halberd. Zooming around at 100 speed and snipe out enemy lords, characters, or beasties makes him a fantastic hero, and one thing you'll see about the theme of this list is it's placed around what do the High Elves need to fill the gaps in their roster. Have a Phoenix with one of the most deadly fighters in the world on top of it is going to score very, very well. He has some nice abilities to come in, activate these when he's charging in, he'll be even harder to hit, will replenish some of his hit points, a nice ward save, and all of these defenses can be improved as you level him up on the campaign map. Let's dive into the main roster on a high. The Basic Archer, one of the best basic units in the entire game, and man is this a heavy hitter. Its main claim to fame is having 180 range on a unit that doesn't even require barracks, especially if you have Tyrion at your disposal. He gets a huge discount to their upkeep, so just make his army a cheap crack core of units of Silver and Guard and Basic Archers with some elite heroes like Mages or Lawmasters to do the heavy lifting, but this unit can always punch up. Quite easy for it to get up to rank 9, getting that level 7 bonus because it's usually safely at the back. And yes, okay, they are going to get beaten up by their wives with these bonuses, especially once they go past 50% health and the Martial Prowess bonus falls off, but that doesn't matter because we're going to have an impenetrable shield wall and they will never get into the area we don't want them, which is close combat. Whilst the Wood Elves stayed in the wild and keep themselves honed and physical, these guys really are the accountants and art students of the Elven world, and if you don't use it, you lose it, and their archers are proof of that. But you can also get a variant which gives them light armor. Now this is a unit that I recommend not hiring. The reason being is my playstyle is I like to hire a unit and never disband it for the most part. Unless it's a crisis army, I think every battle you have a unit in is
Oh, that's pretty fucking...
an opportunity for it to learn, to gain experience, and be part of a long-term army. Now, this isn't a terrible unit. I actually know some good players who do use this unit to good effect, and they'll argue that the slight increase in gold is worth it for that, say, 40 extra armor. And there's definitely argument to that because, I mean, they're going to get targeted by arrowfire, and that will make a sizable difference. But in my mind, once we reach tier 4, it's all going to be Sisters of Avalon, and it's either going to be cheap or powerful. And one extreme or the other extreme is going to be what wins the day here, and having a lot of level 9 basic archers is so much bang for its buck, and you'll hopefully have a front line that can protect them, meaning the armor is used for a unit that should never be in a place where you wanted it to start with. Now, supporting them and standing in front of them is the basic spear, and I freaking love this unit. Two things in Total War make you a defensive powerhouse. The first is a shield, and the second is a spear, for the reason being it usually grants you anti-large, meaning they will deal another 15 damage onto what you see here, as well as their melee attack will be increased by 15. So for a tier 1 unit, delivering that, as well as with the Martial Prowess, which gives them +2 melee attack and +12 melee defense, as long as their hit points are above halfway, these guys are really, really hard to hit, and they are definitely not missing against low-level cavalry. So this is an incredibly flexible unit. So what's the one thing that lets them down? It's the melee attack, but we don't need that. The High Elves are a defensive army. All we need is a solid line holder that will hold back infantry and block cavalry to allow our magic and our arrows to do the work. Just remember to fan your units out if you see cavalry coming to flank you, and make sure they're staying still. Large units like cavalry will be denied their charge bonus, and you'll reflect it back to them. C Company are a C tier usable unit. You could technically get by just by only fielding spearmen, but if you have 1 or 2 units of C Company in the front center of your formation, they'll be paired up with other enemy infantry, and they'll have a bit of an edge here with slightly better melee attack and a slight edge to armor piercing. Not much, but it'll help them outgrind. But outgrinding in melee combat is not what the High Elves are built to do. Their more slender frame is made up for the fact they have very elite equipment. They've got 10% less hit points typically, but their armor is often 10% better, and their fine edges mean they will hit just as hard. Now in your formations in the center, where you're only really likely to face infantry, sure, chuck a couple of these in those first 2 ranks. The shield makes them more suitable, but when in doubt, just go for spearmen. Our final infantry is thankfully a DLC infantry, again very situational, and it does fall under outperformed. This unit isn't terrible in unto itself. The problem is it's acting more like a Wood Elf or even a Dark Elf in the fact it wants to be moving up and then flanking into the rear. It has a bonus versus infantry and can move on its feet a little bit faster, but not faster than an arrow from one of the best archer units in the game, and again, those arrows are how you should do all of your early, mid, and even late game damage. The Spearmen, on the other hand, can block 55% of missiles. Even the Ship's Company can do that. The strength of the Ranger unit is quite subtle. We have the Ship's Company and a unit of Spearmen, both 120 units, but in a tight, packed, disciplined formation, which normally makes up the Elven strength. But here we have Rangers standing in a loose formation. This unit is far less exposed to AoE damage from spells, catapults, bombardments, which really, really hurts Elves. This looser formation will take longer for the enemy to break through. Like I said, I want you to hit the ground, run, and beat any army with the high, not faster than an arrow from one of the best AoE damage, from spells, catapults, bombardments, which really hurts elves. This looser formation will take longer for the enemy to break through. Like I said, I want you to hit the ground, run, and beat any army with the high elves and know what to counter with. This is a bread and butter formation that will get you basically anywhere. So Control M, at any point in time, will select all of your missile units. Draw a straight line, bring them in so they're boxes, but still wider than they are short, and then select 1, 2, 1, and then bring the formation back, and then you'll have 2 hollow boxes when you move the units together. Now, these will be a little bit too close together, so just space them out a tiny bit more. Now, the whole purpose of this is that one unit gets tied up, the other 2 can support fire, and you don't get completely overrun. Now, select 2 units of spearmen, make them most of the way along here. We can get to a few direct shots. Another unit of spearmen, and another. So basically you've got gaps in the line here. Now if you're playing Empire or someone with gunpowder, this is the space to put your gunpowder units so they can shoot through that gap and really damage the enemy on approach. Now you need defenses on the rear of your formation, so put a block of spears on each corner. Now if any cavalry come around, stretch that unit out and leave it, it'll brace and you'll hopefully catch that charge. But this is a reactionary defensive unit. If you have any artillery, drop it down the back here. You always want at least 2 support units, 1 on each flank, and if you'd like you can even just quick number those. The other reason why the units down here often will struggle to compete is you need to build a barracks in order to access them, but most people that do go the barracks route will be chasing this. Shielded Loth and Seaguard spam is almost certainly the easiest formation to use in the entire game, due to the fact it will deal with cavalry and missiles, something newer players typically struggle to deal with. However, is it cost efficient? And the answer is not really. You are going to get more mileage by having dedicated spearmen on the front, deflecting enemy charges, and having dedicated archers further back. The one vice that Loth and Seaguard have is that they are very well trained in melee, good stats, the shielded variant get an extra 12 melee defense, but they only have 165 range. The standard archer has 180, so you are missing out on that. And whilst the Loth and Seaguard will deal more damage on the approach, thanks to having a bow, there's going to be a point when you hit tier 3 and tier 4 where they are going to get absolutely rolled. They're not dealing any armor piercing damage, and so far in our tier list, we have not had anything that will deal armor piercing damage. This is why overinvesting in Loth and Seaguard is a short-term solution in my mind. This unit gets its rank because it is hard to exploit by covering so many roles. However, it doesn't excel in one role particularly well. It's more expensive than both a spear and an archer, with less range and slightly less melee capability. By having the 6 units of spears and say the 10 units of archers on the interior, you are running a much more cost-effective stack, very useful on harder difficulties. This is a very revered unit, but once I started playing very high level, I find myself using it very rarely. Let's just quickly touch on the non-shielded variant. So why are they not indeed? The reason being is you can hire them from any tier 3 port. Once you have 10 of any building in Total War Warhammer, you reduce the global recruitment time by 1. It still sits in B solid, but I only ever hire it when times are desperate. Something that brings a smile to any eye is the almighty Sisters of Avalon. Many people's pick for #1 archer in the game. Being unbiased, I will have to admit that the Way Watcher I think is the #1 due to their flexibility, but in terms of ease of use, there is nothing that compares to the Sisters of Avalon. Now, the High Elf lads get a bit of a hard time because they get beaten up by their wives, but if your wife is a Sister of Avalon, you need not fear because she will most likely be able to tear anything apart. Armed with a bow of magical bullshit, it has magical attacks. This means it goes through all physical resistance, so demons will melt to this. Speaking of melt, it is also flaming attack, so it's going to have an extra bit of kick versus the undead, but most of all, that beautiful armor piercing, dealing 22 damage, and 18 out of 22 is armor piercing. To boot, they are able to actually hang quite well in melee, so they're not going to beat the most beastie of enemies, but they will hold the line more than they have any right to, just purely because they are so skilled. 40 armor, not that great, but 36 and 38 melee attack and defense, I mean, they are going to be able to hang for a pretty damn long time. Sure, they're not going to win too many duels up close, but the idea is they can hold the enemy off whilst their sisters behind them melt them from afar. So it's all about giving these ladies space to destroy everything in front of you. For years since the day they've been introduced, and even surviving the rework of the damage and magical attack system, they have still stood head and shoulders as one of the strongest units in the game, the pride of the High Elf army. And if you're ever confused on how to field a mid to late game army, fill at least half of it with Sisters of Avalon, and you'll do quite well. These devastating arrows that both pierce armor and pierce right through physical resistance are why we would struggle to field the Loth and Seaguard with shields, but by this time your basic archers will be, say, rank 7, rank 9 from the early game, and in your starting army, pass these units across into a secondary army, and you'll have a comparatively very cheap army, freeing up space for your Sisters of Avalon to carry you the rest of the game. But what's going to protect you on that front line? Well, this unit right here, one of the most slept upon units, it's one of Altharion's, the Silverin Guard, and you get this at tier 3 from the basic barracks. Due to the basic spearman and basic archer being so good, there's no need really to ever build a barracks, and you're better off focusing on economy or other military options. So you'll see I only have 1 barracks in my entire empire, but 1 is all you need. 1 leveled up to tier 3 in a minor province, recruit your lord, preferably an archmage, and globally recruit your Silverin Guard. Yes, this global recruitment takes 2 turns, but guess what? In the early stages, your Sisters of Avalon will also take 2 turns. Whilst their armor-piercing damage is quite meager, a bonus versus large of 20 equips them very well for taking on the one thing that might threaten your Sisters of Avalon, and that is fast, heavy cavalry, flanking them from behind, or big, heavy, monstrous flyers, to which they don't really have any defense once the enemy is close. Do not underestimate 75 armor, but also expert charge defense. They will stop the block from anything: infantry, dragons, cavalry, everything. An extra 30% spell resistance makes them more resilient to the AoE that threatens elves typically, and you have a very well-rounded unit, and one that, especially for high elves, is very cost-effective. Fortunately, the Tides of Torment gave us a new toy that can be used to hold the line, and that is a new Oceanids unit. This unit is almost ethereal or demonic in nature. It has literally no armor, but has 30% physical resistance off the bat, and this layers on top of an additional 20% missile resistance. So it's blocking half of all missile damage, albeit without any other armor. It has enormous melee defense, and these protections will mean it can actually be a pretty good target for even more advanced infantry like Chosen. It does need to target infantry to make use of that anti-infantry bonus if it is going to land any meaningful damage, but damage isn't really why you have it here. It's to stop your forces from being overrun. Just like a demon, it will fight to the death or until it dissolves, but this unit only has 16 models, so it's actually quite easy to keep alive with life magic. I only bring 1 or 2 of them in my armies, and they tend to sit behind the front line as a reserve to ensure nothing ever gets through. What I'm trying to say is this unit is incredibly matchup dependent. This simple tier 3 unit is able to stall and hold off against, say, Chaos Chosen with armor-piercing weapons, for example, but the moment it comes in contact with anything with magic attacks, this thing will crumble into pieces. So just make sure you pick its matchups correctly, and because it's basically moving water, it never gets tired and has perfect vigor, but honestly, the best way to get them on the field is to summon them with your Mist Mage. So, just to recap, the priority is using melee infantry to protect these ranged units, and the Silver and Guard I put as the most cost-effective solution there. So, does that mean the rest of their infantry sucks? Well, no, not necessarily, it's just more situational. Even if it's niche, every unit in this roster has some use, including the White Lions of Crace, a beloved unit wielding a great axe, and this means they deal armor-piercing damage. They do rock 90 armor and have pretty good hit points for an elven unit with only 100 members in it, so they're quite elite in that regard, but only 28 melee defense, and without a shield, they are going to struggle to survive the onslaught. 18 charge isn't terrible, but it's far from good, and 30% missile resistance to help protect them on the way in just does not make up for a shield, and that's cool, everything has its use, and there is a point in the campaign, and it's typically, say, around maybe turn 20 to turn 40. There's an opening there where this unit is very, very good, where I would, in a crisis, always hire 2 of these in my army behind the spears to come in and chop the enemy to ribbons. However, their lack of defenses means they just don't hold up as the campaign progresses. White Lions, just like so many other units, suffer from the fact that they just aren't Sisters of Avalon and aren't dealing armor-piercing damage so spectacularly and from such a safe distance of 180. More importantly, they don't deal anti-large, so they really are only suitable for taking out armored infantry. Only 1 tier higher, we find a unit capable of doing this and so much more with the Phoenix Guard, the most elite infantry unit available to the High Elves, very expensive, but it is capable of slaying monsters. Again, this is a counterplay style unit and not one that I typically run in my main formations. Let me clarify that. If I'm invading an enemy which has, say, dragons or hydras like the Dark Elves, then yes, I will put a couple of these in the rear of my army, but after that, I would probably disband all but 2 of them and use Silver and Guard to bring down my upkeep cost, allowing me to field more armies and extend my reach. I'll note here that elite infantry do get martial prowess upgraded to martial mastery, increasing the bonus to be greater than 25% hit points. But again, I treat this as a counterplay unit and a utility to deal with a stack of monsters rather than part of my main force. And that also goes doubly for the Sword Masters of Hoeth. This unit can one-on-one take out basically any other swordsman in the game. These guys are basically a bunch of incels that have done nothing but play lightsabers with their swords for God knows how long, and they are so adept with the sword they can actually slap arrows out of their way, and you can even increase this ability in the tech tree, but they're anti-infantry. They are dealing with the one thing that you wreck harder than anything else. You have armor-piercing arrows hailing down, you have magic blasting from all other directions, you have some of the biggest, most terrifying beasts to tear out the enemy off the battlefield. You don't need swords by the time you reach tier 4, and that's kind of how it is. Teclis, he makes them a little bit better, and that's cool, and with any case where there's a unit that gets benefits from a legendary lord, you can consider them 1, maybe 2 tiers higher than they are here. This is just the vanilla read. If I was getting attacked by a wild greenskins in the late game, and this was available, yes, I would hire some Sword Masters of Hoeth, making them an excellent counter to a particular threat, but not part of the cost-effective war machine that should comprise your high elf armies. Now, we've mentioned several times of how magic is one of the key ways you will deal damage as the High Elves, well, having access to some of the best casters in the entire game. The High Elves have a lot of options, and it can be a bit overwhelming. High magic is dependable with a go-to spell, but the offensive spells require a bit of precision and experience to deliver on. Not in the early turns, but by the mid-game, the Law of Metal can be exceptionally powerful. Searing Doom deals some nice armor-piercing, bombardment from above. The signature Plague of Rust can be overcast to deal minus 60 to the armor, making your basic archers feel like Sisters of Avalon just for one day. The Law of Light's weakness is its projectile leaves a bit to be desired, but the Net of Amantok can be overcast to pin down several units at once, keeping them still, meaning they will just instantly dissolve to your arrows, and even just a single caster hold that Skaven hero that's tearing up your lines, make some space around him, and delete him with arrows. The easiest to use and possibly the most powerful is the Law of Life. The Awakening of the Wood deals decent damage, but it's very easy to use and quite reliable. Earthblood is just a powerhouse of a spell, used to heal up all of your characters and single entities after the battle. Keeping in mind, Oceanids, Chariots, units with a very few but high HP models have less chance of actually being wiped out, allowing you to heal them up to full health. And the group hug is quite simply bring your units together, your characters and single entities, and then keep casting Earthblood. The shortcut is hold Alt and press whatever spell number it is. In this case, it's number 2, so Alt and 2. And by holding Alt, you can move the selection cursor around and it won't just drift to a single unit. It's just a very forgiving Law of Magic to use, but my favorite is and always will be the Law of Fire. Getting good with Burning Head is so worth your time, and I may even dedicate an entire video to it. It does such an amazing job of thinning out the enemy when they dogpile your spearmen at the front. This will line them up nicely for a nice charring Burning Head, which will just incinerate large volumes of troops, which is something you will potentially struggle with. Additionally, it has the Sun Dragon mount, and that's my favorite unit on top of my favorite Law of Magic. Yep, I love this unit. Magic to use, but my favorite is and always will be the Law of Fire. Getting good with Burning Head is so worth your time, and I may even dedicate an entire video to it. It does such an amazing job of thinning out the enemy when they dogpile your spearmen at the front. This will line them up nicely for a nice charring Burning Head, which will just incinerate large volumes of troops, which is something you will potentially struggle with. Additionally, it has the Sun Dragon mount, and that's my favorite unit on top of my favorite Law of Magic. Yep, I love this unit. You can use almost any Law of Magic, even the Law of Beast now is actually quite easy to use and a good choice thanks to Flock of Doom being dependable, but a very, very slept on Law of Magic is the Law of Heavens. Known for its area of effect spells, it does have Wind Blast. You can use this to ricochet off walls inside settlements for a double hit. Uranus Thunderbolt does a great job against armor. When the enemy is fully committed, Comet of Cassandra will do good damage, but don't underestimate Harmonic Convergence. Boosting your stats by 24 will get that Lord or hero out of trouble in a pinch. The Law of Shadows Miasma is good to slow down the enemy, making them easy to hit, and Pendulum is kind of a weaker version of Burning Head, but you have some nice debuffs, but its signature spell is the Pit of Shades, 100% armor piercing, devastating, and it stays still, unlike most Vortex spells which can wander out of the way. Every High Elf army should have 1, if not 2 spellcasters in there, meaning if your Lord is not an Archmage, you should absolutely have a mage running alongside in the army dealing spell damage. Now the most slept on unit in all of the heroes of the High Elves, and that is the Lawmaster of Hoeth. They are honestly so good. We are talking about an elite Jedi level swordsman, capable of shredding enemies thanks to a huge anti-infantry bonus of 16 on top of armor piercing damage, and often hybrid units aren't that great because you're best off specializing in one thing rather than being a jack of all trades, but not this guy. Capable of at least holding off some of the most beastly duelists in the game. He does have that slight elvish switchiness, but you're never going to escape that. However, his skill is so good, he will avoid several blows as long as he can actually face one-on-one. He only has a few spells, but those spells are cherry-picked some of the best spells in the entire game from several laws. From life he has Earthblood, and that also means if you don't like life magic, you can take, say, Metal, Heavens, Light on your main mage and use him as your healer. You don't get him till tier 4, but there's a reason. It's because he's awesome. Next up, perhaps a hot take, but I think Nobles are S tier. They are such a good and such a flexible unit to have and make almost any army better. You can run them on the campaign map to collect influence for you, and in some of my more advanced playthroughs, I even build the building just to build a Noble and then knock it down again. They are that useful, capable of holding the ground and dealing with the muscle that your front line might otherwise struggle with. The Noble is an elite for a reason. He is incredibly skilled and rocks a halberd, meaning he also delivers anti-large as well as armor piercing. So from tier 2, having this answer to enemy heroes who will give you a lot of trouble is just too good to say no to, and he heals your army with replenishment boost to boot. It might be a spicy take, but I actually like him on a horse, being able to run around, deliver flanking damage, as well as bolster your forces on the ground, particularly in the early game. You can put him on an eagle later on, and if you are a fan of eagles, that's probably the best way to rock eagles. Specializing in making your armies and characters either faster, slower, or even harder to hit is the Mist Mage, capable of mounting a Skycutter in the later stages of the campaign, and it's pretty damn cool. It's only one eagle, of course, not a whole squad, so you do have to navigate it a little bit differently, although harder to increase in quantity. For a flying mage, rocking something that's this quick and hits this hard is just so good. You have a plethora of useful spells with the Law of Mist, 2 uses of summoning a unit of Oceanids, replenishing vigor on your units, as well as slowing the enemy down and speeding yours up. Although situational, Flensing Heart will reduce the armor and block chance, meaning if you ever go against, say, Grand Cathay and can't break through their shield wall, this will help you do it. And the Writhing Mist hits -8 leadership and -24 melee defense, leaving everyone you're facing as good as toast. You'll likely come across a lot of handmaidens as well, because you will be hiring Sisters of Avalon, and building 10 of their recruitment building will mean you can recruit them globally in a single turn, which of course is very nice. On the battlefield, they're a good unit all round. They just don't answer the primary threats to the High Elf roster, as well as the other hero variants do. They're more for support, just those bonuses to healing allows you to have nobles elsewhere taking influence, although I gotta admit, I do prefer nobles in my armies. Handmaidens have 3 distinct lines you can go down, depending on whether you want them to run around as a diplomat, boosting your relations with all factions, and being an influence charger. This entangle ability pins the enemy in place, but some of us just want to set and for hawkish precision, a passive aura with an impressive range, increasing all missile damage by nearby units by 15%. They increase control in all provinces, as well as stimulate the growth of nearby units, so you can use them as a great scout, or use them to bolster your army's replenishment. Now, there's one archer unit left in the main roster, and that is the Shadow Warrior, and this unit is definitely among the more advanced to use. It has 40 speed, so it does move rather quickly, and it does have stalk, so if you manage it well, it can unleash some volleys into the back of unsuspecting units. However, it doesn't have armor piercing, it doesn't quite have the charge bonus you'd want as a hybrid stalk unit, and it just requires a lot of skill, whereas standing still and melting things tends to be a lot easier. It's basically the cross between a Wood Elf unit and a High Elf unit. However, you don't need any skill at all to get A tier usage when you are playing as a Lith Anar. His specialist unit, the Shadow Walkers, are only available to him, but don't spam this unit. They are an accompaniment to the Shadow Warriors, not a replacement. People spam this unit thinking they replace it. No, they don't. They take 2 turns to recruit, but you want 5 of them. In these positions here, because they have anti-infantry, and poison will slow the enemy by 15%, which means possibly another volley of arrows hitting the enemy on approach. Now, the best thing about this formation is they can all fire whilst moving, so skirmish mode, I always have this off by default and always have guard mode on by default. This is one formation you can leave the entire thing on skirmish mode and it will just win battles for you. It is the most hilariously obnoxious formation there is. Lith Anar also gains access to the unique assassin hero, and the assassin has one job and one ability only. Can you guess what it is? Lith Anar is given a list of contracts and you can choose which target to take out, and the reward, we now need some support, some flanking, and some reach. We've got our defensive core together. How do we now reach out, attack the enemies, probe their weaknesses, and force them into an unfavorable confrontation from our impenetrable defense? Starting at tier 2, we have the Illyrian Reaver Archer. Now, I typically don't build the stable in my campaigns, but this is a unit, if I do capture a province which does have a stable, I will actually build 2 of this unit and then destroy the stable the following turn. I will take advantage because this unit, it does so much for a tier 2 unit. It can be vanguard deployed, it can harass and take out the enemy artillery, which is just invaluable. The fact they can hide in the forest, wait for the enemy to come forward, especially if they're dumb like orcs, they'll come charging forward, leave their catapults undefended, and then pounce on them, put them in skirmish mode, and they'll just, fire away and keep themselves safe. Once the battle wears on, you'll have your front line engaged. This is where your cavalry come charging in, barrel in from the rear, and they're shock cavalry. Dealing damage isn't the goal here, it is to break the enemy's morale, and this will help you achieve that. However, if you're an Illyrian Reaver, do not forget your bow. Don't just bring the spear and the bow. This is an outperform unit, don't get it, always bring your bow. Enough said there. Moving up to tier 3, we have our first more heavy cavalry option, and that is the Silver Helmet Shields. They just have a lot of competition now. I mean, they're what you would expect from Elven Cavalry, not the toughest, but highly skilled, mobile. They just aren't your first call because they don't have armor piercing, and they're not that tough, meaning once you start hitting tier 4 and tier 5 enemy armies, they will really struggle to compete. But if you hire one in the early tiers or even mid tiers, you will certainly make your money back. It's not a unit most skilled players will hire out of preference, but it's certainly not a bad unit. But what a bad unit is when they forget their shield, and they just have a lance, so they'll have to eat all of those arrows. The main appeal of this unit is it's far more survivable than the Illyrian Reaver thanks to that shield. Now, Dragon Princes. Dragon Princes are some of the most elite cavalrymen in the entire world. Old as hell, experienced and disciplined as hell, and they just cosplay with their horses like dragons. It's all a bit weird, but it goes to show the dedication is something you don't want to mess with. But the truth hurts. At tier 5, even tier 4, you are competing with some of the best beasts and best flexible units. As High Elves, you only need a quarter of your army specialized in this unique mobile role, specializing in movement, dealing damage. You could triple their stats, it just wouldn't matter. They're a defensive army that typically use their flying units for their reach. However, in Imric's army, in the mid-game, I do hire 2 units of them because they're cool. So that's the cavalry. As previously mentioned, chariots are a bit easier to keep alive in terms of their higher mass and their ability to be healed with fewer entities with more HP. So out of them, the best of the bunch is the Tyrannok chariot. It has a missile attack which deals magic damage, and that is huge. That is a really, really nice edge. Not only is it going to be a good anti-infantry unit which plows through numbers, it has the ability to also land some good damage on if you come across any demons or anything with a lot of...
On November 12, 2025, officers responded to a complaint regarding a suspected trailer scam conducted through Facebook Marketplace.
You'll start at the beginning for Officer Cooper.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you're with your amiga.
So he sold me this trailer yesterday. I bought it. He told me I could wait until the end of the month to switch lot rent over so that way I didn't have to pay a lot of rent.
All right, I'll let you get back to work, okay?
I'm a single mom with 2 kids just trying for none of us to be homeless at this point because it's been a shit show.
What's up?
So I ended up calling the company, the Oakwoods, just to like clarify because he says he's moving out of state. So I'm like, I need to clarify, make sure he doesn't need to say anything. Like I just want to get this out of the way.
Right.
She decides to tell me, oh, he's been trying to scam people. He cannot sell this. He cannot have anybody else live here because he owes them over $5,000. So I'm like, okay, great, that's cool. So we came here. We didn't tell him we were coming here because I was going to show up without him knowing because based on how quick he's moving, he knows what he did and he's getting out of the state. I was telling him left and right on things. This is the title that I watched his girlfriend sign. It is not in his name or his girlfriend's name.
This was yesterday?
Yes, yesterday.
You said she signed it?
She signed it. The girlfriend signed it, yes. Yes. And so I was like, well, for my legal obligations, like, I need contact for to make sure this is okay. He provides me one number. I call the number. This guy has no clue what he's talking about. I asked him what the address is. He says, oh, I don't know. It's in Warren. I say, okay, what's your middle name and last name? He goes dead silent. I said, hello. He said, oh, hang on, and then says nothing. He doesn't know his own middle name or last name. I know it's not him. So then I call him and I'm like, okay, well, maybe he sent me the wrong number. Like maybe you typed out the wrong number. I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't assume people would be the shitty people. So I'm just trying to find the good people, unfortunately. So then he provides me with another number. The number texts me saying that she's and I should be able to bill a sale and that's okay and everything. And the number that he provided me is his girlfriend's phone number.
No, right. I don't know who it is. I don't know. He illegally signed it. Yeah, that is his girlfriend. Take it.
Yeah, do you have that phone number on you by any chance?
Yeah, I have both. I have all of our text conversations, Facebook Marketplace conversations, all of it.
Okay.
I've already called the state's attorney, but they told me that I needed a police report for this. So, but this is his girlfriend's number. When you look the number up, it comes up as a picture of her, so it is her.
Yep.
Which I can show you.
Is that the number that you called?
No, that's not the one that I called. The one that I called, I never got to it, because at that point I was just like, you guys are so scamming me, I'm not dealing with this bullshit. So this is all of our conversations that I have. This is the first number he originally gave me.
And you paid him already?
Yeah, I gave him $2,000. Okay. And I told him at this point, like, if he just wants to give me $2,000 back and take the title, I just would be done with shit. The police office is trying to help out as much as they can. They offered me to pay off some of his balance, but I'm like, I'm not doing that.
Right.
That's not my responsibility. Like, this man's a piece of shit. This has been nothing but an absolute massive scam. There's no way this is legal. There's not a slice of it. First off, he legally signed this. It's not right there.
Yeah.
Highly illegal.
Well, she signed it, correct?
Yeah, she signed it.
Is she here?
Yeah, she's inside.
Okay, I just haven't
I
seen her
will
yet.
give you a heads up right now because my stepdad was here before I got here. He got out to try and talk to him, and immediately it was an altercation. I don't know 100% what happened because I was not here, but I know the table was flipped, and then he pulled a knife out on my stepdad. So then my stepdad pulled out a knife as well and was like, I have one too. What are you going to do about it? And that's all I know about that situation, but I will say that altercation did happen.
Yeah, I myself have been over here probably 100 times, so I'm well aware. No, here. I'm well aware. So he doesn't own this. This supposedly, unless it's a fake title. Do you think the office would have that info on who actually owns it?
What I'm thinking is female have essentially forged the document.
Yep.
So potentially have forgery on her, and then theft by deception on him.
Because it was paid to him?
I'm guessing that it was paid to send it. We have to clarify who it was paid to.
Right.
But he was facilitating it, essentially.
Yeah, but I guess I would need to find out who this is to prove the forgery. You know, 'cause maybe
She's saying she physically watched, but what the female signed it. That's her name. It's not her name. She can't sign it. You know what I
even
mean?
if he gives her permission.
She can't sign it.
Real quick, did you watch her sign it?
Yeah, I stood right there on the porch, and they were inside on the living room, and I saw directly into the house.
Okay.
Who did you pay?
I paid the man.
Cash?
Yes.
And what type of bills?
There was some $20.
And when did you pay him?
Yesterday morning. He told me word for word, well, we can wait till the end of the month to talk to the leasing company so that way you don't have to pay anything this month. I thought maybe he was just being nice. Come to find out, just because he wanted to get away with this scam.
Yeah.
What state is he moving to?
I think Indiana, but I've also heard him talk about Florida, so one of those two.
Yeah, sure, it's one of those. All right, just go ahead and hang tight. Yep. So, Brian, what's going on with this?
We sold her this trailer. We never put the title in her name. We're like, hey, we know the guy. We gave him the number. Sees him like he's drunk. So my wife starts relaying everything they're saying through her phone to them. And she's like, oh, you guys don't own the trailer. If I didn't own the trailer, I wouldn't have title when we signed it. The title signed. You own the trailer. We never put it in our name. We don't have to put it in our name. By law, the trailer court said we didn't have to put it in our name. So we never put the title in our name. I have to mess where I borrowed the money from the other dude talking about, I sold the trailer. I'm going to have to get something ready for you so I can pay you back the money out. He's trying to say there's $5,000 on this trailer. No, there's not. There ain't no $5,000 on this trailer. I rent $631 a month in cases I got here. So $5,000, there's nothing left.
Well, that's according to the office.
Yeah, and I tried to find out what his name was. She said, I just talked to him, so I called up there. They closed at like 3:30. But you talked to him 10 minutes before you came here? No, they already knew we were putting the trailer up here. So once the CCFS came and took our kid, because of all the shit. We told him it's sold. She goes, all right, sell it. We'll start sending people down there.
So who is this person?
That's the person we bought the trailer from like a year ago.
Okay. Do you have his number?
The last number I have is the number I gave her to him. I got him on Facebook too.
Yeah, if you could give me his number.
Yeah.
Are you supposed to go through the office when you sell?
No, you don't have to go through the office. You own the trailer. Yeah, I bought it, never registered. I have where I can show you his tax right here. I'm gonna go back to.
Why would you never get it titled in your name?
We didn't have to. They said all we have to do is transfer the tax. That's all we've ever done.
Well, here's the thing. If I buy a car, I'm not gonna leave that in. If I buy it from you, I won't leave it in your car.
If they still possess it, they hold the title. That's how we were told.
And how did you get the title?
Because I bought it right out. You don't pay them nothing. So if you're paying them for the trailer, they hold the title. If you own the trailer, they give you the title.
Okay, but you just said that they hold the title. Well, obviously not.
Yes. So for instance, you're buying the trailer from them, they hold the title
until it's paid. Correct.
So then if you buy the trailer from somebody, you get the title, like a car.
And you get it titled in your name.
Well, we were told we didn't have to do that.
Well, I mean, do you do that with a car?
I've never. This is the first time I got one, and I told her if it's that big a deal, tomorrow when my bank opens, I'll go give her the money back because it ain't really an issue with the money. But they came over here acting crazy, and we're like, "What are you talking about? We screwed you over. We don't screw people over. There's no reason to. We gave you the title the same way it was given to us."
So who signed the title?
He did. We've had that title since he did it. It just wasn't dated.
Okay.
And we didn't make the title. Here's where I bought it back in for $3,000, 2-bedroom, 2-bath. I don't got nothing to lie to you about because I know what I own. Go here to Marketplace. I scroll all the way down here. Here it is. Sold. That was way back then. I own the trailer.
Okay. Well, what I'm saying is, according to that title, you do not.
So who owns it then?
Looks like whoever this girl.
No, I own it because here's where.
So was it left open?
Yeah.
When you sold it yesterday?
I just never put it.
It sounds like Katie signed.
No. Signed the title. I have the stuff right here. Signed it. It was never dated. The only thing we told her you have to date it because it wasn't dated. But everything was signed. Nobody signed that. That title was signed. It's been in my safe since I got the trailer. We got the title. We never put the title into my name because we were told by the previous.
So then you're saying it was signed and Katie just dated it yesterday?
No, we didn't even date it. There was no signature. The only thing that was on there was a signature and a print.
Then who dated it?
She had to because we didn't date it. I told her yesterday it ain't dated. So whenever you choose to go deal with it, it's on you. We never dated.
Okay, that doesn't make sense to me.
I told her to date it when I handed her the title and she handed me the cash. Said there's no date on it. Okay. I said so.
Well, to me, it looks like the same. It looks like the same penmanship. Is the exact same pen. So you're telling me that like
Nobody,
a year time span, the same exact pen was used with the same penmanship.
I didn't. I'm telling you that title was signed a year ago.
Okay. Well, I'm saying that.
I'm telling you nobody did nothing. That title was signed and everything. Nobody signed no title.
Hey, Mary Kay, you might talk to me over here. So what's going on?
We sold the house.
Okay.
And she wanted the house, so she gave us the money. And yeah.
Okay. So she gave you the $2,000, and then do you know this guy that the title is on?
I wasn't here. I moved from Indiana in May.
All right. Right.
Yeah.
But have you had any contact with him?
I'm not answering questions. I'm just talking.
Well, hold on. You guys aren't leaving. You're staying here.
That's fine. We'll stay here. But I'm really curious to what you're trying to get at.
I'm trying to get down to the bottom of it. Is what I'm trying to get.
I just told you. You give me an email you where this guy called you and asked him to sign the title. And I had it. When I first got it. Oh, I gotta answer this customer. How much longer? I gotta go meet somebody.
I don't know. Other officer's talking to the office right now.
Okay, because where's that note on this?
Okay, I'm just saying he's talking to the office right now.
Like I told her, I'll give her the $2,000 back tomorrow when my bank opens.
Yep.
She don't want the $2,000. So.
Her name is. You got double check. Yeah. Phone number. Looks like she received a second set of text messages from.
Okay.
Looks to be the same.
I looked up the number. That's her picture right there.
Yep.
That's her number.
Okay.
So they presented this as this number.
Yes. Yeah. He called me.
Further investigation revealed that the wife's phone number was provided to the victim as the original owner's contact information. The actual original owner who sold the trailer to the suspects was never identified or contacted.
Because that's when he sent me that text.
Yeah, just hang tight for us.
Alright, Brian, come on, get off the phone for me. For what? You're being arrested. What am I being arrested for? Can I find your back? Alright, can I be told that by deception? How? How's it theft? When I just said I'd give Lady back the money.
That could be good.
Yesterday I said 3 times on your body cam. I bought the trailer and I want to get it fixed. No, I'm squeezing. I'm not squeezing. And this whole 9, because if you fall, that's on me. Alright, can you get my wife? Can I talk to my wife for a second? Well, just hold tight. What did I steal though? Or what did that cost?
That's really good. Holy shit.
Because you have no authority to sell that. You can't sell that until those lot fees are...
Who said that?
The office.
Who? Hold on. Did they show you the lease in my name?
That doesn't matter. You can't sell it.
No, but they told us we could, though.
No, they didn't.
I have the text messages from the management, and nobody's asking for the proof.
We just talked to the management. They said that you can't sell it. You have back fees on it.
That's I didn't know that. I just if I
they wouldn't tell you that.
Right, so question. Ask the lady if I give her money back. I'll give her something in writing because I didn't do nothing wrong. I'll give her something in writing. I'll go get her money tomorrow.
Well,
Not my account.
That'll be something for later. But for right now, no, that's not out.
All right, can you please have my wife come over here?
Yeah. All right, go ahead and stand up for us. Transfer me back.
She didn't do
Same
nothing.
thing.
She didn't do nothing. I got some on my phone.
Well, say goodbye.
What's my wife being arrested for? Can I have my phone? Just real quick. I want my phone though. I don't like people. That's a company phone. I want my
Just step out, Brian.
Why is my wife being arrested?
I already told you.
She didn't do nothing. My wife wasn't even here. Can I talk to her? I have to speak with my wife.
Yeah, I'm going to. I got to hang up this phone.
The man was charged with theft by deception, while his wife was charged with theft by deception and forgery.
Traveling.
That's good. Or upgrade. Yeah, might as well. Okay, I need to see.
Great God, you may look. The power and the glory of Calador bids you welcome. Observe my skill.
Sail the
Queen of Avalon.
Oh, hell yeah.
for the good of all. For the good of Ulthuan. Secure the perimeter. Proceed swiftly. This is far as we go today.
I will receive your petition in the name of the Phoenix King.
Sea Lord Aislinn.
Oh, that's super good. Armor 10 for... Oh, that's pretty good. What about economy? Do we have anything for economy? Nothing for economy? That's kind of super. Point Seamasters, maybe? Recruitment cost minus 10 for ships, company, and nothing. Sea units. That could be pretty useful. Seaguard's tent.
Triumph again, as it should be.
Oh, that's the one that gives you the what gives us eco? That's what we could do that for me.
I found surveillance video of you guys at Burger King.
If y'all have look at this, bro.
There's your suit.
I didn't wait for somebody to do, bro.
This specimen is DeAndre Poole, currently realizing that he was caught on camera taking the life of the very man he calls his brother, and with his antics.
Look at him.
Yeah, I'm looking at him, bro. That's my brother.
You left him there in the parking lot like that.
I didn't leave him like that, bro.
DeAndre will prove that he is not at all the sharpest tool in the shed, and that surveillance footage is only a small part of the evidence he's left behind.
He's going on the ground with his shirt off, yelling and screaming, I'm sorry. That's his last words, dude. Dude, all I can ask for the truth. Would you at least tell me you're sorry?
Yeah, I'm sorry for getting blamed for something. I never did.
On December 3rd, 2024, police in Ohio received a flood of calls about a violent altercation. Behind a local mire, passerbys had discovered a man, Darren DJ Pollock, barely clinging to life. Police scrambled to the scene, desperate to save the man, but it was too late. He had been stabbed in the chest. The ruthlessness of the attack left investigators desperate for answers. Fortunately, they hit the jackpot when it came to evidence. The mire was covered in cameras, and the surveillance footage they discovered on them showed the entire attack from beginning to end. In the footage, they saw a man who, despite being just 23 years old, had already been getting arrested for nearly a decade, DeAndre Poole. He was a regular in the local jail for drug use, possession, and fleeing and evading, which meant that when police saw DeAndre on the surveillance footage, they immediately knew who he was. Identifying him was the easy part, but finding him, well, that took longer than they would have liked. Over 2 weeks after the murder of DJ Pollock, police managed to track down DeAndre. They were ready to confront him with the footage placing him at the scene of the crime, but he wasn't ready to look at what he had done in the face.
Am I saying that? Like,
you got a warrant, so yeah, you're gonna be staying in the jail. Okay.
What warrant?
You didn't show up to court. So it's no secret. You're obviously under arrest. Okay, you're right here, back control car. Handcuffs. Just told you you got a warrant for your arrest court date. Okay. So I think they already advised you of your rights and stuff. Okay, but I just want to make sure.
Let me tell you why.
Yeah, I just want to make sure you and I are on the same level playing field. I'm not out here trying to do no tricks or nothing like that.
The detective rereads DeAndre his Miranda rights. Now, throughout the interrogation, you'll hear DeAndre mention that he's been brought in on a warrant for previous offenses. His previous drug-related charges landed him behind bars for nearly 2 years, and that's not even counting his juvenile charges, where he got in trouble for having a relationship with a 12-year-old when he was a teenager and ended up having to go to juvie.
I try to treat people with as much respect as possible. Okay, because I think what's given is what's earned, right? Which is just the same reason why a lot of people have your name out there in their mouth. Yeah, and I've heard that there's been some threats going around. But if I were to go to the court of public opinion, you would be locked up in the clinic for the rest of your life because some people are on some bullshit, maybe. And they might not be. They might be.
I wasn't even with him at the time.
Okay, talk to me.
I wasn't even at the time. I wasn't even with him. I never even met up with him. Okay. He called me. Well, I called him because he was at this Ray got locked up. Or I called him. All right, he was talking to me. He said that he wanted me to, come hang out. And I was like, I'm sick. You can see I'm still sick over shit. I even went up there with my dad and had to wear a COVID mask. Like I can't. I was sick, so I didn't go over there. He was in COVID. And I was like, no, I can't go over there. There's too much drama over there. I'm not. I get out of prison where I've been trying to chill. I'm saying to myself, ain't nobody. And
when did you get out?
I got August 25th. August 25th? Yeah. All right, and I got caught with something that wasn't even mine that I was delivering.
It's kind of what your mom explained to me. She said there was some stuff that you got caught with that she kind of, she kind of feels guilty about and stuff like that. So I don't think it's any secret right now. You've been a person of interest that I don't want to talk to. I've been harassing a lot of people. I've been calling a lot of people, texting a lot of numbers, getting ghosted a hell of a lot. But I've been trying to get in contact with you. And unfortunately, took you having a warrant, get picked up right here like this. Okay? So first off, how'd you know DJ?
DJ, see, I knew him because Desiree.
Okay.
His girlfriend. That's how I was. DJ was like this. We never had problems together. We're together. We're like brothers. Bro. We sit down, talk. We listen to music on it.
Yeah. How long did you guys know each other?
So about 3 or 4 now, I said, because I never been in prison. So, and I did 17 months. 17 months. So I got over a year. It was 2 years. 23. Let's start 23 November.
So you got locked away at 21?
22.
Oh, okay. That's not 22, sorry. Okay. So you and DJ are close. Yeah, real close. As DJ had beefs or issues with anybody before?
I mentioned it, so he was on for that.
Right. That's no secret now, obviously.
That's one reason why I didn't go over there, too. I don't like that type of, I don't like to doze it off. It scares me, bro.
Obviously, he's got his addiction, his demons to deal with. I don't.
That's why I didn't put it against him. And I don't want to go around it though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, and so I'm kind of the same way. People have different life experiences. People go through shit. People got their way of handling stuff. Right, wrong, or indifferent. It's not my place to judge. That's up for our career up and wherever you think they're from. But at the same time, people go through that stuff, and I'd be ignorant not to empathize and understand. Do you have any sort of struggles with addiction or drug usage?
I want to get like I was doing. I kind of stopped. Okay. And I want to. That's why I'm really up the court when I go. I don't want no inpatient though. I want outpatient.
Okay. How long have you been kind of going through that?
For a minute.
Like since you've been out or before you went in?
Before.
Okay, so you were kind of struggling with that before you went in. When you were
it's not like an addiction. It's just I can stop, but I should not go to a sickness.
You just don't like it. What are your kind of
sleep?
You sleep.
Do you have any other issues, or is it just sleep? So some people go through pain, their skin feels like it's crawling off and stuff.
It's just, I go through a little bit, like my body hurts. Yeah.
Dre here isn't addicted to drugs. He can stop doing them anytime he wants. He just chooses not to, because of, the withdrawals. Obviously, Dre hasn't quite come to terms with the fact that he's not only got an addiction, but he has one that drove him to kill someone he calls a brother. And not just that, but in a public area, surrounded by witnesses and cameras. Yet Dre continues to insist he'd never steal, despite the rumors flying around and the aforementioned cameras.
I don't get that either, bro. They talk about steal. Yeah. I don't do none of that. That's karma. You steal for somebody's karma. Yeah. It's gonna bite you. Right. I don't do that.
So you guys, so you've known DJ, sorry.
I ain't really been around DJ since like a month ago. So from then. Yeah.
So Desiree. So like before Thanksgiving, back to the beginning of November.
Yes.
Okay.
Because Desiree, because she was getting jealous because we taking pictures together and shit. It's weird.
So Desiree didn't want you to.
That's how I felt like.
You felt like she didn't want you guys hanging out, and that's kind of why.
Yeah.
Okay. You had mentioned that he had called to meet up with you, and he was hanging out over at Cool Manor. Was he just wanting you to come over to Cool Manor and chill and hang? Or?
Yes. Okay. He didn't really say.
I know you said he kept to himself, but he ain't got no enemies. Nobody out there.
I ain't been around for a month, so I don't really fully know.
So I guess we're happy about this.
Just really at my house, and then I went to my dad's.
So obviously we've already kind of covered. A lot of people got your name in their mouth, but obviously the reason I come talk to you is not just by coincidence or circumstance, right? A lot of people have given us information. It's kind of where I come in and have to sift through, like I said, bullshit. A lot of it's embellished stories. People are hurting because they've lost a friend, a loved one, somebody that's been loyal to them. A dude that, like you said, stayed to himself, wasn't out there in the streets causing drama and all this stuff. But ultimately, somebody that had, like I said, his struggle. And one of the very early on pieces that I got was that you and him were together before all this happened, and that you guys were at Burger King. That's one thing that I heard, is that you guys were at Burger King. So I have followed up there. I found surveillance video of you guys at Burger King. So, and that you see kind of my concern where I'm sitting with you right now. Like, I heard the story.
You went to King with him?
Yeah, and I want to believe you.
You can see where I left.
Yep, you guys left. You guys.
He was in the bathroom doing shop.
Mm-hmm.
I went in the bathroom.
He was in there for a long time.
Yeah, he didn't. I ended up splitting up with him. You see, he ended up going up, and I think it was a detective actually went by me. And it was Chevy out behind Burger King.
Behind Burger King.
He was going through Burger King.
So now I have you guys on video going to pass Domino's.
Mm-hmm. And then I ended up turning around because he was talking about going to steal. I can't listen. I'm not going to put myself in the victim. We just came up here to do what? For you to get something. Not just to steal.
So what was he wanting? What was his issue?
He was just to go there for an outfit. Going, I guess he was just then he ended up saying, oh, now you got to change his pack. I done lost some money. Then he had the story like, I'm about to just go steal.
So you boost. Yeah, just trying to boost for something.
Yeah, that's how I felt like.
Just trying to boost for something.
I can't, man. I don't want to listen. This is one reason why I didn't want to come back to this shit. I'm trying to stay home. My grandma died when I was in prison, bro. That's the only thing I had. Like, the only thing, this is her asses, man.
I know it hurts you, Andre. I can't pretend to go sit here and know what you're feeling. Know what you've been going through. I can't.
Bro. That I can do life or anything, bro. The rest of my life, bro.
Am I right when I say that I don't think you went through the intentions that happened? Am I at least right?
I can't just, what I'm saying is this. I'm about to do my life, bro. But y'all can't help me. Y'all can't help me to drop down. Or...
I think the truth looks a hell of a lot better than this lying. Because at some point in time, if this makes it before people, and they sit here and they watch somebody.
You know what I mean? But I'm saying I ain't never killing. I ain't never stabbing. Do you really think that?
Yes. Okay.
No. So I sit here and cry this. Like it's life or something.
I don't think it hurts you any less.
It hurts me.
I think it hurts you just as much as if somebody else would have done it, if not more, actually.
Yeah, I get blamed for something. Because you already took off before I even got around there. He's nowhere to be found.
So I know that you ended up coming down West First Street with his bag.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had it.
You didn't when you came up the hill.
When I came around, the bag was right there.
So he did pass away?
Yeah, he's been deceased for a while.
I figured about Clover's here.
This is not good.
In May of 2024, a couple driving around the remote area southwest of Albuquerque, New Mexico, stumbled upon a grim scene: the lifeless body of 16-year-old Jesus Quintana Cota.
Once you leave here, we determine your mind, because I'm start having my doubts.
Yeah, so do you want me to explain to you? So Feliberto's is right here, like on the corner of the street at the light, and then you go a bit down, and before, like that bridge on Central, before you get on that bridge, it's like houses right there on the corner to the side. So like right where Feliberto's was, like on that side, but like we're down the street.
Okay. Did you cross the bridge? No? Okay. So where did you pick him up at?
So like I said, Feliberto's is right here, and then you go a little bit more down, and there's like a road, and then there's houses right there, and I didn't pass none of those houses, but like...
So, you go on the Bible? And you what? What does unalive mean? Okay. And you're cool with that? You're there, man. Yeah, I mean, you were in the back. Like, did you tell anyone?
Close police, you got a warrant. Keep your hands where we can see them. You're under arrest.
For the first time, you're seeing police body cam footage from the arrest of former youth counselor Peyton Shires, who sexually abused a 13-year-old boy assigned to her care, then showed up at his family's home with a gun. I'm going to take you inside the newly released footage and the disturbing chain of events that led a trusted counselor from a position of authority to a prison cell. We're on the case presented by Law and Crime. I'm Chris Stewart. Hey guys, real quick. So you know that a lot of the stories that we cover here at Law and Crime just show how quickly life can change. And it might have you wondering how you make sure that your family is safe, that they would be taken care of if anything was ever to happen. Life insurance, it's not fun to talk about or think about, but this year you can take care of the important stuff by having a policy that means that your family is protected and you have peace of mind. Fabric by Gerber Life is term life insurance you can get done today, made for busy parents like you, online, on your schedule, right from your couch. You could be covered in 10 minutes with no health exam required. If you have a family, the time to lock in one of Fabric's policies is now. They're high quality and flexible to fit your family's budget. Join thousands of parents who trust Fabric to protect their family. Apply today in minutes at meetfabric.com/OTC. That is meetfabric.com/OTC. She was supposed to help him. That was her job. Instead, police say a youth counselor groomed and sexually abused a 13-year-old boy who trusted her. When the boy's mom found out, when she reported it to police, Counselor Peyton Shires didn't run. Weeks later, while out on bond, Shires showed up at their house with a gun. Now we're seeing her arrest for the first time. You'll see the takedown unfold, officers surrounding her seconds away from the front door. The frantic moments as they handcuff her and figure out what she's brought with her. Because when they search her bag, they find personal items, things officers believe she was planning to give to the 13-year-old victim.
Sarge, this is her phone and her purse. And this, I guess, is what she was going to return to him.
I'll look at it and we'll actually return it.
Yep, sounds good. I appreciate it.
Oh, no problem.
What was she doing with his things? And what was she planning to do? We're going to show it to you here, start to finish, for the first time. So let's back up here quickly. Peyton Shires was a young woman whose job was to help kids. She was 23 years old at the time of her arrest, living in Mount Sterling, Ohio. She had a fiancé. She was even a mom to a child of her own, a 4-year-old. And in the summer of 2023, she got her social work license and started working for the She was 23 years old at the time of her arrest, living in Mount Sterling, Ohio. She had a fiancé. She was even a mom to a child of her own, a 4-year-old. And in the summer of 2023, she got her social work license and started working for the National Youth Advocate Program, NYAP. It's an organization that pairs foster children and other at-risk kids with counselors and support. And it's important to note here that these are kids who need help. Kids who are vulnerable, kids who are supposed to be able to trust the adults who are assigned to them. Shires was assigned to a 13-year-old boy, and according to prosecutors, she didn't help him. She groomed him. Then, she sexually abused him. According to police, it all started to unravel in September of 2023. The boy's mother found text messages on his phone. The boy's mother found text messages on his... Then, she sexually abused him. According to police, it all started to unravel in September of 2023. The boy's mother found text messages on his phone, messages from Shires. And the content was alarming enough that the mother went straight to police in Columbus, Ohio. Court documents show that Shires had allegedly asked the boy if he, quote, deleted the videos and whether his mom had found them. Police did a forensic exam on the boy's phone. What they found was worse than the mom probably feared. Text messages and the video showing Shires and the 13-year-old engaging in sexual conduct. Investigators didn't stop there. They had the boy's mom do a controlled 3-way call with Shires, and on that call, Shires allegedly admitted to it. On October 6, 2023, police arrested Peyton Shires, and that brings us to the body cam footage you are about to see. Because for the first time, we can show you exactly what happened when police moved in on her that morning, the morning of October 6, 2023. Columbus police have a plan. They know Shires is on her way to the victim's house, and they're not taking chances. Multiple officers staged nearby, watching and waiting, and when they see her, they move in.
Female blonde is target coming out, walking to the back of the car. Open up the rear hatch. So she's got a black t-shirt, long blonde hair. When she closes the hatch, she is crossing the street, walking up to the house, black shirt, blue jeans, one purse, walking up to the house, on the sidewalk.
Shires doesn't know they're there. She steps onto the porch, and that's when you hear it.
Close, police, you got a warrant. Keep your hands where you can see them. You're under arrest. You got hooks? We're tactical.
Roger that.
You got anything on? You got a gun or anything?
Do you have any weapons on you?
You ready for a cruiser? Okay, we'll go back here, away from... Yes. Absolutely right. You got a gun on you? You got to have to speak to us, you understand?
You can call my lawyer.
No, we have to make sure you don't have a gun.
I don't have a gun.
Okay, we're going to make sure. That's fine, have a seat. Have a seat. Is your kid in the car?
See this damn thing.
You're not going to take care?
No.
Somebody has to take care of your kid now. Go ahead and stand up. Go ahead and stand up. She's going to be taking you. So
here it is.
At some point, Shires gets sick, or tries to. An officer asks if she's okay, and it looks like Shires tries to throw up, but she can't.
Stay on the ground before you go down cruise, okay? Let's go this side. Are you going to sit? Just stick on the ground before you go down cruise, okay? You done? Let's go. We'll go on this side away from the
May we both
You done?
She dropped a bunch of stuff up here. Phone and a purse, and they're holding it up there. Like a lot of money here. Nice shot on that. Looks like, seriously, that's a good point. Thank you, appreciate it.
The search is done. She's been patted down, cuffs checked, nothing hit her. She doesn't resist or even say much as she is guided into the cruiser, just does what she's told. And so while the immediate threat is over, for the officer standing on that lawn, the work is just beginning because sitting on that porch, still unsecured, is her bag. The white purse that she carried up to that house, and inside it, more than just her ID and makeup.
Good job, Joe. How you doing, man? Good. Looking good. Good fit the part. Thanks, man. I'm gonna keep this right here. Yeah, I think it's no 33 in there, do you agree? Just a key. Makeup, truck, ID.
Satisfactory improvement.
Okay, I'll grab this stuff. It's a cruiser. Okay. I'm guessing this is the stuff she's going to return. Yes. Sarge, this is her phone and the purse. And this, I guess, is stuff that she was going to return to him. I'll look at it and we'll actually return it. Yep, sounds good. I appreciate it, guys. Oh, no problem.
The 13-year-old victim, the boy she was supposed to help, the boy she's accused of grooming and sexually abusing, she came to his house with a gun, but she also came with things, personal items, things that he apparently wanted back, or things she thought he should have. The evidence is logged, the car is impounded, and Shires sits in the back of a cruiser, staring out the window, headed to booking.
Welcome. You made it. 10 minutes too late. 5 minutes maybe. We're just someone on your other side.
Got some questions for you, all right? What's the current address for you?
Look here.
Okay, current address for you.
Has chosen battle here on the shores of Ultron, on the very doorstep of our homeland. It shall be his last.
You serve any armed forces?
No.
Be wary.
And how old are you?
23, 24 today.
Do you work for a number? Obviously, you say you don't work, but...
I don't know. Why am I doing this?
Technically, I'm talking about that, okay? You say you have a religious preference? No. Are you sick or injured on any medication?
I have medication to be taken this morning.
You did not? Were you sick or injured?
No.
What is, do you need your medication?
Yeah.
What is it for?
Anxiety and depression.
Just want to make sure it wasn't like some condition you have to treat right now for. Are you married?
No.
Hey, Peyton. Okay? Just gonna explain to you a little bit what's gonna happen now. We're gonna impound your car here, okay? We're not gonna keep the car though, so you can go pick that up from our impound lot.
Can someone just come pick it up here?
Is someone close that would be able to do that?
I have a lot of people that can pick it up here.
Okay. Like where was the closest person live?
Roadport, literally anywhere. My mom's in Whitehall. My dad's in Nashville.
Okay, that may be, let me ask them and we can see if we can work that out. After we handle that, you're gonna go and get your picture taken and you're gonna take your fingerprints, okay? And then after that, you'll get a chance to come and talk to me, alright? And I can explain to you what's going on and what's gonna happen next. You have any questions for me?
No.
Okay.
Shires is transported downtown, processed, photographed, the routine, fingerprints, paperwork, questions. But at some point, a caseworker from Children's Services shows up because this isn't just a criminal case anymore. Shires is a mom. And what happens to her 4-year-old now is its own open question.
So, I just heard like the door conversation, I'm not going to go into other details. I will just let you know you're right. Information on the front, so you decide to do what about me. About everything, I give there's information. But there will be findings of you, either substantiated and either unsubstantiated. If you don't, if it's indicated or substantiated and you don't agree with this finding, you do have the right to appeal it. But there's a process of that. Yes. No. So far. I'm just trying to all together. There you go.
We hold domain over the sea. None shall tread it without our sanction.
She had all the paperwork.
No, I throw my stuff together.
The great
So we're just gonna. It's on the you.
Yes. Change the system up there. Like every time I come up there, it's like so we're completely. I never trust any other.
Sarge, do you want to take her down? So we can't. Her down. Yeah, because we can't ride in the same elevator.
Huh?
We can't ride in the same elevator.
Yeah, I'm taking it. Okay. We'll go this way. Yeah.
Thank you. Do you need a minute?
I'll be like 30 seconds.
So we're gonna go straight down to county, and they'll change you out, and then you get a phone call.
Did they say they were sent down the verified charge? Yep.
Oh, can you grab my water for me?
What is this?
Not yours.
No, it's not mine. Hey, look, I want to get your water. Sorry.
Come on down. Get down here. Same thing. Just stand here facing the wall for me. Is there anything?
That's okay. You want to concentrate on her? I'll concentrate on either.
Okay, I can do both.
I know. I'll take that. I'm ready.
All right, I'm down this way. Right now? Yeah. We're just gonna sit here in this elevator just so you know. I got multitasking.
Following her arrest, Shires posted a $500,000 bond and was released. Now, you would think that would be the end of it until her court date, right? But it wasn't, actually. Instead, weeks later, prosecutors say she showed up at the boy's house, that time with a gun. According to court records, she threatened the boy's mom, told her she'd ruined her life by reporting her. A shot was fired, no one was hurt. When police arrived, they found Shires on the front porch. Police say she had that gun to her own head, finger on the trigger. The boy wasn't home at the time, but prosecutors say that Shires talked to him on the phone during all of this, telling him that he and his family had destroyed her life. Her bond was revoked immediately. She'd remain behind bars until May 20th, 2024, when she chose to plead guilty to multiple counts of unlawful sexual conduct with a minor, plus intimidation of a victim or witness, and inducing panic with a firearm specification. Then, on June 27th, 2024, Peyton Shires stood before a judge in Franklin County, Ohio. She had already pleaded guilty, and now it was time to hear her punishment and her explanation. Given the chance to speak, Shires turned to face the victim's family and apologized.
I'm sorry that all this happened. I feel horribly that the mother and that their family has been affected so horribly by this and by my actions. I was not thinking rationally at the time that I showed up to the mother's house. I was extremely suicidal. I never had intentions to harm anybody but myself, and I'm just thankful that she took the right steps to hold the peace, and she saved my life that day.
She went on to address the alleged betrayal at the heart of this case, the reason that she was standing in front of the judge in the first place.
I just feel horrible for the mistakes that I made in social worker-client relationship. I cared for him, I wanted to support him, but my lack of boundaries caused severe mistakes to be made. I'm praying for the family. I've been praying for the family since I've been in jail. I just hope that they can heal from this. I hope that they can find peace and gain trust with other social workers in the future.
Then she expressed her regret for how this would affect the victim directly, a 13-year-old boy who she was supposed to help.
And I'm hoping that this doesn't affect how he is in relationships in the future, and that he can get the help that he needs and have a healthy relationship with his mother. I know that I messed up my bond and I lost trust with the courts, but I'm in a much better headspace now, and I'm going to continue to be. But I'm very sorry that everyone involved, and I wish that I could change the past, but all I can do moving forward is work on myself and heal.
When she finished, the judge responded, and he did not hold back.
When to consider the seriousness of the offense, which is a serious offense, you violated the position of trust that you had. This young man was a child. He was a child. He was 13, 14 years old. That's a child. But I was disappointed in the pre-sentence investigation in that you seemed to blame him a little bit for, like then, trying to trick you and coerce you into having additional sex, blackmailing you. And, you started, the whole incident started. You're the adult. You need to have the boundaries. You're trained professionally to deal with situations like this.
Peyton Shires was sentenced to exactly 4 years and 9 months in prison, 253 days credit for time served. And upon release, she will be required to register as a Tier 2 sex offender for 25 years, checking in with authorities every 180 days for that 25 years. But the legal fallout doesn't end there. The victim's family has also filed a civil lawsuit against Shires and her former employer, the National Youth Advocate Program, alleging the organization failed to remove her from the boy's care after concerns were raised. That case could go to trial next year. For now, Peyton Shires sits behind bars, a former counselor meant to help kids, now a convicted sex offender, and a 13-year-old boy left to pick up the pieces. That will do it for On the Case, presented by Law and Crime. Subscribe to us on YouTube and Spotify, and now we're streaming on Peacock. I'm Chris Sewell. I'll see you next time.
Master of the mists, I bring wisdom the Phoenix King!
Forward! Strike fast!
Spearmen! It shall be done. Speed up! Aerial... Approaching position.
Ship's company!
Acknowledged.
Here to serve!
Attack the enemy!
We will obey!
Moving out!
It will be done!
Aislinn! Cut them all!
We have the upper hand! With strength and purpose!
For Assyria!
Strike all the way!
Okay, sorry about that, right? But I don't want to ask questions. Stop being insane. Okay, you're right. Just in invading? I never did anything wrong. I never did anything wrong. To be retained. All right, we'll fight that in court. We'll take that shit on. Okay, well, get that shit and then I'll see you in court. Who's in charge of the report? You or who's in charge? Bro, I'm just reports. Okay, listen to me.
Wait for me, bro! You are detained, you're not free to leave! You have to fight, push me against you! Stop! Grab the top of your shirt, spin in a circle, do it now! Grab the top of your shirt, bro. Pull up, I want to see your waist. Spin. You don't have to do that. Okay, drop down to one knee for me, bro. Drop down to the other knee. Put on your shirt real quick, keep your hands up, though. You got cuffs? Okay, let's finish. Where are you injured, sir? Where are you injured? Your knee? Set up, go.
Next, the suspected paraphernalia that investigators will later find out is just the tip of this iceberg.
So then, like, I tried to tan and I saw that. Pull him out, I barely slips loose. Walk in.
Dark claim and fight for what you deserve, and Morgan makes it.
When you're talking right there. Let me get a leash real quick. Okay, you guys. Come the other side? Yeah, you want me to get in there? Oh. That works?
Hi, baby.
I grant you this time.
Nice. Ask if them early. That's really good, actually. I can do another one. That's pretty good. Oh, they all cost more. Okay. That's cool, I guess.
On July 10th, 2025, officers were dispatched to LA Fitness for a disturbing report about a man who was recording another male in the gym shower.
What the hell is that I'm seeing?
and it just came to me that it was his phone. He was recording me, and he's over here trying to delete it because he sees that I'm coming out of the shower. And he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry." He's definitely recording me.
So you see a recording?
Yeah, I didn't see the recording because I made him delete it, but his phone is like in some other language, and it's an Android. It goes to the trash file.
I just tried to take a video on the call him, because he saw me just touch me.
823, thanks for comments.
Did you delete it? Oh yeah, he I showed him just deleted at the same time.
Okay, can you pull it back up or no?
I deleted it. You want to?
Where's the deleted folder on your phone?
The him.
Usually when you delete something, there is an archive folder or deleted folder.
Oh, no. Yeah, I deleted everything.
Okay, I need to go look at the log real fast. Can you?
My ID in the top.
Can you bring him inside and I'll be right back?
Officers were called to a residence regarding a woman stalker ex refusing to leave her and her family alone.
No, do not do this to him.
What are you doing?
Come talk to me over here, not in front of them. Be an adult and come over here.
Okay.
You're not supposed to be here.
I'm an American. This is my right.
It is not your day to be here. We're filing another stalking complaint against this location.
Okay. And I'm going to tell you who am I stalking?
All of them.
Who? I'm allowed to see my children. It's not
On your day.
Folks, George, for the record,
You need to leave.
I'm here to see my boys. He's going to baseball. I'm going. I'm going to be there.
You need to leave. You need to leave here, I'm telling you.
You're way outside your bounds.
You are not welcome to be here. You are now stalking this family.
No, I'm not. That's my family.
I am telling you that you are stalking them. Leave. You need to leave.
I'd rather you just take your job. Here playing football, my son in right.
Today is not your day to be here.
I'm out in the street.
Right.
Tell me the reason I can't be in the street right here.
I'm not saying
Stalking
you
would be
can't.
like hiding
I'm telling
that
you that
No, stalking covers notorious.
Stalking covers this.
No, that's what you said. It's blatant outright. I'm here. I'm not hiding about stalking.
I'm telling you to leave because you are stalking these people and you're going to end up going to jail.
Okay, I'll let you take me job. And I want some record with my kids to see this. Hey guys,
I
guys,
don't want your kids to see
No, I do.
this. You do not
Because
want
I'm here
your kids to
playing
see
with my son. Okay, I'm going to follow them to baseball. And until the minute they leave, I'm going to stay right here and then I'm going to baseball. And I'm going to get back to the house on Friday. I'm going to be prepared to go to court for this.
Why are you doing this?
Because you're infringing on my rights as an American.
I am not. I'm telling you to leave these people alone, that you are stalking them.
You don't have a right to tell me not to help my children.
I'm telling you to leave
File the police
them
report
alone.
next time. Maybe I'll have a chance to court.
I have filed multiples on you.
No, you didn't.
And I will
They were
file
all
more.
hard. Do you have children? Are you married?
Why does that matter?
I'm just curious because your demeanor leads me to believe you.
That's why you're a very frustrating human being to deal with, is why we keep going over this. It's because I keep telling you to leave this family alone, leave alone, leave her parents alone, and you are still here.
On the record, anytime I'm here or at that house, when I have not been able to talk to my kids on the phone, you are welcome to tell me. And
Listen, what you do, if you cannot reach your children, you call the police and we will make contact with them, make sure they're
I'm
okay.
going to come here.
You do not come here.
I'll come here.
You are not.
I'm going to call the police before I'm going to tell them.
And tell us what, that you're stalking these
No,
people again?
I'm not stalking. I'm coming to spend time with my children.
You're not allowed to today.
It's to the point where you've been trespassed from all this property. You've been trespassed from that property. There's obviously it's obviously reasonable to believe that she doesn't want you here. They don't want you over there.
I haven't talked to her.
You guys have the court order in place for a reason, okay? And when a person doesn't abide by the court order, the proper procedure is to go to court and follow up with it with your lawyers, okay? You showing up
Hi, Rosie. Hey.
random places,
Yeah, I'm trying to come see you guys because I can't talk to you on your phones.
following your kids around, following your ex around, it's not the way to handle
I'm
this.
guilty of stalking my children when I can't talk to them.
It's not your children, sir.
Mr. Steele, your girl here, had no idea what he had done wrong after he asked multiple women for a threesome at Planet Fitness.
What's up, man? What's up? There real quick, just so we're not around all the way.
Okay, can you check the cameras too?
Yeah, sure, we'll figure everything
I'll file a complaint against him. Put your shoes, get out.
All right, just grab your shoes. We'll go over here real quick.
Sure, absolutely. It's not me.
Okay. All right, we'll head right on that one then. I appreciate it. I'll come talk to you in a second. What exactly is it?
So I had a female.
I got you. Give me 1 second. What's that?
I had a female file a complaint against me because I saw Aislinn for throughway.
Okay.
And they filed a complaint against the front desk.
Like sexual?
I just went through it. That's all I said.
Like sexual or like?
That's all I said.
Stop. You're just in charge. You don't. Stop.
What do I need to take for it?
If you walk out here, you're gonna get arrested.
But if you have Hashimoto's and you're generally fatigued, but you're still pretty functional, hopefully that illustration maybe helps to see the dichotomy there. And the next article is titled Glucocorticoid Receptor DNA Methylation in Childhood Trauma and Chronic Fatigue Syndrome Patients. This is what a lot of people are talking about. What does it all mean? You have a stress response in your body. Your stress response is there to help you fight a mountain lion if you're walking on a trail in Nevada or Utah or California or wherever, or run from that mountain lion as fast as you can. That's our stress response. The travesty is that a lot of us are stuck in this stress response all day long, month after month, year after year, and lots of times people do not realize the degree of physiologic stress their body is in. So what they started seeing when they were studying the hormonal profile of chronic fatigue syndrome patients is that they saw this low cortisol profile consistently, but maybe a high adrenaline output. You have to understand that your adrenal gland is made up of two separate tissues. The center of your adrenal gland is made up of neurological tissue from an embryologic standpoint. So the center of think of the earth, the core of the adrenal gland, neurological tissue. Outer portion of the adrenal gland is endocrine tissue. It's a weird organ. If you can think of one as weird as that, send me an email. But basically what happens is that we have hardwired connections to our sympathetic nervous system to the center of the adrenal glands. That's why if a car were to drive through the window right now, instantaneously my heart's gonna start beating fast, my hands are gonna start to shake, and I'm probably gonna be that way for at least 3 hours, and I'm probably not gonna sleep well tonight. That's adrenaline. Whereas the cortisol response is when people are under chronic stress, and you see this particularly with depression, is that we're under chronic stress, and the brain is signaling through the pituitary to the outer portion of the adrenal gland for lots of cortisol to be produced, and that cortisol feeds back to the hypothalamus to know how much we have in circulation. What they started seeing in chronic fatigue syndrome is that this hypothalamo-pituitary-adrenal axis, referred to as the HPA axis, was low. Why is it low? Did it have some relationship to childhood stress? Was it that this person went through so much stress early in life that then their body was trying to protect themselves by not producing so many stress hormones? You know, kind of like people talk about with repressed memories in childhood trauma subjects. Well, it's kind of true, and this is what they're finding, in that basically we've heard about, you know, genetics, you've heard the term epigenetics. Epigenetics basically means how your environment, how your life circumstances impacts how your genes are expressed. And so they found that DNA methylation was abnormal for the cortisol receptor in your hypothalamus. That's simply what they found. And they found that it became, I used to say that, you know, not enough of them were made. Really, the reality is that they became too hypersensitive. So these cortisol receptors are super hypersensitive in your hypothalamus if you have chronic fatigue, particularly with a history of childhood trauma. So what does that mean? It means, you know, it's like if you're driving a new car that has a V8 supercharged engine in it, and you just touch the gas pedal, and all of a sudden the car is like peeling out. That gas pedal is very sensitive. Well, when you have really sensitive cortisol receptors in the hypothalamus, what is their function? Their function is to shut down the system. Sensitive cortisol receptors shut down the system, shut down the HPA axis. So they have found, in this research article that I'm showing you, is the culmination of lots of other research articles and lots of studies where they're basically validating that this one domain of the cortisol glucocorticoid receptor, NR3C1-1F, DNA hypomethylation in childhood trauma patients who then develop chronic fatigue, is basically this hypomethylation is causing the cortisol receptor to be too hypersensitive. As a consequence, likely triggering the hormonal cascade for that person to have chronic fatigue. So this is really important information. Again, in summary, I'm not saying, even though the title of the video said that, I'm not saying that Hashimoto's does not cause fatigue. It does cause fatigue. But when you look at chronic fatigue syndrome patients, we want to think of them as a low HPA axis activity, typically, particularly if your history is significant for childhood trauma. If it's not, then think about Epstein-Barr virus. Did you have mononucleosis? Did it start all of a sudden? And I also want you to know about POTS. I've talked in many other videos about postural orthostatic tachycardia syndrome. What is that? It's a state of high adrenaline that results in fatigue. We are seeing that upwards of 90% of chronic fatigue patients have low blood pressure, and they don't get enough blood to their brain. Very similar to POTS patients, except their heart rate may not be high. But there's an overlapping group of POTS patients who've been diagnosed with chronic fatigue syndrome. So these are the factors to consider. Also, self-critical perfection. All right, good evening, everyone. Dr. Randall Gates, board-certified chiropractic neurologist, also a chiropractic physician at Gates Brain Health, and tonight I'm talking about chronic fatigue syndrome and why it isn't your thyroid. Kind of an interesting title. I'll clarify why I'm saying that.
This can deal damage from afar, and of course come in with a solid cycle charge. But the award for, in my opinion, the most kind of useless unit has to go to the Ithalmar Chariot. It doesn't have an alternative variant, and you can get this by using it as a mount on almost every single hero. It's only dealing melee damage, only dealing anti-infantry damage, and there's really no reason to take this, particularly because the Lion Chariots do so much of a better job. And yes, you have to wait a couple more tiers to get them, and to be honest, I never feel this unit. But first of all, they're very, very cool, and they deal some solid anti-armor damage. You have a white line of Krace running on the back of them, beheading anyone that the Lions don't tear to pieces. Their mass is nothing to scoff at 2,000, having 30% base missile resistance, and of course with the Law of Life, they are very easy to keep alive. It's pretty cool, but it's tier freaking 4. If this unit was tier 3, man, it would be overpowered at tier 3. But at tier 4, problem is there's so many powerful alternatives. Now, the last Lion-based unit is actually a tier 2 unit, and it is the Lions. It's the equivalent of Warhounds. They're a huge pain in the ass to deal with when you're the player, and they're one of the best variants of that in the game. They have armor piercing, so for an army that has AP and short supply at tier 2, this is quite nice. However, it won't stick around and be useful really past tier 3. It'll be running from as many things as it's trying to chase, and I just don't like units that don't scale well, so this is a unit I never use, but not gonna lie, it will definitely pull its weight in the early game. Speaking of chariots, the newest toy in the arsenal is the Lothern Skycutter, and they come in 2 variants, one which fires magical ammunition, and that's pretty nice. They do work together well, and by that I mean when they charge in, the other 2 units will do quite a nice job of providing support fire whilst the first Eagle charges in, so you're getting a good amount of damage saturation. They can get a little bit stuck, and they do tend to smash whatever's in front of them pretty hard, but aside from that, they're pretty flexible. It does lack armor piercing, so it is outshone by the other variant, but this is available at tier 3, not tier 4, tier 3, so it basically overrides the Lithamar Chariot being a mobile unit without armor piercing, but delivering magic damage through its arrows, so it's great for countering maybe lords who have high physical resistance, demons of course, particularly under the watch of Seahelms or Aislinn himself. They are incredibly fast. However, these bonuses also carry through to the Bolt Thrower variant. The exact same frame, nimble, mobile, no armor piercing on the charge, but more importantly, what's in the back is a bolt thrower. The High Elves are famous for only having 1 artillery piece, but it's one that can cover multiple bases with 2 fire modes, one which fires a single projectile, good for taking down giants, single entities, but the most flexible one is the scatter shot. When in doubt, start your battles, set and forget on the scatter shot, but they have the advantage of being stationed up in the air. You are firing down, but the Skycutter bolt thrower is far more than just a novelty. It can not only keep up with your army, it can actually wheel around the enemy army and hit them in the back. Moreover, if you're worried about their heavy artillery, because that is actually a weakness to the High Elves in the late game, you can fly up with the Skycutters, bomb the hell out of their artillery, and force them to an engagement on your preferred location. Can cycle charge with ferocious eagles. Can't say enough good things about this unit. Speaking of the bolt thrower, it's still pretty good. It's tier 2 now. Of course, that's nice. Has the same aforementioned firing mode, single and scatter. Leave it on scatter when in doubt, and it'll do you pretty well. It helps force engagements in the early stages, and you'll need it as a siege attacker if you're running armies that aren't legendary lords. But how do Eagles fare when they're not towing along a Chariot of Death? The answer is actually pretty good. For tier 2, just one of these, you'd be surprised. The ability for it to bait out, harass the enemy missile units, to come around for a flank and bail out your spearmen when they're being overwhelmed. It deals solid damage, zooms around at 110 speed, and has 62 charge bonus, so it can cycle charge like a beast if you're willing to put in the effort to micro it. I would only typically hire an Eagle in an emergency because you can more easily access them via Noble, plus one tier higher, you will get the Flamespire Phoenix. When it dies, it comes back to life, and it carries 10 bombardments, which do a really nice job of softening up enemy infantry. Particularly against light to medium infantry, this does a fair bit of damage. Just remember, don't rapid fire over the top of it. You can hold shift and press 1. Certainly a step up from the Eagle, dealing armor piercing damage, and of course magical damage, along with fire damage, so again, very nice against undead, but the magical attacks mean this is a great sniper for enemy demons, their heroes, their lords, who come barreling in with 54 charge. Its sister unit, the Frost Phoenix, is another very strong unit. Whether or not it's better than the Fire Phoenix will depend on your preference. The Frostheart Phoenix does boast considerably stronger stats and slightly slower with a weaker charge bonus, with the intent of it hovering around and being in more sustained combat. Its signature ability is its Blizzard Aura, reducing the speed and damage output by roughly 12% of anything within 35 meters, so pretty damn nice. You can dive into an enemy that's engaging your front line. When they break, they'll be reduced 12% from the aura, as well as an additional 30% from Frostbite. Next we have my favorite beastie in the roster, and that is this Sun Dragon. This dragon is specialized in dealing fast anti-infantry damage. It is the youngest breed of dragon, 100 speed, so for its size, incredibly quick, and it has the scaly skin, which does provide it at least 25% missile resistance, and it has 3 breath attacks. Now the breath is only going to be useful against light units, but it has the biggest coverage, so it will deal the most damage against light units. So each dragon breath is a horse for a particular course. Its big sister, the Moon Dragon, is a bit older and a bit stronger. Its breath attack covers a smaller area, but it deals a good amount of armor-piercing concentration. So think Chaos Chosen, Celestial Guard, small groups of elite infantry is what this is specialized in taking out, sacrificing a little bit of speed and charge for a bit more bulk and impressive attack stats. Now, as someone who mained Imric, this might astound you to see me putting them at the bottom of B tier and saying you should never ever hire either of these units. The reason why is it's better to obtain them as mounts rather than raw monsters. They have a large upkeep, and at the end of the day, they don't really deliver more armor-piercing than you could deliver through other means, and they don't solve a problem the high elves have. Individual units like heroes are going to be where our Phoenix units specialize. These are, in my mind, 2 of the best mount options in the game, and mount options are where they should stay, especially if you're a new player. Fielding lots of dragons is a terrible idea if you're a newer player. They take skill and practice to use. Fielding lots of them will not allow you the chance to grow and learn to use them. Now, if you really must take a dragon, then the Star Dragon, of course, is going to be the best choice for you. It has the most stats and the most upkeep, but if you feel the need to bring a big flying heavy hitter, then this is the way you should go. Similar to our last comparison, trading some speed and charge for some more generous stats in the power side of things, the Star Dragon's breath is best used concentrated on a single character, so flying directly above and blasting straight down on top of a lord or hero is going to do the most damage. Several lords use these as a mount, including princesses, princes, especially while you're learning, keep them in reserve and wait until the battle is fully engaged, and then choose your engagements with your Star Dragons. Don't just send them out ahead, you will be disappointed if you do. See this unit as a scalpel and it will become one of your best tools. Bring a dragon unit as a mount and then bring a support Phoenix, but the best Phoenix of them all is the Arcane Phoenix, and that is going in S tier legendary. Now I have absolutely had my opinion about this unit turned around. I thought, yeah, it's got potential, but honestly in the right hands this unit is absolutely devastating, and it fixes the one weakness you have by being the best Lord Sniper you have available to you. This unit is a freaking beast. It deals 460 damage, the majority of it being armor piercing, 20% physical resistance, and that stacks on top of a 10% ward save, so basically shrugs off 30% of physical damage. Of course it terrifies the enemy. 2,300 mass, it is a beast of a bird, and its ability, the Emberstorm, has 50% armor piercing, so this lands a beefy scar on late game infantry too, dealing magical damage and fire damage, and yes, those basic attacks are all magic attacks. This carves straight through their physical resistance, carves straight through their armor, and it has 58 charge bonus, zooming around at 120 speed. This is hell unleashed. If you can keep it moving, which you should be able to with this speed, no lord is safe. There is nothing more terrifying than being a lord or a hero and having this thing stare at you across the battlefield. Your biggest threat is being pinned to the ground, and the way to mitigate this is just by not being surrounded to begin with. Find the outer perimeter of your unit, flank, and then get away so you can count down your 3 seconds and get airborne again. If you're struggling to break free of a group, just keep rapidly clicking 3 times in each direction, and eventually you'll groove the enemy models out of the way. Now, my favorite of the new units, I'd have to say, is the Sea Elemental, and this thing is just freaking cool. It, again, adds a completely new string to the High Elf's bow, no pun intended there, but the fact it can move in and out so freely with its literally fluid animations. Not only does it have a ton of physical resistance, which you can buff through both the tech tree as well as the skill trees, it stacks with more missile resistance, and you can compound this again with more life magic. It's very easy to keep alive, over 10,000 HP, and it never ever gets tired with perfect vigor. This means it is an excellent line holder. Expert charge defense denies the enemy charge, so just keep it here to support your spears, ensure no one gets through, and if they do, they're going to have to eat your amazing animations, granting armor piercing and anti-infantry, so the only threat they do have is magic attacks are going to absolutely shred it. But if you can control your matchups, the Writhing Mist will debilitate their melee defense and leadership whilst giving everyone around you an extra 30% missile block. Once your elemental falls below 25% HP, a unit of Ocean Needs will raise up just in time to come and save money. An awesome unit, fits the High Elf vibe, and provides all the mass on the front line they've ever wanted. And finally, the newest and certainly most menacing beast we have now, and that is the Merworm. It regenerates. It has 38 melee defense, but that's only 59 melee attack and a charge bonus of 42. It's going to hurt, and it's going to hurt a lot. It has anti-large, which is something we don't have an overly high abundance of in the High Elf roster, but it's shielded. It has 20% block chance from all small arms fire, hitting it from the front. On top of this, it also has the Abysmal Cloak. This might be the most graceless beast we've ever seen, and that is honestly a boon to it. I do love watching this thing, and yes, it does get hit a lot, but it moves around a fair fair bit for something its size. It will get saturated and attacked quite heavily, and that regeneration will get put to work, so you do need to help it out. Starting off with Altharion's units, and he has, in the very top tier, the Sentinels of Astaril. This unit rivals the Sisters of Avalon when you rock it with Altharion himself. It has the longest range of any archer, but it fires very slow. His abilities allow the Hand of Glory spell to be overcast for, I think, 2 winds of magic, allowing the slow fire rate, ramp up the pace, and deal a ton of damage. It has Shield Breaker to split the enemy shields, a very, very good unit. The Knights of Torgaval, do not underestimate just how elite these guys are. These are some of the most insane knights you'll see in the game. Down in B tier, we have basically a souped up ships company, an improved skirmish archer, and another improved archer. So not too much to say here. Very good units, and if you're Altharion, you should absolutely bring them. Alariel in her capital has access to tree-based units. Of course, tree men, then nowhere near the bite that the Wood Elves have, but a big tree man's a big tree man. You can't rate it too poorly. Lastly, my boy Imric, he has 5 dragons, they're all legendary, and that's basically it. So overall, if you look at this list, looking at it from primarily A and above, if you only had to use these units, you will be fine. Looking down towards B and C, these are still units that I find myself using, and D, honestly, are units that I never use. I do occasionally use Rangers if I need a wider line to face Skaven, but it ends up being a better choice just to invest in Spearmen because they'll last a little bit longer. But this is it. You guys let me know when you have your hands on the DLC, what you think. These ratings will hopefully not change too much with the final release, but I hope you enjoyed it. More content coming out soon, and I'll see you next time. Cheers.
Commander of the Sea Patrol, we journey further. We, sir, shall expand our influence.
Master of Magic.
By the Prince of Ulf One's defense and Hot Tyrion. Well met, friend. You have what?
Peace and strength.
Kind of need all entry as well. So expensive.
Champion of nerves, sail the skies.
Show me your hands! Broward Sheriff's Office! Come on, show me your hands!
Let me go bring him back to the house. When I get him next to me, it's the same way. It's obviously the way y'all got me. In the park, y'all get me anywhere.
According to the victim, he was forced into a white Dodge Charger with tinted windows and a police-style light. His phone is thrown out of the car. His head is covered, and he's driven away. At an Airbnb in Plantation, the kidnappers realized he's not the person they were after once they had seen his face and ID. However, they didn't let him go. He later told officers that they forced him into a bathroom. They pulled multiple black masks over his head, layer after layer, until he could barely breathe. Then, the water started. Buckets were poured over his covered face again and again. The fabric trapped the water against his mouth and nose, creating the terrifying sensation of drowning. He said he truly believed he was going to die in that bathroom. At the same time, the men circled him with firearms pointed at his head. One of them pressed an electric drill against his body, revving it close to his skin as a threat. They had already realized he wasn't the person they were looking for, but instead of letting him go, go. They made it clear that being the wrong guy didn't matter. Eventually, the kidnappers learned their real target is at a strip club at Pompano Beach. Unbelievably, they bring the victim with them, ordering him to go inside and lure the co-worker out. But once inside, the victim makes a desperate move. He calls 911. Police rush to the scene.
Just parking lot, just a bunch of houses. Hey, keep driving? Yeah, before. Keep driving. Hey, you with the white hoodie! Show me your hands! Broward Sheriff's Office! Come on, show me your hands!
Show me your hands, you with the white hoodie.
Walk to us, show me your hands! This is the police!
Walk to us with your hands above your head.
I got it.
Put your hands above your head. Put your hands above your head. Walk towards us.
Hey, what's in every corner? You got it.
Walk towards us, get your hands above your head.
Alright, I'm gonna move to the right. Alright. There you go. Straight. There you go. Who's gonna go hands?
Hey, we need a hand team.
Hands. I got it. Show me your hands.
Put your phone in your pocket, keep your hands in the air. Put your phone in your pocket, keep your hands in the air. All right, sit. Turn around, walk towards us. Yep. Keep walking. Put your hands high. Hands high, keep walking. You got a gun, boss?
No, sir.
Okay, right. But I'm trying to understand why my book.
You have any weapons on you?
Oh.
Okay. Bring your feet, bring your knees to your chest. Knees to your chest. Hold me.
At 2 a.m., officers arrest Jeffrey Arista, age 32. Shortly after, police spot a second man matching the victim's description, Jonathan Arista, Jeffrey's brother.
That's a smart dude.
Hey, and we are live. Welcome back, everyone, to another Friday afternoon debate stream. I am joined again by Corey J. Mahler of the Stone Choir podcast, who is going to be having a discussion about evolution with longtime friend of the channel, JF Gary Eppy. How's it going, Corey? Thanks for being here.
Going well. Thank you for having me back.
And JF, always a pleasure. Looking forward to the debate. I think it's going to be a tough one for Corey. We all know JF has a degree in biology here, so he's going to be bringing the heat. But thanks for being here.
It's a pleasure to be here.
So we'll do this kind of the normal way we've been doing it. We'll have JF start off with sort of his pro-evolution argument, and we'll just go into a back-and-forth open discussion from there. I'll try to stay out of it. I might jump in if I feel like things are going over too many people's heads. As a midwit, I'm good at gauging that when it's getting away from the audience. So I might jump in and ask for a little better explanation if necessary, but other than that, I'll mostly stay out of it. And as for Super Chats, we will read those at the end of the show. We should be able to get through all of them. We've been able to the last couple times. Please keep them respectful to the guests. If it's crazy stuff, I might not read it. Consider yourselves forewarned. And with that, I will hand it over to JF to get us started.
All right. So what is evolution? What is science? Let's start with the basics. I don't believe that science orders us to adhere to any moral program. I don't even believe that science imposes itself. You can be deluded. You can refuse to engage with reality. You can choose not to see what's around you. But to me, evolution is an explanation. It's a theory. It's a software of some sort that you can invoke, and that explains extremely well the things that we see. And to an extent, it's to me, evolution is a IQ test and also a curiosity test into determining, given what you see, are you capable as a human being to repeat, to iterate in your mind, and to see what could happen if the reality that we see around us was to be extrapolated over millions or billions of years. And then this is where evolution shines as a better explanation than anything else to explain how did we end up with life on Earth, how did we end up with so much diversity, and why the hell am I the cousin of a bacteria? Why do I share genetic material that resembles that we found in bacteria? So evolution gives the key to understand all of this. It is a realistic hypothesis at first that at this point is so confirmed and accepted that we can basically call it the truth for those who are interested in it. And it starts with the fundamental observation that everything you look around you, there's two types of things. There are things that are alive and complex, and there are things that are not alive and they're not complex. Rocks, meteorites, volcanoes, they are rough things. They don't think, they don't seem to behave in a way that has to self-sustain, or if they do so, it seems to be on an accidental basis. Whereas you have these other things, the things that are alive, like mushrooms, plants, bacteria, animals. These things behave differently than the rest of the physical world, and they behave in a self-protective way. And one of the things that no one can help but notice is that they all reproduce. Very importantly, this distinction between the living and the non-living seems to be attached to the fact that we reproduce. The living reproduces. And then comes the question, if you come from two parents who have reproduced, and each of these parents can testify that they came from two parents, and each of these parents can also testify that they came from parents, and that as far as we look into the past, it is a chain of people who are all born from parents that came into existence. And then the question becomes, when did this start? Did this start 6,000 years ago? Did this start 4 million years ago? Or did this start 4 billion years ago? And there are different responses depending on what degree of complexity you want to reach back in the tree of life. But ultimately, you have to, if you want to deny evolution in a serious way, you have to explain to me, when is it that this constant chain of heterosexual parents giving birth to children stopped? When is it going back into the past that this started? And if it started at any point, you're going to have to describe that point. To me, it's a little bit like a saved game in a computer game. You can have a saved game that gets you at the very start, and you'll see signs of it. If you start a Mario 64 game at the beginning, you'll see the castle, the explanation of the camera, the explanation of the 3D world, and you'll know that you're at the beginning of a game. But if you load a state game from Mario 64 where you already have 120 stars, where you're pretty advanced, and where you're at the door of the boss Bowser, then you'll know that something has happened before that save state. You'll know that this is a save state of someone who worked his way through the game. The same thing is true of life. We can think of looking into the past as looking into a different save points. And in a way, the life forms that have survived up to now, they all inherit from the characteristics of a saved point, some point in the past. For example, the animals that today are fish, they come from animals that must have been fish, that must have been in water, and that must also have given birth to other life forms that are not fish, like humans. And we share common ancestors with these life forms at a state at which we inherit certain of their features. We share some of the features with fish. For example, fish have the beginning of limbs in the form of fins. Certain fish are actually capable of walking on sand with their fins. And in our case, we have evolved fins into limbs that allow us to be even better at walking and at becoming terrestrial animals. Now, one of the key features of evolution is natural selection. Discovered by Charles Darwin. Charles Darwin had noted, again, this is where evolution is an IQ test. Charles Darwin was very intelligent and looked at what we were doing in the farm, looked at the fact that we were able to select life forms to become something. We were able to make pigs into producing more fat. We were able to make wheat that would produce more calories for our societies. And Charles Darwin realized, well, is a human even necessary to this selection process? What if these life forms were let to be on their own? There would still be a process of selection. It wouldn't be artificial selection, it would be natural selection. That is, unless the number of babies that any life form creates are perfectly equilibrated and everyone has the exact same amount of babies, there will be some people who are more successful genetically than others. Whether there's a human selector or not, that is the great discovery of Charles Darwin, which is that a natural selection process must be going on as long as there's not a perfect equilibrium in the amount of baby making across the population, and therefore there is a direction that life forms take. If for a generation, this section of the population makes twice the number of babies of this other population, they represent a bigger portion of the world in the next generation. Extrapolate this over hundreds or millions of generations, and you can have massive differentiation happening between branches of life, some having taken the direction of exploiting one niche, some others having taken the direction of exploiting another. So this leads to the idea that natural selection, common ancestry, these two items combined, explains well how we had a life form that was initially very simple on Earth, that this life form led to different branches, that these branches were selected naturally according to different sorts of pressure and different types of niche that they were exploiting to survive. And if you can believe that your parents came from parents, and if you can believe that your great-grandparents also came from parents, it is not hard to believe that 1 billion years ago, 2 billion years ago, there were a bunch of life forms that were very different from you that were also producing babies. To anyone who contests the theory of evolution, I would ask, can you prove to me that this wasn't happening, that what's happening in front of our eyes in every hospital right now, which is women giving birth to children, that this stopped at some point in the past if I rewind far enough? So those are my statements about evolution, and I can't wait to hear what Mr.
Because it makes me so happy. I have this huge support system of not just females but males, and I have like a very small army of males on Google Plus that the second a guy sexually harasses me and says like, show me your boobs, they just come right in at him with like, they just will not leave the guy alone. They're rabid, and these are males that are only trying to protect me so that I don't leave the internet because they want.
Danger must be confronted with valor.
Ask, can you prove to me that this wasn't happening, that what's happening in front of our eyes in every hospital right now, which is women giving birth to children, that this stopped at some point in the past if I rewind far enough? So those are my statements about evolution, and I can't wait to hear what Mr. Mahler has to say about it.
I have three main problems that I would raise with regard to evolution. Before I get to that, I want to comment on your concluding point there about there being successive generations back through time. Because, of course, we all agree that that's true. The fundamental difference between us is not that one of us denies that and the other affirms it. Rather, I deny that at some point in that chain, the ancestor is a great ape. I won't be pejorative and say a monkey because evolutionists contend we descended from great apes. That's the fundamental difference, is that jump there from one species to another is the contention that evolution makes, and the contention that those of us who do not believe in evolution deny. I don't believe that if you go back far enough, you find us turning into, regressing into, in that direction in time, great apes. And for the starting point, for a Christian, the answer is very easy. Adam and Eve. We have a mother and a father of the human race. But to get to the 3 points that I'd like to raise, there are 3 problems for evolution that evolution simply cannot answer, and any one of the 3 is a sufficient defeat for evolution. The reason for that is a sort of preface to the problems I'm going to raise. A worldview, to include evolution in this case, is explanatory or not, and it is the explanatory power of the worldview that should be used to conclude whether or not the worldview is itself compelling, which is to say, a worldview that cannot explain the world as we find it should not be considered compelling, but a worldview that can explain the world as we find it should be considered compelling, because a worldview that can explain the world is in agreement with the world, is consonant with the things that we find. That explanatory power is warrant to believe that it is true. But to get on to the 3 problems that I would raise, I will list the problems first, and then we can go into them in some depth as we go along in the discussion. There's what I would ultimately call the consciousness problem. There are different stages for that, starting out with the problem of why is there anything instead of nothing, and then moving up to the hard problem of consciousness through the easy problem and some other things. There's the digital problem, which in short is the problem of information, in particular in the case of evolution being in the form of DNA. We'll ignore all the other problems there are with the structure of the cell and things that are inherited not via DNA. We'll focus on DNA because it's easier for most people to understand. But DNA is an alphabet. DNA represents information. The problem with that is that it is not in and of itself information. There is an interpretive step that is necessary because the information represents something, the same as an alphabet, the same as words in a book. They don't mean anything in and of themselves. They mean something because they were defined to have that meaning. And there is a requirement to define that of intelligence, because only intelligence can create that digital relationship, as opposed to what we could call analog. Not technically analog in the traditional sense, but just to draw that distinction between the two. And then the final problem I would raise is related to the digital problem. It's the information problem. There are a number of different ways for this. One is what I sort of got into there with the alphabet. There's the definition problem, which is to say that if you have a representation of information, we're dealing with semiotics, then you have the issue of needing an intelligence to define that relationship between the symbol and what it symbolizes, because it does not do so inherently. And then there is the systemic or the system problem of information, which is essentially that any given system cannot contain the amount of information necessary to define that system. And you can build up from a very simple system with, say, 2 points to something as complex as the universe, which has, I don't remember how many estimated particles, some absolutely astronomical, literally, number. You can't store the amount of information necessary to describe that system in the system itself. And so you need something larger than the system in order for it to be possible to describe the system, which obviously leads to an infinite regress, the infinite regress necessarily leading to the actual infinite, the absolute infinite. For obviously the theist, there's an easy answer. The absolute infinite is God, and so you have a solution to that problem. And then finally, if we have time, depending on where things go, I would want to get into sort of an overall meta question. Why does this matter? From your perspective. From my perspective, obviously there's a reason it matters. If we are created by God, then we have certain duties to God. There are things God demands of us, things God demands that we not do, etc. There's a reason from my perspective. I would question from an evolutionary perspective, why does any of this matter? Because truth can't really matter from an evolutionary perspective, because truth isn't actually a thing, even in an evolutionary system. And even if it is a thing, if we argue it is, if we say that there's the correspondence theory of truth, and truth is simply a statement that corresponds with reality as it exists, it is utterly unknowable in an evolutionary system, because none of our tools are inherently reliable. In a theistic system, we have the guarantee of the reliability of our senses and other things like that because they are founded upon God. So we have that as the basis of the reliability. There's no basis for that in the evolutionary system, because in the evolutionary system, all that matters is passing on your genes. That doesn't have to correspond with truth. In fact, if believing a lie makes you more fit in terms of, say, total fertility, then that lie is better than the truth. There's no reason, there's no warrant to believe anything in the evolutionary system. So that's sort of the overview of what I would like to argue throughout this debate. We could start with the consciousness problem if you'd like to start there. I think it's probably the best place to start. And the steps of that are, why is there something instead of nothing? Why is there life instead of non-life? Why is there intelligence instead of only unintelligent life? There I'm drawing the distinction essentially between animals and plants. And I think we can assume that fungi are not intelligent in the traditional way we use the term. And then why is there sentient life, human life, conscious life, self-aware life, versus just animal intelligence, which is a very different thing. Dogs are not self-aware in the same way that human beings. I don't think that evolution has a way to answer any of those 4 steps. Particularly, it can't answer the ex nihilo question. Why is there something instead of nothing?
That is correct. This last one is correct. Evolution does bring some answers to the question you have. It doesn't bring an answer as to why the universe exists. It is not part of the domain, at least for our current conception of what evolution is. It doesn't seek to address why the universe exists, but in the universe existing, it can very well explain why we build from a bunch of molecules getting together at some point 4 billion years ago up to complex life. Some of the other steps that you challenge, in particular, why is there life? This is one at which evolution is at the border of answering. I would argue that with my book, The Revolutionary Phenotype, we can get a beginning of an answer to this. It seems that life, the principles of natural selection, may be embedded into more than what we call living. It may apply at the quantum level in physics through quantum Darwinism, and perhaps you have the beginning of an explanation there, but I would still say it falls outside of the scope of biology to explain as it stands now. And with the classical question around evolution, evolution does not seek to explain why life exists, but it describes what happens once life exists, once something makes copies of itself. And that is what the standard traditional definition of evolution addresses. Now, why is there sentient life? This evolution could bring us into a solid answer. There is sentient life simply because sentient life was better than non-sentient life. And the reasons for it may be multiple. First, it may have been a shortcut. You mentioned that evolution can lead to a lie. That is absolutely correct. But the lie of consciousness is one of the lies that evolution is capable of. This virtual experience that we are something is something that definitely our genes have benefited from with respect to people who didn't have the same type of consciousness. Now, this could play many roles. First, in having a conception of yourself, you can act better in the world. Perhaps there are cognitive shortcuts that were available to genes, where having a delusion that you are a single being allows you to gather food more efficiently. There are also perhaps social functions to having a conception of self. We have language. As humans, we interact with each other, and our interactions and the rumors that we develop around each other are very important to our social life. We keep talking about other people and about ourselves. And that may have been needed evolutionarily. For example, a female begging for money from her sugar daddy. I was watching TikTok videos earlier today. Perhaps if you have a conception that you are something, that you are someone that matters, perhaps you are better at convincing the delivery of services by sugar daddies across the world, or getting onto a yacht, or whatever it is that they want. So perhaps the delusion of consciousness was necessary. Well, certainly it was necessary for our survival, and perhaps our social survival. That would be my answer to your question around consciousness.
I think perhaps there is some way in the evolutionary system to answer some of the easy problems, so-called of consciousness. Of course, I'm just referencing Chalmers' division of these. And that would be things like cognitive ability, the information stored in the brain, our attention mechanism, the behavioral control that our self exercises over our instincts and various things like that. Perhaps some of that can be answered by evolution. But the fundamental problem is the hard problem, the subjective experience that we have, the existence of qualia, which is really what I'm saying here in a sort of a longer way. There's no way to explain that in a purely material system, because qualia themselves aren't material, which means that something beyond the material exists, which is another argument against evolution, because evolution attempts to explain in a purely materialistic way how life came about, how consciousness came about, and all these things. most people admit, in particular philosophers are willing to admit, you can't explain the hard problem in a purely materialist system. Yes, there's some attempt to go into the quantum and try to use that, but quite frankly, we have barely any understanding of how any of that functions at this point, so that is incredibly speculative, not only in the hard sciences, but certainly once we import it into the areas we're dealing in philosophy, which is part of this. We're not just dealing in physics and biology, we're obviously dealing in philosophy as well, when we start getting into human consciousness and things like that. I don't see a way for evolution to make that jump. It's the problem of explaining the mind. It's the traditional mind-body problem in philosophy. There's no way in a materialist system to explain the mind. And so if we're trying to explain human life, which I think is really the core of this debate, we're trying to explain why we're here having this debate, how it's possible that we're here having the debate, I don't see a way for evolution to make that jump from the material to what is clearly not just material. You have to have something else present. And so the system itself, the universe, is material. But there's clearly something else going on with us that is not just material. We have subjective experiences that are beyond the material, that are not just material. So one of the most common examples used is I have an experience of the color red. That's not purely material. And there are many philosophical experiments demonstrating that fact. You have an experience of red. I happen to not be one of those people who thinks that our experiences are particularly different because they are obviously based in a biological system. They're based in the rods and the cones and the eyes and things like that. And so I think our experience of red is probably pretty comparable. But we have that subjective experience. That's something that's not purely material. And so from the evolutionary perspective, that jump is essentially impossible. Just a quick comment from earlier that came to mind. You mentioned the sort of simplicity versus complexity of life. I would just say as an aside, physicists would probably disagree with non-living things being simple, considering you start out, we can start really any level, but you have molecules, you have atoms, and you have down into the nucleus, you're dealing with protons and electrons and neutrons, and then from there you're dealing with quarks. These systems are incredibly complex, even at that level. The sheer complexity of the universe, up and down, there is no point at which anything is simple. And that is certainly true for life, because what is the simplest thing we could possibly call life? Maybe a 2,000, give or take, genome virus, right? That it meets the definition you get, basically, it reproduces itself. That's sort of the line. I know that biologists don't all agree that viruses are alive. Many say they aren't. They're wrong. I don't think they're really alive. I happen to
think they are alive.
You think they are alive?
Oh,
well, if you think they're alive, then it's the simplest possible life, because it replicates itself, and the simplest one is about 2,000 base pairs. That's not simple.
Not exactly.
A string of 2,000 characters from a 4-character alphabet, if we get into the math at this point, I can do that later, but that's sort of in the digital problem, the second point that I raised. That is an astronomical number. It is a number that is so large that it is effectively infinite. You can't get there. You can't create that with random chance. I know that biologists and evolutionists always object when anyone says random chance, but the problem is random chance is a fundamental part of evolution, because random chance is the thing against which the selection process operates, because the mutations are random. You can't have anything against which to select unless you have that random chance mutation. And so the system
ago about the concept that your nation has like a foundational myth that everyone rallies around, and they were explaining that like World War II is the foundational myth of America. And to hear her say it, like, you know, it's a foundational thing of America that we hate countries, Nazis, sorry. It's like, wow, there it is. Like that 4chan guy nailed it like 4 years ago. I do think we're starting slow. Like we've been talking about the change. Everybody knows we're changing now. Are we going to finally enter into like whatever comes after the post World War II era? You got Elon Musk going to Germany and saying, hey, be proud of your race, basically. Be proud of your nation. And it's like, yeah, that's a little bit of a vibe shift for sure.
It's like the cycle of religion, and the belief in World War II and what we're told in history books is like the religion of America. And we're sort of in that we're in a form of political atheism where people are suddenly like rejecting that religious belief, and it's going to bring about a cycle in which probably Germany's going to pop off again, and we're going to have a sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy where then the religion comes back even harder, just kind of like what we saw with Christianity and atheism. Like we just went through the whole crazy atheist style belief that, you know, this whole void that lacks Christianity or any religion that brought back hardline, like, you know, people being proud to be Catholics and people being proud to be Muslims. Like we just went through that culturally. I think we're going to go through it again politically, and it's gonna be so freaking wicked because we're going to have Wi-Fi, cameras, and live leak footage.
Yeah, I was like a World War II history major, so it's like, ironically, I'm one of the experts, but no one's going to give me that credit. So, and the facts are not in line with the mythology, so things could get really, that's going to crumble really quick.
Trump coming out and calling for a rally with his supporters January 19th, one day before the inauguration. Why would you need to do that the day before you are supposedly being inaugurated the 47th president? He wants those people here in town for when it becomes even more evident than it already is that under 14th Amendment Section 3, he cannot be sworn in. He's done. He knows it. He's known it for a while. Only thing is, they're ready for you this time, dude.
31,000 likes on that TikTok. I'm kind of sad because it's the end of this era of the blue and on coat about how Kamala's playing 4D chess and she's not, you know, we're not going to get any more videos like that, unfortunately. So
I don't even know these people exist. I don't know where you find these videos. I'm not exposed to liberal social media in any way. Like I don't even know this guy exists. This is nuts.
I can't get to those parts of TikTok. Like I literally cannot physically like find a way to get there. I don't know if there's like a shield or something, or if like, you know, you got to use a VPN, except for like it masks your IQ points so that they let you in or something. But I can't get in.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even use TikTok to be honest. But there's like a Telegram channel called Retards of TikTok, and they have a lot of stuff like this that they post there.
Yeah, TikTok banned me for homesteading videos.
Are you serious? They're really strict. I tried to do a live stream. My very first stream got kicked off for policy violations. I don't even know what I said.
Yeah, I was out. Yeah.
Yo, that's crazy. Homesteading. Well, okay. Look, I can't believe it, but yeah, dude, the homesteading video thing is kind of crazy.
It's just, yeah, I mean, at one point I was comparing the vaccine to how I get rid of wasps. I will say that, but it was.
Here's the thing about Clab is his sort of thesis is like, if I'm good looking, then the world is my oyster. And in some ways he does like seem to be
The Luxmaxer is a priest of the material god. The Luxmaxer is an autistic engineer who treats his own form as a machine, which must be made more efficient, more optimized for status. The Luxmaxer pursues the idea that perception is reality to its most extreme. Clavicular is its Gen Z avatar, and a symptom of accelerationism, completely rejecting all biological incentive beyond raw pursuit of perfect appearance. He is 19 years old and has already had several plastic surgeries. He microdoses methamphetamine as a nootropic to get leaner. He uses a cocktail of anabolic steroids and bone smashes his face with a hammer to shape his skull and jawline into the hunter profile. He spreads his gospel to his followers, encouraging limb lengthening surgery, injecting his girlfriend's face with peptides, and prescribing aromatase inhibitors and testosterone therapy to teen audience members. Why does he do all of this? In his words, he wants to ascend. He rejects the human form and its mundanity, and chooses to harness every means available to him to surpass biological limitation. His sissy hypno videos are chiseled jaw funk edits. His HRT is TRT. His dilation, biological limitation. His sissy hypno videos are chiseled jaw funk edits. His HRT is TRT. His dilations are eye socket pulls for ideal canthal tilt formation. Inherently, he is a cyborg, pursuing self-augmentation. He crushes and tugs on his skull as if to struggle against God himself, forcing himself to be sculpted like a retroactive character creator in a video game. He is entrapped in a Greek myth, a convict trying to dig through his own flesh prison with a wooden spoon. Clavicular sprints through the human consciousness, increasingly accelerating his antics like so many streamers do in the desperate Olympics of gathering attention on streams. He sneers at women who compliment his appearance in a jaded manner, burnt out by the burden of knowing too much about the human form. At his core, he carries the spirit of the incel, upset at the world he lives in for forcing him to be this way. Every woman he fucks, every compliment he receives, every bit of adulation he garners, is all directed to the Giga Chad mech suit that enshrouds him, none of it going to the pilot residing inside. His interest and enthusiasm peaks when he finds strangers, such as randoms in clubs who know nothing of his existence, or homeless crackheads he can ask for 1 to 10 ratings on his appearance. Clavicular is emblematic of the perpetual suffering cycle, a consistent dissatisfaction with existence that fueled the creation of the wheel, the construction of civilization, and the breaking of Van Allen's hymen with pursuant StarCraft. He will never stop crafting himself at the expense of his health, life, and soul. He sprints towards the surface of the sun, either dying in glorious flame to be immortalized by his audience, or breaking his spirit against the shackles of reality, like Liver King and so many other fitness influencers surpassing their prime. Clavicular is not a villain to be extinguished. He is a symptom of a world headed towards future human perception maximalism and more black holes of obsessive entertainment distraction. More Claviculars with more extreme beliefs will be born every day. They will be men against the world, against reality itself, pushing towards the great immolation of the civilization that forced them to exist. They are the vanity rats of Universe 25, mogging their way into self-inflicted extinction.
Crossing the waves. Ulthuan's protector.
Leader of Assyrian's navy. Now. Sea Patrol, engage! Take arms! All hands to stations!
The winds call. I sense items of power.
A dry spell? I do not follow. Poised valor. You know nothing! Join us and become a helm one day. Sea Lord Aislinn. Perilous tides ahead. What news?
Savior of the realm. Let us exchange courtesies then. Duty bind.
You may look upon.
At the lady's disposal.
Heed my... Yes, I'm not gullible fools.
I can spare you a little time.
Lothan's legend. Common courtesy is rare these days.
Welcome, boys and girls. We're sitting here with a discussion about Sea Lord Aislinn's campaign in Total War Warhammer 3 Immortal Empires Tides of Torment DLC. How he plays, the kind of things you should be aware of if you are looking to buy this DLC. Bear in mind, not a review. Full release is coming in a couple of days, but Creative Assembly might just push out an updated version of what you're seeing here. Besides, review embargo is not out yet. I'm just talking about the mechanics. And speaking about the mechanics, one of the things to understand about Aislinn, as I move over here to his initial province, quote unquote, is that he is focused on a playstyle on not so much capturing settlements, but taking settlements, giving them to high elven factions that you choose, and then having outposts in those settlements as well. So what those do is the Sea Patrol outposts give you a couple of buildings. Think of cults or changeling cults, especially I would consider that. They can give you certain structures, and they also allow you to construct landmarks in these kind of settlements. So for instance, War Master's Watch gives you hero improvement for War Master of Hoth. You do have 3 landmarks in the initial province he starts with, including one that gives you moon dragons, and another one that gives you unbreakable during siege battles. And the kind of benefits they get from landmarks depends on whether or not you build an outpost or you take a settlement as a colony. A colony is a settlement that you can occupy, though bear in mind there is a limitation in terms of colony availability in a campaign. And that is absolutely something you are going to have to deal with as a player. Like, which settlements do you want versus which settlements do you want to give to other factions? We'll go about that in just a moment. He does have access to powerful dragon ships. He can establish colonies. He has access to Assur domination, advancements, improved sea navigation, local recruitment duration for ocean and sea elementals, and merworm units. And crucially, since you are not going to be taking a lot of settlements, but you don't have vassals, you can issue commandments, even if you only have one settlement under your direct control. Now, these commandments are different than regular high elven ones, so you get control and corruption, you get income from all buildings, or you get growth at the cost of income from all buildings. I probably recommend going for expedite the colony expansion, because you will certainly have a lot of money in this campaign, at least if you play your cards right, though that depends on the decision that Creative Assembly will make with regards to region trading, because this is something that you could do initially, but then they've removed it. I think you should have region trading. It does help you out a lot, but really, Aislinn is the kind of campaign where you don't necessarily have a ton of armies, but more that the armies you do have are powerful ones, because they can be ones with dragon ships especially. But when you attack a settlement, here's what happens. Let's say, I go over here, I just auto-resolve this. What you get as a choice is to establish an outpost, establish a colony, or sack it and then establish one or the other if you want to, which, great job on that, Creative Assembly. It's like, wonderful. But anyway, you don't get money for either of these, so you can either establish an outpost or colony. Like colony, you have to have the slots for it, but what happens when you establish an outpost? Well, you get to choose who you're going to give it with, the two. Now, if a faction already has a border with the region you are taking, or they're nearby, you will only have that particular faction to give it to. So for instance, you get Nagriff in this case, and these basically give you various benefits if you do give a lot of settlements to certain colonies. Basically, the more outposts you maintain under a specific faction, the more colonies you've given to a particular faction, the better off, the more relationship, quote-unquote, you'll have with them. Now, you do have 2 main types of buildings. You have outpost defense, and then you have elven trade. Outpost defense just improves the garrison and allows you to control the defending army of a settlement if it is under attack, so maybe something you do care about. But then you have the elven trade tab. A lot of this is locked behind technology, and it's one of those questionable things that Creative Assembly has done with regards to Sea Lord Aislinn, because let me just put it like this. Locking buildings behind technology is never great, because you're just telling the player, okay, go for the best one. What's the best one? Well, for defense, you kind of don't really care about it. What about elven trade? Well, let me put it like this. There is one that's above the others, and that's the storage yard into the goods warehouse, because it gives you the most amount of trade, especially if the region has any tradable resources. Everything else is kind of fluff. I mean, you could always go for causeways to give you dragon ship supplies, but that is not really going to be a good amount of it. And you can also have certain things that do end up stacking up, provided you do have, say, if you have it in a coastal settlement, all that kind of stuff. He is really good in terms of dealing with sea, with naval expansion, so he has a lot of movement range. But before we get into more specifics on that, let's talk a bit about why you would care to give certain factions certain settlements. Well, because you can consult leaders to get some benefits with them. So there's all kinds of benefits. So you do get the choice between these factions. I would say the one that's best by far is Emmerich, because you can restore all campaign movement range with him if you request the Dragon's Wisdom. So I'm like, okay, why would I pick anything else? Essentially, yes, there are some useful things. I'm not going to deny that, but restoring campaign movement range for someone who's already really good at moving around the campaign map, just kind of no-brainer, CA. So yeah, it's pretty much fluff over there to deal with the big 6. With regards to that. Now, what if you confederate the faction through the patrons of the realm mechanic? I'm not sure if in this particular campaign I actually can, Tyrion and Valerian. Well, if you do, what happens is all their settlements you gain control of their armies, but all the settlements are given to the United Maritime Patrol, which is like a vassal that's not a vassal, which is just a bizarre situation. Like, let me put it like this, EA. I understand that you added the United Maritime Patrol because what happens when you confederate someone, but you don't have a vassal as Aislinn. You're not Nakai, but at the same time, you can also confederate this faction through diplomacy. Now, keep in mind, this might be a save factor as well, because this campaign, every campaign I've played has been with earlier versions, so there's a dynamic there that one shouldn't ignore when they're watching these kind of videos. But I do have a lot of campaigns, dozens of turns. This is not even the longest one. I have a 50-turn campaign, a 40-turn campaign as Aislinn. This is just the 4th one even as Aislinn. I mean, I do have a 5th and even a 6th, though those are earlier than this one. So yeah, I've been playing a lot and dealing with a lot of things in the meantime as well. Okay. So Elven Trade, not necessarily the best dynamic in the way you gain resources, because it's that kind of system where you have a campaign that's going at very high speed, and then you have a system that's dragging you down, because Elven Trade is actually important. Why is Elven Trade important, you might ask? Well, because of what you use it for. So the main reason you get Elven Trade is because you want to get dragon ship supplies. You can also generate money through regular Elven settlements, but honestly, on that subject, it's just, I already have a lot of money, so I can generate even more. That's a waste of time. Money is far easier to gain than it is to get trade supplies. So wasting trade supplies on money is just a pointless fluff choice. It's the CA special, I'll call it. Okay. So you do have that specific dynamic in his campaign. Like, basically, trade is good, dragon ship supplies are good, but then we also have domination to worry about. But let's talk about what you do with traits with dragon ship supplies. You use them to upgrade the dragon ships. You need surplus points, and you also need dragon ship supplies. That's, again, and certain buildings are locked behind quote-unquote technology or Asura domination. That's the reason you care about Asura domination, is because, oh, you want to unlock shit? Great. Research it first. Or rather, when I say research it, go into Asura domination, pick something. Pacing, pacing, pacing. All the same. Like, he doesn't even get handmaidens at tier 3, he gets them at tier 4, which, CA... Alright, so we do have that specific aspect. At least he gets a noble at tier 2, and he does start with the dragon ship on his own, probably the only one that you'll ever upgrade in a campaign if you're actually playing it properly, but yeah, these buildings don't cost money, they cost dragon ship supplies. This is the reason you have so much money. Because a lot of the money that other campaigns would spend would be going in this. You're not spending money on... I mean, you are spending it on colonies, but colonies are very limited in number. As for outposts themselves, well, they cost elven trade resources, or they cost... yeah, they cost... Some of them may cost some money, but especially landmarks can be a bit expensive, but that's just a one-time thing, right? And there's only so many settlements that you have with that. And there's only so many colonies you can establish, ultimately. Okay, then we have dedication. So how do we get dedication? We can gain it through Sea Patrol outposts, we can get it through missions, mainly... Yeah, you gain it through Sea Patrol outpost. So you have this building, the Sea Patrol outpost, and then the Seat of the Sea Lord. Costs a pretty penny to build, all that kind of stuff. In terms, well, costs a pretty penny in terms of elven trade, but it gives you dedication per turn. So this is what I mean when I'm talking about the campaign, where the systems of the campaign is built on certain principles that don't quite hold up. All right, so that is an aspect. What do you do with dedication, though? Why is that so important? Well, you unlock things in Asura domination. It's not important for Ulf 1 leaders, but it is for colony dedication, outpost dedication, dragon ship dedication. All kinds of benefits over here. Some are much better than others. And basically, oh, you want more colonies? You want certain buildings? You're going to get that. You're going to have to get that. So for instance, let's say you want the storage yard, the one that gives you the most trade resources if you have a trade resource, if there's a trade resource in that region for whichever factions control this element, as long as you have an outpost. You want to get this. Now, you do get an upgrade very quickly in the campaign, but then you end up with these systems that just take time. Pacing, pacing, pacing. There's a lot of things here. I would say the most jarring aspect in all of this is the fact that you want to get the dragon ship. So you don't just have one dragon ship, you can get 5, 6 if you complete the campaign, because that's the final campaign mission right there. Each of these, so you get one, like kind of like the mid-tier of these. So you start with one, you get free through Asura domination, you get one through for the final quest, and then you get Admiralty Forge through one of these Asura domination upgrades. Not the best system. Again, I'm saying this is a hyper-focused, hyper-speed campaign because of how fast you can move around the campaign map, but then it's like, oh, let's make every settlement generate very few resources, so you're zipping around the map, fighting a lot of battles, taking a lot of settlements, giving those settlements to other factions, and then just slowing down the player. It takes about 40, 50 turns to complete the campaign, but it's not good turns. Like, you could complete this campaign as fast as Arbol can complete this campaign, in a way. But then you're stuck dealing with a lot of this crap. And Arbol's campaign is genuinely better. I think that's something I'm allowed to say. Then you have the Sea Patrol settlements. Now, when you start in your province, you won't have access to these. You need to capture the province, defeat the initial faction, all that good stuff, right? But once you do, you get these sea lanes, special sea lanes. Lokier can also get these lanes if you're playing them, but by default, they're only available to Aislinn. There's certain locations. There's 4 of them, actually. Well, one's a regular one that goes to Cathay, another one goes to Lestria, another one goes to Southlands, another one goes to Ulf 1. So, yeah, you get the choice, like, oh, which area do you want to focus on first? I think it would have been great if we had, okay, here's all quest objectives at once. Different rewards, all that kind of stuff. But go pick it up. Do you want to focus on Ulf 1, stabilize the situation there to get better confederation? Do you want to help Teclis in the Southlands? Do you want to go for Cathay? Do you want to go in Lestria? I'm not sure why you would want to. To be fair, Lestria isn't too bad for him, and I can't believe I said that, because all you have to do is deal with Luther Harkon and the Star Tower. In fact, it's actually the best one, the best quest to pick from. But we should have had all 3 of them simultaneously, or all 4, really, simultaneously. That would be my perspective on those dynamics. Because the reason you actually want to do this, to complete this campaign, you need to acquire all these dragon ships. Like, it's not a question, oh, take a certain amount of territory. No, you actually need to get all these dragon ships in order to complete your campaign. Your victory conditions are tied to dragon ships and colonies. And then long campaign is tied to defeating certain naval faction and getting all those colonies, which is like, oh yeah, go around the world for settlements you don't care. You can do it fast, but it's like, okay, that's just doing it for a victory condition. Or hoping AI factions wipe each other out. Now, in terms of...
Common courtesy is rare these days.
I have video footage that says else. Okay.
What does the video footage say?
You want?
No, I want my wife to see it.
Oh, she don't know? Okay. So
on April 28th, 2023, officers responded to a fancy apartment complex in downtown Athens after a report of theft. The woman reported that it was actually her maintenance man. What he didn't know is that she's assumed to be a lawyer and knows exactly how to get the evidence she needs to put it behind bars.
Did you know that what you're doing is illegal?
Technically, yes.
Okay. Does it have to show nudity?
Essentially, yes.
Okay. Of the female's team?
If I deem the person attractive, then yes.
Okay. Obviously, they're going to be using the restroom, right? Nudity?
Essentially, yes.
Okay. Of the female's team?
If I...
It's all good, you know, don't worry about it.
Most men will never be chosen, and it's not because they're lazy, it's not because they're bad guys or they don't have game. It has nothing to do with their personality. The cold hard truth is that most men just are not seen as attractive by most women, and that's really all there is to it. No amount of working on your personality or working on your game is going to change that. Attraction is a physical response based on biological signals, and it's not really much different for different people either. If a man is attractive to one woman, then he's attractive to most women, and vice versa. If you're unattractive to one woman, then that's it, pretty much. Now, obviously, we all know an ugly guy that somehow managed to get a hot girlfriend. We've all seen it before. It's not like unattractive guys never get with attractive women. It does happen. But those men weren't chosen, okay? And that is a big difference. And I promise you, the way those men get treated in their relationships versus a man that was actually chosen, it's like night and day, okay? So what does it mean to be chosen by women? Being chosen just means that women enthusiastically, eagerly want to be with you. They choose to be with you. It's a biological response as soon as they see you. So there's no game required. You don't have to negotiate anything. If a woman chooses you, then you won't have to convince her. She will make it very clear from the start that you have been chosen. And for guys that actually get chosen, see, this is the thing, most guys like me, since we don't get chosen, most of us never realize how it really is. But for the chosen few, which is maybe like the top 1% of men, if that, they are getting clear signals from women every day. It's like every woman they see will be making some kind of moves, or trying to get his attention somehow. Or at the very least, they'll just be praying that he would approach them. Now, let's look at some examples so you can see the difference in being chosen versus not being chosen.
If you want to hang out later and do something, let me know.
I do. Can I get your number?
I'm sure some of y'all have seen the viral clips going around from Clavicular's Valentine's Day stream, where he supposedly steals some guy's girlfriend. It is a brutal mogging, for sure. Definitely a great example of what it's like when a woman chooses a man. I don't know why everyone's saying the other guy was the girl's boyfriend, though. Really, it was just another guy that was trying to pick her up. He literally said multiple times throughout the stream that he just met her that night.
I just met her tonight.
It's obviously not her boyfriend, but yeah, anyways. From the start of the interaction between Clavicular and this girl, it's very obvious she is choosing him. It's obvious she's attracted.
Hi. I don't know who you are. But you're really pretty.
So first thing to notice, she approaches him, and her opening line is, "Hi, I don't know who you are, but you're really pretty." So right off the bat, she's immediately expressing interest, just straight up telling him that she finds him attractive. And you can just see as they're talking, she's getting really close to him, she's giggling nervously at times, and she reiterates again that she thinks he's attractive, or in her words, she said that she thinks he's pretty. You know, she's just making it very obvious that she wants to go home with him, because that's how it is when there is genuine attraction. That's what being chosen is.
What do you do besides school?
I study psychology.
Oh.
Yeah.
So I can't fuck with you?
No, you can.
I mean, do I even need to comment on this? No matter what he says to her, she just continuously keeps verbalizing some form of the statement, "I am yours to do with as you please. I am here to serve you." That is essentially what she's saying.
Are you hard to manipulate?
I don't know. Try.
I will.
You know, she says, "Oh, you can fuck with me. You can try to manipulate me." And obviously, when he asks if she wants to hang out later, she enthusiastically says, "I do." Then she asks him for his number.
If you want to hang out later and do something, let me know.
I do. Can I get your number?
Okay, and this is the key thing about the way that women treat a man they choose to be with. It's enthusiasm, eagerness. Okay, there's no negotiation, no game, no pickup artistry, none of that. Clavicular could have just grunted at this chick, and nodded his head toward the door, and she would have followed him. She chose him as soon as she saw him. I mean, the way it is for these guys that get chosen, check this out.
I would give my pitch to Brittany. I know she said she's not into guys who have lighter hair than her, but I feel like there's always an exception to the rule. And I feel like these two gentlemen up here are really great guys, but I feel like I'm maybe not as nice as them. I would put it that way. I feel like I'm a little bit more on the fun side, spontaneous, adventurous. Brittany, you feeling anything there?
I'm really picky.
Okay, so this is a clip from some kind of dating competition. So the girl is supposed to be answering whether or not she agrees to go on a date with one of the guys on stage. But what does she do instead? She points out some Chad in the audience and tries to shoot her shot with him instead.
I need to be really bold.
Be bold, do it.
You are so attractive.
Okay, so I don't know the rules of this show. Maybe it's like a Price is Right sort of situation where the contestants do come from the audience. I really don't know. But I'm pretty sure at that moment, her just pointing out a hot guy from the audience like that, I don't think that's how the showrunners intended it to go. And just look at the face of this Wheat Waffles clone here. Just absolutely brutal. That forced smile, just holding back his rage, holding back tears, trying to look like he's a good sport, you know. I mean, what else can you do in that situation? If you show any kind of negative reaction at all, everybody will act like you're the one that's out of line, as if they didn't just see you get brutally disrespected in front of a cheering crowd. And look, both of the guys on stage, like the actual options this girl was supposed to be choosing from, they're not bad-looking guys. Certainly a whole lot better looking than I am. They're well-groomed, well-fitted clothes. They obviously take care of their appearance. You know, they're doing all the things that people give as advice for the things that men need to do if they want to attract women. They're doing all those things. But that's not enough to get chosen, apparently. Look what she does. She picks a random guy out of the audience. He wasn't even supposed to be an option. But that's exactly the point I'm making here. For the top 1% of men, they get chosen so frequently. They're being chosen by virtually all women all the time, even when it's technically not supposed to be allowed. Like, say, when a woman is already in a relationship. Now, listen up, because I cannot stress this enough. There are plenty of men out there that are not chosen, but they are still in relationships. But that's not a good thing. I mean, maybe it'd be better than just being alone. You can make that argument. But for a man that does not get chosen, he is never going to experience the treatment that it
Out with you.
is this, you might ask? Graham Plattner for Senate. Is that a title, Graham? Are you actually going for Senate? Now, masculinity and winning back young men. This is the face of evil here for men. Not Andrew Tate, who scams men. This is the worst kind of scammer ever. Now, Graham, we reject masculinity, the term. We reject it. It's a slave term. And men with any kind of character, or any kind of principles, reject it. You are a scam artist, right? Now, this is for the Democratic Party. The Democratic Party, Graham, has been taken over by the feminist hate movement. So you have nothing to offer. But let's get into this anyway. Let's begin at the very beginning. It's a short video, so let's hear this.
Platter, and I want to talk to you today about masculinity. It comes up on the campaign trail a lot. I think primarily because of how I sound and how I look and the kind of life that I live. A lot of people kind of think I'm some sort of avatar that's going to be able to explain the current problem we have.
Aren't you just a politician? What's so special about the lifestyle you live?
There's been a whole conversation over the
It's not a lifestyle that you live. It's an image that you project. And I don't buy it.
past couple of years, especially the Democratic Party, about how do we get back young men? How do we re-engage with young men who've been taken in? Like,
get rid of the misandry in your party. That's how you do it. Get rid of the misandry. Stop hating on them. Stop trying to hurt them. That's how it's done, Graham.
These stories and these myths, frankly, about what masculinity is supposed to be. Taken in by resentment and grievance. Taken in by this idea that they deserve something in this society.
Oh, really? So men don't deserve anything? Then who would follow you? Let me show you something, Graham. This is a playlist of mine, men losing their rights, right? Innocent man lives in tent while guilty woman is gainfully employed. Mexico allows women to beat men in the streets. This is the UK making a law against catcalling. This judge jails innocent grieving father. No staring. Looking at women is now illegal in UK. Do you see? What your constituents will demand is the rights of a citizen. Now, if they're not allowed to have the rights of a citizen, you are offering nothing. You are offering less than nothing. This makes you a bad person, and any guy with any self-respect will ignore it.
And they're not getting it. And that they're supposed to blame women, or they're supposed to blame the media, supposed to blame other people.
Well, though, that judge that went after that innocent father, she is a woman. Women are to blame. Feminism comes from women, so they are to blame. And men do have grievances, and they're rightful grievances, and they shouldn't drop them for a quisling like you. This is what you are, Graham. You're a quisling.
Instead of telling them that it is that grievance, it is that alienation that is driving their feelings of insecurity and sadness.
Oh, I see. So guys being stripped of their rights, that's just us being insecure. Right? So a secure man is a slave to you. We have no rights. We are not citizens. Then why would they vote for you? Graham?
It is driving their loneliness.
No. Women deselecting men is driving their loneliness. You can't be honest. Like, you're a typical politician. Right?
There's all this talk about we need a left-wing Joe Rogan, or is some Democratic political consultant going to spend $50 million to come up with a media plan on how to approach young men?
We don't need $50 million, dude. We simply need people to stop trying to strip us of our rights. That's what we need. Stop hating men for being male. You're one of them. Because you're saying our grievances aren't real. We're just being insecure, right? I mean, what kind of man are you? Like the conquistadors, at least they showed up and said, we're conquerors, we're here to conquer you. You guys are trying to conquer men while lying and gaslighting and saying, we're not trying to do that. By the way, you are conquered, Graham, which makes you beneath me. You are conquered. You're a little quisling.
And honestly, it's all nonsense. It's utter nonsense.
Really? So men losing our rights is utter nonsense, right? The incel label being used to criminalize men, right? Something like that. Or a 6 p.m. curfew for men. That's... This is incredible.
What we need to do is we need to re-engage with the idea that masculinity is based around support. Masculinity is based around
servitude. You gotta understand what the quote code is. These are code words for servitude. No, I want to be a free citizen, Graham.
Protecting those who are weaker. Protecting those who aren't as lucky.
Code, serving women. That's what he means. That's what you mean, Graham, you quisling.
Protecting those who don't have the same privilege in this society.
Yeah, we lack privilege, though. Women are the privileged ones. They should be protecting us then.
Many men like me do. We can't just talk about it.
You don't do shit, dude. You attack your fellow man. That's what you do. That's what you are doing now. And I have nothing but contempt for you. You are a weakling. You are beneath me.
Though, we have to model it. And we also have to show a politics that is willing to both forgive, but also that is requiring accountability. You can't...
What are you talking about? This is gibberish. Accountability for who?
Just go through life being awful to other people. And then one day...
Are you claiming men are being awful to other people? What do you mean by other people? Who are the others?
Just perform that you feel bad about it and move on. There needs to be some form of accountability. But we also need to be very open to the idea that as we watch people become accountable publicly, have to talk about things that they've said or done, that after that we need to be open and compassionate.
This is absolute gibberish. I'm glad it's only 6 minutes long. Dude, what are you talking about? Are you suggesting men who are having their rights attacked should be accountable for the people who are privileged, the women, and just get into them? Is this what this gibberish is about?
And empathetic to welcome them with open arms into a society in which we are not trying to all be split and divided, but a society in which we support and love each other. I know
well, screw you, dude. Men are being thrown out. Men are being attacked. They're not being loved. When someone attacks you, you don't offer an olive branch and say, oh, this guy punched me in the face. I guess I've got to be nice to him. No, you get on the freaking warpath. And frankly, that's what men need to do. Not about being a bunch of laydowns for quislings like you.
This kind of sounds like wishy-washy hippie talk, but it's not.
Yes, you are. No, you're not just wishy-washy hippie talk, dude. This is gibberish. This is slave talk. That's what this is. Slave talk disguised as being helpful to your society. That's what it is. Now I'm being accurate. This is gaslighting. 100% pure.
This is how we build a world that builds everyone up.
So building as a world that builds all of us up is men being stripped of our rights and serving women and being the whipping boys for women. That's building society up. Right. Continue, Quisling.
This is how we build a system that gives every American the chance to live to their fullest potential.
So I'm going to live to my fullest potential by not being allowed to go on the streets after 6 o'clock. Or being considered a criminal once I'm labeled as an incel.
Have that right now. One of the reasons people feel so lonely and alienated.
Why are you using gender-neutral terms? You're talking about masculinity. This is talking about men. You're not talking about women. So this isn't people, this are men. Okay.
They live lives that are defined by struggle and work. They don't have time.
So what? You just said that men don't have any grievances. And we're not owed anything. If I'm just a slave, aren't I supposed to just work until I drop?
They spend all this time in front of screens. And often it's because it's just at the end of the day when you're exhausted and all you can do is lay in bed and stare at your...
So men are working to death and women reject us. So we can only look at screens and that's somehow keeping things down. You're blaming us for that.
Phone. If we give people better support.
Again, what are you saying about people? Why are you using gender neutral terms? You're talking about men. But you do not put masculinity in your title. This again, Quisling, Graham, why we reject the masculinity term. This is why we reject it. It's a slave label.
If we give people the ability to have jobs that pay a living wage.
There you go, right? So you don't care.
Okay, that's the. How is managed to go? Oh yeah, that was maybe for you. Can you just be? I want do we have time? I have to yeah, like I have to be at work. I have to be getting ready to. So we have time. We have time. So, yeah. Tina, so how did you get your teeth so white? No, it's not all these. Like been years? Yeah. Because I brush my teeth all the time. It's no agua like yours. Your teeth are like perfect. So yeah.
My rights as a person. You want to make sure that I'm a working slave. You want to make sure that I'm making enough money to bribe a woman in my life. You're a woman. You don't care about your rights. You don't care about your dignity.
I got more DNA.
You care about having a woman in your life. Which makes you devolved animal. What do you think evolved people like me think when we see a rat in the dumpster? We want to vomit and get away.
Jobs.
Maybe can I take a shower with you? Don't say, just shower. All right, guys, that's gonna be. Yeah.